past the hazy mark, through the ocean blast. The ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of war, leaders, fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the northern name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty gods of war, leaders, fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty gods of war, leaders, fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
Good luck, have fun.
Dude.
You want to go again?
Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of the Calling in San Diego. My name is Julian Pastrytime Carr. I'm still joined by Majin Bae. We had a whole day of Silver Age goodness yesterday, and we have even more today. 7 rounds, including our 3 top 8 rounds, and we're going to crown yet another Calling champion.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Yesterday, I think, was a blast. We got to see a lot of decks do really well. We saw the front runners do well. We saw a lot of decks that weren't considered one of the top decks, like Vincent, continue to perform. I'm looking forward to seeing if that continues today.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the format itself, kind of get to grips with what we've been up to here. And there is also a giveaway, don't forget, but here's the schedule. Day 1, we had 7 Silver Age rounds. Day 2, we're going to have 4 Swiss rounds, but don't worry, I didn't lie to you. It is still 7 rounds because we have top 8 with those 2 rounds as well. And there's also a Young Hero Marvel giveaway. Now, just about every stream, I think actually every stream, there is a giveaway for anyone watching. Interact, comment, make sure you're having fun, and we'll give something away to you. And the prize this time is pretty sweet. We're giving away a Young Hero Marvel from Compendium of Wraith. We'll take a look at them because they look gorgeous. And not only are you going to win one of these, just not at random, you just get to pick which one you want.
Yep, pretty nice. I already got my hands on the Young Marvel Kano. It looks so good. And I've seen these kind of scattered around the room. Really impressed with the Lexi one, the Dromai one, and the Olden one. Obviously, I haven't seen some of the ones that you can't play in Silver Age, like Chain and Teklevossen, but they look so good.
The caveat on the legality of those different heroes, but yes, we don't see either of them too often. One of them we don't see at all lately. We'll have a look at the prizing because, of course, players aren't just playing for all this fun stuff. They are playing for a bit of cash as well and some World Tour leader points. So in first, you get 5k if you win. Down through 8, you get a gold foil legendary and a PTI. Pretty nice for coming to one of these events. You get to qualify for those upper or highest echelon events. And of course, cash all the way down through 32nd place. A total of 20,000 USD being given away here in prize money. And you also get a tournament pack as a participation reward just for showing up.
Yeah.
You get a pack loaded with pretty sweet cards.
Yep, seen the Emeritus Scoldings? Ooh,
Yep,
and I need
pretty
to
nice.
find them.
Best of luck finding those. We'll have a look here. This is the tournament pack, of course. This is an all new thing that's been happening for Flesh and Blood. Come to a tournament, I believe, of a certain level, and you get one of these just for participating. And certainly, the reward is worth showing up.
Absolutely.
And of course, last but not least, the Champions Prize. They're going to win a trophy. That's always nice to have. Nice to have a bit of hardware to put on your shelf. Get 10 World Tour points, a PTI, that 5K as you mentioned, but of course, a gold foil, a bit of the gold cold foil full art quick dodge flexes.
Yeah, gold, cold foil, Marvel, quick dodge flexes. Have you seen this in person?
I
by
have
the way?
not. I'm desperate to try to look at one because
It's
it looks
incredible.
gorgeous. Yeah.
It's so good.
It does seem quite nice. Not a bad prize for a pretty nice bit of equipment that still sees a lot of play in Classic Constructed. Obviously, not here in Silver Age. That'll be quite good. Would maybe change
be a
the
little
name
strong.
But a beautiful prize card you get for winning this as well, which is just awesome. It's so nice to. It's so nice that Flesh and Blood is like, oh, people clearly like cards. Yes,
Yeah.
obviously they want to win prize money. Yes, they want to qualify for bigger events. But I feel like LSS is always trying to like, oh, what cool things can we give you to play with? Because we know that's what you want to do.
It's really exciting. Could you imagine like you're showing up to your local armory and you play someone and you're like, I'm new to the game. And they're like, cool. Flip over their equipment and it says calling champion on their boots. You're like, ooh.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. But, this is just one of many events that we have. There's a lot of events on Docker. We've had, 2-3 callings already this year, and it's mid-February.
Yeah.
And there's more to come. Calling Montreal is coming up in February 27th through March 1st. That's going to be Classic Constructed, if I recall correctly. Calling Toulouse also coming up there. And there's some pretty nice extended art cards you can win from Compendium of Wraith.
Yep. Is there a Classic Constructed deck you're super excited to see with the new cards?
That's...
Besides Teklevossen, obviously.
Besides Teklevossen, who everyone, including myself, is extremely excited to see. I think I'm genuinely excited to see what new cards even make their way in. Honestly, Fi. I think the Tools Fi God seem really good. I don't know if they're good enough to push him even further, but I don't know. Any card that says draw 2 cards on it is going to be something that I'm going to have my eye drawn to. Of course, you will not be alone for the coverage here. Calling Montreal will be out to you all on the internet, covered by Scott Mines and Elliot, 2 incredible people in the Flesh and Blood community who I highly recommend you tuning into.
Absolutely.
And of course, there's even more Calling Toulouse coming up March 6 through 8. Scott Mines is at it again, doing quite a lot of traveling, it feels like, this month. And then Gabe Scher and Erica Forsloff going to be joining you all there as well. I can tell you from my limited experience in the booth, it is a blast being at a Flesh and Blood event and covering it. So you are in very good hands for all those upcoming events.
Yeah, they're so fun. I watch every single one of them.
Yeah, me too. Turns out.
All right. So I think we pretty much knew what we were going to get for round 1 today.
Yeah.
We had a pretty good feeling.
Yeah.
We have 2 undefeated players. We have a Kayo and a Briar. And we were discussing before the camera started rolling which hero is faster.
Yeah. Because they both want to send numbers.
They're pretty quick.
Yeah, they're pretty quick.
They're pretty quick. They're really good at sending large amounts. What do you think? How do you feel about the matchup?
So level 0 is like bigger number, faster
Better.
deck.
Yeah.
Right? That's Brute. That's Brute's whole thing. But I feel like Briar's position as, the best deck in the metagame, so at least that's the current consideration, is because she's so good at sending numbers consistently.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I am thinking that maybe Briar is a little bit on hits with things like Burn Up and Snatch. And Kayo, in this format, not the best at blocking, utilizes a lot of the non-block cards. I think that may come into play here, but we'll see.
Well, of course, we've been kind of celebrating things all weekend long, and there is a release celebration happening right now because turns out Compendium Wraith got released.
Wow.
So it's now release weekend. It's starting right now. You can get your hands on this very shiny looking promo called Full Pursuit of Knowledge Extended Art. Have you ever played this card?
Oh, I actually have.
Really?
I have. It says like you get to draw 1 extra card if it hits, right? And
Yes.
I love drawing cards.
Yeah.
It also
I'm
has
in for it.
one of my favorite arts of all time. I have shoved this into decks where it did not belong for like a couple of games so many times. I'm waiting for it to like really find its home because I will be playing this card.
A blue 2-block, but it says effectively says draw a card.
But it's so cool.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look,
pretty.
Getting more intellect is pretty nice, but as you mentioned, we have seen a lot of Briar, a lot of Chaos. So let's have a look at the metagame when we came into this weekend. And we'll have a quick look here, because this is where we started. 171 players showed up to San Diego to play some Silver Age. 37 Briar, 20 Kayo. Our two most represented decks, as you teased, is going to be our first matchup. Kano at 14, Fire at 12, and Dorinthea at 12, who we didn't see much of yesterday at all, at least on stream. What do you think of our metagame before we look at who converted? Because that's where we're going next.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much to be expected. I would have expected a little bit more Bravo. I think Bravo was really represented in the World Premiere. Other than that, not a ton of surprises in the top, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 decks. After that, we do have some really interesting stuff further down, though.
Yeah, we'll see if we get some of those on stream. But here is the conversion rate. Briar looking pretty good, Kayo looking good, and Dorinthea continuing her excellent run. And I think Enigma, honestly, the other one that sticks out to me. That is, and Terra have a pretty good conversion rate there for how many people brought that deck.
This feels like World Tour Weekly. I'm just talking about the conversion rate.
It's true. You study up. You'll be talking about this in like 3 days.
These are really strong conversion rate percentages pretty much across the board from our top decks. Kano, a little bit lower than players I think probably would have guessed, especially when considered against the other top decks like Kayo, Dorinthea. Terra at 60%. Obviously a smaller sample size, still pretty impressive.
Don't remember how many Ultims we have, but no Ultims on this slide, most notably. That's one of the Guardians that did not make it through. And then Vincent, Nu, and Fire still fighting out at 1 copy apiece alongside 2 Ira and 2 Lexi. So definitely some variety still, but I think kind of as expected for top 48 conversion rate here.
Absolutely. I do love to see the decks of the 2s and 1s that made it. I think there's some really fun stuff over there. Loved seeing the Ira on the on yesterday's stream.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was so cool with the Crazy Brew. That was so neat. We saw Vincent twice do some really impressive stuff. It's just been so much fun.
Yeah, we'll see if Vincent is still alive later today. I was informed 8 ult him going in through the metagame, so none of them making it through.
Wow.
Yeah, not a single one made it, as we are going to have a look at the standings after round 7. So let's see who was looking good coming into this day. Of course, we're going to start with our undefeated players. There are only 2 of them, so that is going to be our feature matchup, unsurprisingly. Brodie Spurlock, some guy that people probably heard of, and Chris Iaali, people that some of you've also heard of, especially recently if you've been paying attention to the callings.
Yep, and then some really exciting decks right under that. We got Kano, Nu, which we have not seen yet, Enigma, Briar, Kayo, just the full smorgasbord of heroes, really, and also a Nu.
Yeah, we get 3 repeats in these first 8, but of course lots of players at 6 and 1 going all the way down to 10th with Jacob Clements still in the hunt on Kano once again in that matchup. Also, Jude Cornett, we saw him lose on stream yesterday and did not lose a round after that, it looks like. So 6 and 1 still looking good for top 8. Dorinthea just outside there for Haley Neighbors at 5 and 2. Matt Rogers still in the running as well at 5 and 2. And Michael Feng still fighting out with Briar as we take a look at the rest. 5 and 2, still continuing on anything sticking out to you there.
There's our Vincent, 23rd. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. We got some Terras coming in after that, and then more of the decks that people expected to see, Dorintheas, Briars, and Terras and things.
We'll see if how players want to keep battling it out. So yeah, pretty fun stuff there. Again, very excited to see how the top 8 kind of plays out. If we think about London, lots of Briar at that tournament, very big calling.
Yeah.
So kind of fun to see how those converted. We'll of course see which 8 heroes are left, but we have something fun. So 2 players finished in the top 16 of this calling, and that was a pretty nice Valentine's Day gift to 2 players. There they are, Haley Neighbors and Jacob Hawkinson on Dory and Lexi respectively. Still fighting it out, by the way, on day 2 together.
That's so
after
cool.
playing on Valentine's Day. That's awesome.
That's so cool. That is, that's on Valentine's Day too. Like, I would be stoked if I hit top 16 in, a calling with my partner at period. But also on Valentine's Day, I'd be telling this story forever. Yeah,
no, that's awesome. The Lexi and Dorinthea did not play the same deck, curiously. Decided to play different decks. If they play, who has the matchup advantage?
Oh, man. I mean, I think Dorinthea probably. I think the defensive power of the deck. Lexi already doesn't block well, and if you half the defensive value of her card, she blocks even less well.
Yeah,
so
one's worse than 2, as it turns out.
Yeah. So I've been told.
Oh, but that's so awesome. Always great to see people coming out to callings and playing together. Even better, own Valentine's Day weekend, the 2 FleshandBlood players who are together, still in the running on day 2. They might both make top 8. It'll be very funny if they played in the final.
Yeah. I mean, okay, I'm just imagining you're like in a win and in. Yeah. Right? Against each other, and it's you just like staring at each other.
Yeah. What do we do?
So,
you scooping?
We're going to play this out.
Yeah. I mean, you have to play.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's fun to think about.
You sure you want to block?
Yeah. All right. Well, the game is ready. So let's go down to, we have 2 undefeated players as we teased. And we already mentioned them by name. We'll give them the fanfare once again. It is Brodie Spurlock, our reigning player of the year. Versus Chris Iaali, a recent calling champion. Both of them are 7 and 0 before this round. Only one of them can win. And the winner, even more fun, is locked for top 8.
Yep, lots of pressure here on this game. Every time when you get to these win-it-in rounds, it feels different.
Yeah.
It really does. Looks like, I believe Christopher Iaali is going first, which... we're not starting yet. So Briar says, the first time an attack action card you control deals damage to an opposing hero this turn, create an embodiment of Earth token. Important, not as important as the second line, which helps her create an embodiment of Lightning token. But I feel since Kayo pushes so much damage on each attack, the embodiment of Earth token will come into play in this matchup.
Yeah, certainly Essence of Earth and Lightning, pretty powerful text as well. But Kayo will read them real quick here. You start the game with 1 weapon zone, because he has 1 arm. That's just accurate. Attack actions cards you own get +1 while they are in any zone other than the combat chain. And then the first time you discard a card with 6 or more might during each of your action phases, make a might token. And brutes, as we know, love to discard cards as part of their attacks.
Yes, they do. And it's even better when you get to discard them and they gain a life, like Sirens of Safe
Yeah.
Harbor. I've been really, really impressed with this card.
Yeah, both of these decks... Both these decks pretty much wanting to, do damage to each other, end the game pretty quickly. Briar kind of the de facto best deck and also the de facto aggro deck, but Kayo had a lot of representation kind of been going in. So we are ready to get down to the feature match table and see which of our undefeated players is going to not only stay undefeated, but lock top 8 immediately, as Wild Ride's going to kick things off here for Chris Iaali.
Yeah, it's a pretty good card on any turn for the Brute deck. I wonder how much damage Chris is going to be able to pile in on this turn, or possibly just looking to get a discard to set up the Might for a following turn.
Yep. Kind of interesting as well. Brodie, of course, played in the Calling in London, played Reiner in that event. So switching to Briar for this event, believes this maybe just to be the best deck to be playing right now. And Chris, definitely a very flexible player, wanting to register the Brute that is kind of rising slowly in popularity. Certainly replacing Reiner as the de facto Brute in the format.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's like the story of the Brutes, is people play Reiner and they go, it's his time. And then later they go, man, Kayo really is just better, isn't he?
Savage Feast, another very powerful card, especially if combined with the old beat and trackers. We have Chris Iaali registering there.
Yep, 6 into 6. A strong start, especially into a deck with a lot of 2 blocks, but Brodie's starting out with 2-3 blocks. Christopher's really just hoping. He's like, 2 block. Lightning press, lightning press, lightning press, lightning press, right? Don't block this, don't block this. Oh, it looks like he drew a blue off of that Savage Feast. This card has to go into Arsenal. I mean, you could IP it. You really don't want to.
Is it Brodie's blocking cards right now? And they both block for 2, I believe, or at least one of them does. You can see Lightning Surge on your screen. Going to put the boots in front of it too, though. Get a bit of extra value.
I think putting the boots in front of it, making sure that he's going to get value off of the Guardwell, right? Because it's not... The game's going to go really fast.
Yep.
We might only see 1 Claw Swing. So Brodie blocking immediately when he would otherwise take damage. That way, when there is a Claw Swing, he could put both Blade Backers in front of it and fully block it out.
Exactly. You don't want to be blocking for 4 when it's only coming in for 3. So now you guarantee that you get that 1 extra value from the other one. And of course, you have the other Helm spare if you do need to cover a point somewhere. But Brodie's first turn really attacking in turn 0 is going to be up. And that is, that's the card you never want to see when you're playing Briar. That is Burn Up Shock.
At least it's coming in when you have your full equipment.
Yes.
Oh, Burn Up Shock into second strike. Oof.
Yeah, that's real gross. And here's a 4 block. Nicely found there for Chris. Going to win the clash pretty comfortably there. Fry, not the biggest attack.
I think there's a Lightning Press in hand.
Oh, no.
Lightning Press has been wildly impressive in this format.
Yeah, I think Pummel was kind of one of the cards when the format kind of first rolled in. People were like, man, this card sucks to play against. But turns out, if it costs 0, even if it doesn't make you discard and pumps for 1 less, still pretty good.
Especially once you get down to single-digit life totals, which happens fast. Christopher Iaali already down to 12 after blocking on turn 1.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just, you're at 3, your opponent attacks, and you're like, man.
Yeah, again, no AB for the Brutes. Plenty of armor on the equipment, I might add. Like, Brute's Fridge is actually pretty nice in this format, especially for Kayo with that Knucklehead. But 2 Might's going to pop here for Chris, but already kind of knows, like, that was not how I wanted that turn to go.
Absolutely not. I mean, Double Might is really good. I wonder if Chris has Go again. I don't think he does.
Hate to see it. Have a quick peeky here. That hand does not look like the best attacking hand I've ever seen, and certainly does not have Go again.
But it's not ideal. And we know there's a blue in Arsenal. This is not how you draw it up.
No, can't even get the trackers going if you wanted to try and get an action point and effectively give yourself Go again. So this is a very clunky hand. Coming in for good damage, Brodie immediately snaps off no blocks. Down to 11 goes Briar. More than happy to be in this spot and just send some damage back with how good that first turn was.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see a more powerful turn out of Mr. Iaali here pretty soon. But you only have so much time.
Yep.
Pretty soon, you're going to be forced to block a bunch, and you just will not be able to catch up. So I think it needs to be this turn.
And this hand looks pretty good for Brodie. Fry Entwined, the other Lightning Press, and a Ravenous Rabble. No Arsenal, but... I mean, go to present lethal this turn.
There is an Arsenal. It's just camouflage.
It's blending in.
I believe it's the Weave Lightning we saw last turn.
You are correct. Brodie's sleeves looking very similar to the beautiful playmat squares. And yep, does have
It is almost exactly the same color. That's so
funny.
crazy. I only knew because I knew the card was there.
Yeah. And here's braces. They're going to pump up. Hey, look, I hit a red.
Oh, so lucky.
Yeah. Look, there are definitely some other color stripes.
There's a couple. There's a couple yellows.
In Briar. Yes, sometimes there's blues.
Yeah.
There's usually a couple yellows, but mostly reds. And Weave Lightning, as you astutely noted in the Arsenal, is going to make this Entwine Lightning very, very big. So that's 3 + 2 + 4. Is that right?
Ooh, yeah, that is
9. Yep.
3 + 2 + 4, and we have the 1 resource for a Starfall later in the chain. Popping it now to not have to break the chain.
Yep. Don't want to give the temper equipment back to the Brute. Knucklehead, I do. It's funny. Bryce asked me yesterday, what would make your weekend? Because already it's going well. And I did say if you could bring me a Riches or an Eye, I would be happy.
Well, yeah.
But that seems like quite challenging. So now I've shifted the goalposts. I want to see a Brute roll for Knucklehead. That is my new.
Okay.
That is the new will make my weekend thing. I don't know how likely that is to happen. Maybe I'm better off opening an Eye video. But
Yeah, that might be more.
going to be blocking
likely.
for Chris Iaali. Beaten Trackers, Sirens, and another 3 block. Going to join the pile. Still going to take some damage here, though, because, again, Briar does not mess around when it comes to dealing damage.
Yeah, I mean, you're on turn 2. Blocking with Sirens is generally better than blocking with a different 2-block, but except
It's
for
still a
when you're
2-block.
going to be put to lethal.
Yeah.
And we might be there.
Yeah?
No reaction.
I don't think the game
Lightning
game is
Press
not
and
going to
another-
end right now.
Right.
But it feels bad when Sirens is going to gain you a life later, and you're like, wow, I would really like to gain a life, but I die if I don't keep blocking.
Yep, well, here's the Starfall. Immediately, the Blade Beck and the Gauntlets. That's basically their one job this matchup. And there's a Lightning Press and a 0 for 4 in the hand for Brodie. It's Ravenous Rabble and that Press. And Press does not need you to, pump an elemental card. It's just any attack that gets under the cost threshold.
Yep.
Which
And,
in Briar is all of them.
Yeah, Chris has to put a card in front of this, or he does just die to Lightning Press.
Hey, look, it's the Arcane Seed's Life we saw again. Chris is like, is this the last card I'm going to see this game?
You cannot take too much damage because Arcane Seed's Life is going to deal 2 Arcane to you.
Yep.
You do not have Arcane Barrier. We're going to gain 1 from Sirens at the end of the turn. But
If you live.
if you're not dead, yeah. I would be shocked to see a no block here. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely shoving full block here from the equipment. That's going to cover the Ravenous Rabble, so Press is going to deal 3. If Brodie wants to commit it, can just save it for the Arsenal.
Decides to keep it.
And does indeed put it back.
I like it. I think you could put your opponent in a really tough spot next turn by pushing some arcane damage. It could be the lightning card that turns on Starfall, basically.
Yep.
There are some spots where the lightning press later is much better than the lightning press now. Kayo is probably not going to come after your arsenal anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Not a lot of Arsenal disruption in the format in general, at least currently being played, although there are some options. And Chris just has to send the Bear Fangs back. It's not the best.
Nope. Does hit. We can use beaten trackers here, and we do. Yep. Gotta push.
Yep.
Have to push here.
Got to get a card out of Arsenal too, it feels like.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so 7, not bad. Bear Fang's getting a bit of a buff, thanks to discarding the correct number, which again, Kayo almost always hits. It's not like you don't have Blood Rush Bellows, unfortunately, that you can quote-unquote miss on.
Yep. I do love the despair in my brute opponent's face when they flip when they flip Blood Rush Bellows, and you're like, "Ooh, yeah, I dodged a bullet."
Any embodiment? Yeah, there's some actually. If Brodie wants to block with this Nimbalism.
Yeah, I mean, how much? Oh, Sigil of Suffering, so powerful here. No attacks.
Oh,
No attacks. Not a single one.
Interesting.
Lightning Press and Arsenal. No attacks in hand. I mean, we are going to use this embodiment of Earth,
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
suppose.
it's a Nombo, I suppose, but sometimes you also Lightning Press and draw 0 attacks in your Briar deck.
that
It's
does
fine.
happen.
All right, we're going to cover it. Deal 1. Relevant.
Sigil
Oh,
of Suffering been very impressive in this format
yes.
so far.
I think one of the reasons to play Runeblade
Yes.
is access to this card. So you're going to block.
I mean, if you are going to Arsenal blue, Run Roughshot's a great one.
Yeah.
As you can see here, it really just curved out quite nicely. Beaten Trackers, another incredibly impressive equipment piece for the Brutes.
Yeah, I think that's one of the other draws to Brute in general in this format. Their equipment suite is just quite good.
I think if Beaten Trackers did not exist, KO gets knocked down a full tier of playability.
That's a big difference. Is Sizzle going to block for 2? Take 3.
9 to 6.
Oh, of course, embodiment. Thank you, production. Reminding me that Brodie's going to take a couple damage at 9 versus 6.
Yep.
But Brodie running low on cards. Embodiment's going to go away, and Starfall's going in. Nope, I'm going to gain a life and make some immune chance for next turn.
I like it. That's 3 as opposed to 1 from Starfall, right? Plus, it's unblockable damage that you get to bank for the following turn. It bumps you up to 10. It's going to be kind of hard for Chris to kill Brodie from here. You could force some blocks, possibly, but do we have go again?
Technically, there's a wind-up.
There is. You don't want. Is that a Clash of Might? Another.
Yes, it is a Clash of Might.
Test of Might
Oh,
and Clash of Agility. Yeah, that's
blocky
not
one,
the
not the
right
attacky
kind
one.
of red card we're looking for here.
Well, the might is going to pop. Again, a lot of might happenings in this brute deck. But again, another kind of clunky hand that Chris has to try and convert. I mean, if anyone's going to do it cleanly, it's going to be play like Chris Iaali.
Yeah,
but
I 100%
these are the puzzles you have to solve with brute. When you draw wild rat every turn, the game feels great.
Yes.
But that doesn't happen every game.
No, it does when my opponents play KO.
True.
I feel like we're going to see a claw activation and use that plus the discard of Agile Windup to unlock a little bit of a wider hand, and then the chest to get through with the last attack. But this is not the hand we were hoping to have here.
Yeah, it's not going to threaten 10, which is going to feel bad. So that block card would have been great if Brodie sent one card.
Yeah. It is rough because you can't arsenal it.
No?
It's
Well,
not in
you
your hand.
can.
Yeah, I don't recommend it.
Yes. If you are new to FleshandBlood, I genuinely mean this because I made this mistake when I first started playing Fab. Do not put block cards in your arsenal. You cannot play them. Instead, it's mandible for 4 as Bear Hag's going to get discarded. And we have the option to give it go again, which I imagine we're taking at some point, but just going to wait here and see what Brodie wants to do on blocks.
I have seen a block card arsenal to bait out a Command and Conquer before.
That's hype.
Yeah, and it worked.
I did not do that. I just simply made a mistake.
You were just sad for the whole game.
Yeah. But I learned a valuable lesson.
Yeah,
As we have a look at Brodie's hand real quick.
That's a powerful hand.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Scar for a Scar, maybe not going to have go again, but I don't think that's the least of Brodie's problems, as you suspected. Blade Beckon coming back out. Doesn't actually cover it like we thought it would, thanks to the Might token, but good enough, I think Brodie's going to say.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Brodie keeps half of this hand, and he's going to get there. There's Arcane damage. There's go again. We have Lightning Press and Arsenal. Like, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, if you consider the press, it's not exactly unblockable damage, but it's a little more evasive. If you consider the Rune Chance to definitely be unblockable here, Chris is kind of at 4, and Lightning Press is threatening most of that life total on its own. So Brodie does not need a lot here to get the last 6 points of health. Clash of Might going to be going over, and yeah, Testamite's just hitting the pitch zone.
Not even threatening lethal. This is not where you want to be.
And Brodie's not even going to take it all. Going to probably give a card on blocks here.
Yep. I believe this is Weave Lightning, which doesn't have any card that it can actually pump in this hand.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, 5 to 6. Wow, look at that. Scar for a Scar.
Well, aren't
active.
I silly, thinking
This
he would
is
never
why.
get under.
That's why he's Player of the Year.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, you can't not attack your opponent if you're Chris
That's
Iaali.
true,
So
that's true. You do
unfortunately,
have to win the
you're
game.
just going to turn Scar on. Brodie doing some good math. Here's a Flourish. Here's a Scar.
Go again before the Rune Chance resolve.
Oh, you get to order your triggers. That's exciting.
Oh. Oh, it currently has go again.
Yes.
When is this played? So
Yeah.
it keeps it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a continuous thing. It's
I've never had this come up in a game before.
oh really?
Yeah.
See the trigger all the time, but never had a 2 Rune Chance that I had to send over.
Yeah, that's
Well,
good
that 4 plus 2, by the way, that is 6.
Yeah,
and that was Chris Iaali's life total before this turn started.
Yep, so gonna have to block here. We know there's Lightning Press and Arsenal. This has go again. Arcanic Crackle is another piece of unblockable damage that Brodie has access to. It's a spooky spot.
Yeah, 1 block left on the equipment here. There's 1 armor left on Knucklehead. So a little bit of extra life for Chris to try and dig into the well for, but some tough blocking decisions to be made because, again, you not only have to consider, I have to block. What am I blocking with? What else is coming? Usually it's many things when it comes to Briar. But, of course, what am I sending back? Because if you block with your whole hand, yeah, you're going to live. You're certainly not going to win.
Absolutely. I mean, it's unfortunate that on Christopher's side, we finally see the 2 tokens you want to see on the KO side.
Yep.
Might and Agility, right? We finally got it unlocked, but we're going to have to block a lot here.
Yeah, Chris, hand on head is looking. This is going to end me if I let it go through. So what am I doing with the rest of my hand? Because plenty of cards left in Brodie's hand. The Lightning Press we still know about, hanging out in Arsenal that Brodie chose to save for a later point in the game.
I think it's likely that Christopher at this point is going to discount Lightning Press. There's certain spots you get into in these types of games where you're behind and you have to go, can I beat Lightning Press?
Yeah.
And the answer at this point is no.
Yep.
So you have to go, okay, then it doesn't exist. Right?
Yep.
My opponent cannot have Lightning Press because if they have Lightning Press, I cannot win. Therefore, I have to play as if it didn't exist.
Yeah, already seen 1 as well. That was the thing that started this with Burn Up Shock. So, that's a little less likely, even though obviously, can see it. Deck size is small, even if you're playing fewer copies of cards overall. But I think you're right. I think Chris just has to say, this hand only does so much. Oh, that's Chris's shoulder. Blocking my view.
He's also a leaner. That's how I play in the
Yeah.
feature match. I'm a big leaner.
The bane of production everywhere. Thankfully, your game is very entertaining, so we let it slide.
All right, block 3.
Block 3. Ow.
Yep.
GG. Brodie Spurlock going to stay undefeated and locked
Locked
top
top
8
eight.
at yet another calling. Off Rhino from London, back onto Briar for San Diego, and still winning is the reigning player of the year.
Yeah, I think if there's one constant, it's Brodie Spurlock
Yep.
winning. Doesn't matter what the deck is, right? That might change from week to week. Brodie Spurlock is still going to win games. Locking your spot for top 8 this early into day 2 has to feel incredible.
Yeah, feels real good there. Again, don't have to worry about anything else. You're now the only undefeated player left. May remain that way, I suppose, if you go through to win the whole thing.
I will say that, like, when you're undefeated in a tournament, I feel like there's an extra pressure.
Interesting.
Yeah, until you were locked for top 8.
Okay.
So that pressure might have just
Interesting.
fallen off. But for me, it's like, the longer I stay undefeated, the more pressure I feel. And then I take my first loss, and it's like, oh, it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird
So now
feeling.
Brodie's in the interesting, like, third state.
Yeah, now he's just
Where
chilling.
he's undefeated and locked for top 8, which is usually how it goes. If you want to maybe see Brodie Spurlock at another tournament, and I hope you as well, you could plan some ProQuest, because Pro Tour Vegas is coming up. And it's looking like a fun one. Not only can you play Silver Age here at the ProQuest season, Feb 21st through March 1st, to qualify for Pro Tour Vegas, which will be next week. You could also play some Classic Constructed, March 7th through the 22nd. So 2 different formats in ProQuest season, feeding into the Pro Tour in the middle of the year.
Yep, really looking forward to that. I've been announcing the dates on World Tour Weeklies for these ProQuests, and then someone was talking about, hey, are you going to the X and Y ProQuest next week? And I was like, oh, next week? Are you sure?
Are you sure? Are you qualified for Pro Tour Vegas?
I don't think you can be yet.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yep. So I will be playing in ProQuest. I also enjoy them.
Yeah.
I think it's fun. You know, I love playing competitive events, and it's so nice when competitive events come to your town. You don't have to fly out for them.
True.
I think ProQuest are such a good time.
Yeah, and if you go to ProQuest, you got some pretty sweet stuff. Not only is Teklevossen got some shiny new art and some shiny new cards, you can win shiny new art on shiny new cards that are different from the cards you can open in packs. Those are some nice looking Ghost protocols.
Yeah, I am going to have to get those too. Man, there's so many things I'm going to have to
They're really
get
getting
during
you
this
this
set.
set, huh?
They really are. They're like, oh, how do you feel about shiny wizard cards? What about shiny Teklevossen cards? And cold foils too. I think almost a little famously, do not like rainbow foils. If I get rainbow foils, I trade them to my friends for the non-rainbow foils. However, I took all that love I would have had for rainbow foils and I dumped it into extra love for cold foils. I am a cold foil fanatic. Every time I see them in my hand, it's just like happy, like dopamine in my brain just goes off.
Well, we talked about tournament packs. You also get Gem Pack 4 for participating, and Extended Art Rainbow Foil Bittering Thorns, the card I want most in these promo packages. And I did check. I did have to ask a question on air yesterday. This is the first time Bittering Thorns Red has been printed in foil.
Really?
That is the first printing, yes.
Wow. Okay, people are going to be after that one then.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's not good for me.
No.
Well, Briar is doing its thing. We'll have to see how much happens. We're going to go to a break, but don't go anywhere. There's going to be more Silver Age action coming right up.
Beneath the boundless sky, the voyage carries on. The dragons of the north, history and told.
With a crack of lightning, the meta mainstays have their say, and Briar comes out on top. We're back at Calling San Diego, where we are gilded in precious metals in our new era of Flesh and Blood, but not the soft, gaudy gold ones. No, this one is all about silver. Are you enjoying yourself,
I
Majin?
was wondering where you were going with that. I can't believe I didn't see that coming. I am enjoying myself quite a lot. I'm having it so much fun. New formats and unexplored formats are like Christmas morning to a card game player, I feel like.
Couldn't agree more, especially when one of the big breakouts is one of old that you have been enjoying. Kano is having a field day out there and looking perhaps like one of the most fearsome in the format. I had the privilege of walking by Jacob Clements a second ago, who is piloting Kano, and one reigning world champion, Michael Yasher, walked by him, punched him in the arm, and he said, Kano's so broken, bro. Kano is so broken. So we'll see if it is broken or just incredibly good at the end of the weekend.
I'm going to go with the second. I think people are going to be super, super high on the deck. But I think like if we've learned anything about Kano, it's that if you really decide that you want to not lose to Kano, there are tools available for you.
Yep. And the top 8 is coalescing before our eyes, but not before 4 Swiss rounds are completed. And our standings are here right before your eyes. Brodie Spurlock remains the only undefeated in the room at now 8-0 after relegating Christopher Iaali down to the X and 1 bracket. He is looking for his second calling win of this season, not necessarily this year, as calling Seattle, the previous event that he took down, was at the end of 2025.
Yep. Moving down, we saw Christopher Iaali just take his first loss in the last round. Taotao at 7-1 on new. I know people have been really excited about this. I've been seeing a lot of buzzing in various Discords and YouTube chat and everything. I'm really excited to see if his run can continue.
Well, and buzz no longer, because we will be featuring him on screen for this next round. Looking down the standings a little bit further, there is a marvelous contingent of plenty of different heroes. The aforementioned Kano is doing incredibly well in the hands of both Alexander Vore and Ryan Pitcher. Alex, we saw, of course, on stream at the tail end of yesterday. And also, Jacob Clements, the reigning runner-up of the Player of the Year race, is once again playing slightly second fiddle to Brodie Spurlock.
Yep, I think he's probably hoping to at least not let Brodie pull away in this tournament. You know, you don't want to let him get too many points on you for the Player of the Year race. I know they're definitely planning to compete at the 1 and 2 spots again if they have their way this year.
And you know, we talked about it at Calling Columbus, but one of the, I guess, hometown risks of running callings here in the States is that the Canadian invasion is always waiting at the ready up north, ready to take our crowns whenever we run events. And unfortunately, in this case, Hayden Jensen is the only one of the Canadian persuasion that is in the top 20 here. He is joined in the second slide here by Justin Schlappkol, who we saw on stream yesterday. The one of Vincent in the room does remain relatively alive at X and 3, and must shout out 39th seed Daniel Bergueño Sanchez, coming up from Mexico, the only Mexican player here today. I have heard tell that some players have come in contact with him when they went down to play an RTN in Tijuana.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's super cool.
So fantastic that he's here today.
Yeah, we also have Lexi coming on this second page. Anthony Pham at 6-2 and Jacob Hawkinson at 5-3. Really love seeing this Lexi deck.
You better believe that I pricked up my ears at seeing the 63% conversion in the metagame. It was 2 out of 3 copies that made it to day 2, the only 2 brought by my home team that did make it into the second day. So I am so happy to see Lexi performing well. I did just have the pleasure of playing a quick Silver Age game against my co-caster, Pastrytime, and it was a lot of fun. I got to shoot some arrows and do some lightning stuff.
Yeah, Winter's Bite Blue was really good.
It always has been, and I think it always will be. Unfortunately, no icy stuff on the next feature match, but it will be gilded in blue because we are heading back to Mysteria to watch some new action. It's going to be Taotao piloting that Mistborn hero. New versus Jonah Overholt, who cannot, for the life of him, figure out how to wear that beanie properly.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision.
It is 100%. When I was talking to Jonah, is one of my teammates and one of my best friends in the game of Flesh and Blood, but he is disappointing me here and now. He told me nobody tells you how to wear a beanie. That's been his excuse since day one.
Is that true?
I don't think so, because I quickly searched it, and Google AI has perfectly laid out instructions for how to properly put on a beanie.
That's so funny to me that you can ask a computer how to wear a beanie in today's day and age in like English,
and it won't like spit out an arm and slap you in the face.
Yeah, it's not like, hey, dum-dum.
No, it was really polite, actually. Okay, the heroes before you are, of course, Nu, who you might have had experience with, although her tenure in Classic Constructed was not the longest. She was, however, the longest legal missed area hero. Her attacks with stealth get when this chain link resolves, banish all action cards defending this. She also has an instant PTIs. Look at the top card of an opposing hero's deck. If it's blue, you may banish it. Until the end of turn, you may play blue cards from that hero's banish zone without paying their resource cost. A fearsome ability, especially when going up against Guardians.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to play Thunderquakes and Monster Grandes for free is pretty strong. Fun fact, Nu is one of the only non-wizard heroes that I have spent significant amount of times with.
That's true, isn't it?
Yeah, I played her for like 4 or 5 months in a row, I think.
And what do you think, what do you attribute that to? What drew you to the Assassin class?
I like blues. I like long, grindy games. And I like to get stronger as the game goes on, and Nu felt like she hits kind of all of those axes.
All those boxes. Dorinthea, we have seen on stream plenty of times, both here and at the world premiere. The first time she connects with a weapon attack each turn, she will be able to swing with that weapon, even if it's only a once per turn action, an additional time. And this flavor of Dorinthea is going to be the same that we have seen all Silver Age long. Decimator Great Axe just going to try to get very high efficiency attacks across the line at the cost of one beautiful blue card in the pitch zone.
I do love my blue cards, and so does Nu, like we talked about. I don't know how many of them translate to good cards for Nu to play, right? Even when you're playing against Dawnblade Dorinthea, Nu can take advantage of some of Dorinthea's cards because they just pump weapon attacks. But the big one pumps an axe in this matchup. I don't know exactly how this will go. I do think we're in for a longer, grindier game, though.
Let's go for it. Get on down in. Let's not mince words any longer. Taotao taking the choice of the play here. And on turn 0, the hand is looking pretty interesting. A defensive tool, which is not something you necessarily want to see on turn 1, but if the rest of the hand cooperates, you might as well plunk it in Arsenal and be ready to do some blocking duty. And Oasis Respite is absolutely fantastic for robbing the extra little value that you get from swinging Decimator Great Axe.
Yep, I think I saw Intimate Inducement, I think it's called. That card was the bane of my existence for a random ProQuest season when someone decided, no thank you, I will not lose to Verdant's H-Pot combo. This card, we see it in red, and I feel like if it's in red, that means we're going to see it in other colors as well here.
It makes a lot of sense because it's not a card that scales in terms of the damage it does. Every single copy is going to give target assassin or mystic attack action card +1. The difference instead is the number of cards that Taotao then gets to look at on the top of the opponent's deck. And then if one is blue, chosen by Taotao, it will be converted to 0 base defense and also be put onto the active chain link, which is fantastic here, especially when Jonah has decided to bring in a copy of a blue attack action card. This is one that Taotao can utilize after activating Nu's hero ability.
Absolutely. And another thing is Taotao gets to put them in any order. Now, if Taotao ends the turn, Jonah is going to draw 1 card. You get to pick what that 1 card is. I think we're going to see that Raging Onslaught come back.
I think we are, especially if this game goes long. Also, Sharpened Steel, I do believe, will give a weapon attack +1. So that is yet another blue card that Taotao can utilize after converting his Transcend cards into Inner Chi.
Yep. If there's a way that Taotao can snipe one of those blue Steel Blade shunts off the top, that would be huge as well. There's a lot of things. Blue Overpower is sometimes played in these lists.
Iron Song
works
Response.
as well. Iron Song Response. There's a lot of things that we could see with these Chi cards once Taotao transcends and gets to activate Nu's ability. We do see a Chi card in hand, by the way.
We do. Unfortunately, no blues to pair with it for Taotao, though, so that path well traveled might be destined for the Arsenal or just as a pitch outlet for the Oasis Respite. Right now, Jonah does get to have his say, though, and he's swinging in with Fiendal's Fighting Spirit. When it attacks or defends, if Jonah has less life than just an opposing hero, he will gain 1 life. So he's back up from 18 to 19 and cracking in for 7, which buys 2 cards out of the hand from Taotao Chu. Taking 1, 19 plays 19.
LSS stamped Fendel's Fighting Spirit.
Yeah, got to mention that. So that would have been, oh gosh, this is embarrassing for me. When was that Uprising? It was, right?
It's been reprinted
Oh,
recently.
fair enough. So we don't know exactly when Jonah played a competitive limited event and got that stamp.
I love stamped cards. I think they're
Yeah.
like a really fun thing to collect, especially if you have like a story behind it.
Unfortunately, no chi going to be created here for Taotao, but does get to send a brand new compendium card. Excessive Blood Loss is a huge new addition to the Assassin card pool, especially in Arachne Huntsman. It's one of these cards that we talked about earlier yesterday where contracts just get easier to pay off, especially after an alluring inducement might have put a red card on top of the deck for Jonah Overholt. Taotao is contracted to banish his opponent's red cards with excessive blood loss. When he completes that contract, he'll create a silver token, but when it hits a hero, if the red card is banished off the top, you get to repeat that process. So it's just facilitating a faster fatigue game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even more importantly, what it does is it's forcing equipment block unless Jonah wants to overblock it with 2 cards. And that's going to make new scary on hits a lot easier to push through later into the game.
I'm seeing double here. Fyendel's Fighting Spirit yet again for Jonah Overholt. After taking a bit of a risk and accepting the damage from Beckoning Mistblade, Taotao didn't have the blue card to follow up there, so Jonah just got extra value from Fyendel's Fighting Spirit after descending down to 18 and back up to 19 once again.
Yep,
Taotao now at 15.
Not stamped though, a little embarrassing. Okay, this card is scary to play in these 40 card deck formats when you do hit fatigue a little bit faster. Double Trouble can banish 2 cards off the top of the deck, and then when combined with other cards, things like Intimate Inducement, it can start chewing through your library fast. And we do see, I think it's a blue Steelblade Shunt in hand and a blue Overpower. If you hit things like that and banish things like that off the top of your deck, you're in for a really rough time later in the game.
Now, and if you're wondering how Taotao is going to be able to activate 2 attack reactions this chain link, well, he's probably got them in hand. Yes, a blue Alluring Inducement is going to come out onto the combat chain, but also Nu is one of those assassins that just wears her attack reactions. Both Arousing Wave and Undertow Stilettos are fearsome cards to have to play around. Back in the limited...
Another blue attack.
Dadgum, and it's Sirens of Safe Harbor, so that's extra value for Taotao if he's able to rip that from the banish zone and send it back at Jonah. I kind of feel like Taotao has a solid game plan into Decimator Great Axe.
Yeah, this is seeming pretty good. The Axe, you know, Fendel's Fighting Spirit and the Axe Swings, when pumped, are taking like 2 cards per turn. Taotao's taking like a lot more than that.
This time, Taotao buying out a Felling Swing, one of those cards that he's not going to be able to utilize to full effect because he simply doesn't have an Axe equipped. But he's already got, at this point, Sharpened Steel, Raging Onslaught, is that 2? No. And then the Sirens of Safe Harbors. This is 3, 4 cards that he can already
They're
utilize
playable.
from
They're
Jonah's
good
banish
playable
zone.
cards, especially because like once you get late in the game, you have the Sandwich Cheese and you have a bunch of blues, right? Oh, wow.
Oh, but the Steelblade Shunts and the Fyendel's Fighting Spirits are coming in multiples, which is actually huge here for Jonah. Because you don't have access to Fyendel's Spring Tunic in this format, you kind of have to rely on pitching an entire card for Steelblade Shunt. In this case, when you find them in multiples, it makes your blue and your blocking cards go that much further.
Yeah, I think it's also really important that you play them because when they're played, you are not losing them off the top of your deck, right? They're not going to be played by Taotao later, you hope at least.
Decimator Great Axe cracking in for the first time this game.
It does say Max. Oh my gosh.
Thank God it says Axe, says Jonah Overholt, thinking exactly what you probably are at home. Jonah, remaining unflappable, still not wearing his beanie correctly, but seems confident despite the fact that Taotao is just ripping useful cards out of his deck.
Yeah, I would be, I have to imagine you don't have a lot of experience into Nu in this format, right? I wouldn't either. But at this point, you have to be looking at, like, okay, the cards I've played in my graveyard, the cards I've banished on my banish zone, I'm attacking for 4. This doesn't seem like it's great for me, right? I would be trying to formulate a plan on the fly. What that plan is, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe you have to really save and go for big offensive plays. Maybe your plan is to block a bunch. I'm interested to see what he chooses to do throughout the game.
Finally, the Oasis Respite, parked in Taotao Chu's arsenal on turn 0, is laid bare and into the graveyard to block out Decimator Great Axe. Efficiently in terms of the cards in deck, not necessarily efficient when it comes to the numbers. A 2-card 5 is not usually where we want to be, but this is obviously a game at this point that is going to go long. The threats in deck and card economy is probably the more important piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I think that's what really matters here. Bonds of Attraction coming in for 2 go again, thanks to Beckoning Mistblade. These are always a little bit spooky because he's got 1 card left. That could be a pump, or that could be something else to do. You overblock to play around the pump, you get got by some other attack. You underblock and look to defend the next thing, you get got by a pump. Right? It's always really tough. I feel like playing against these assassins, especially the ones that have easy access to go again, is a bit of like a mental game every turn.
And you know, Bonds of Attraction is a difficult one to let hit, especially in new. Another alluring inducement coming down. Taotao gets his pick of 4 cards.
Blue Sirens.
I do think I saw 2 Felling swings as well. Oh, this one in red, and Taotao is happy to rip it. It's not just the blue cards he wants to hit to play later. He also wants to remove as much power from Jonah's deck if possible. And speaking about formulating a game plan, I think what Jonah was probably thinking was, well, okay, he's going to have a late game play of all of my blues. I need to make sure that all of my reds are getting resolved. Taotao showing that that's going to be difficult as well.
Yeah, no thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Your big power card, not anymore. And Jonah, looking to play around the second attack, kept that on the horizon, that block card in hand, and was not able to use it. Just has to push it away here.
Could be useful later on in the game. A probably really solid answer to something like your own Raging Onslaught coming back at you. So Jonah probably not too disappointed about On the Horizon being in the pitch stack.
Absolutely. This deck is very blue heavy, this Dorinthea deck. And if you start stripping the reds, right, Jonah's going to play some of the reds. And then Taotao's looking to apparently steal some of the good reds, right? Banish them off the top with things like Intimate Inducement. Later in the game, when these cheat cards start being a factor, activating new is going to hit a random blue off the top quite often.
Okay, Jonah, that turn cycle, cleaving a significant amount of resources away from his opponent. No, it wasn't his life force, but that Decimator Great Axe only technically took 1 card out of Jonah's deck, and that was, of course, the Sharpened Steel. Taotao, however, forced to respond with 3 cards in hand to block out all of that damage. So Jonah, you know, getting hurt a little bit in the deck race and then pulling back ahead. In this case, it's a blue Felling Swing followed up by a Decimator Great Axe, total for 8.
Yeah, I think this is what you want on Jonah's side, right? You need more turns like that. You need to be taking 3, 4 cards out of Taotao, not, only losing 1 on your own. That's, I think, how you win a late game, more fatigue-oriented game.
And Taotao now has a quandary in front of him because there's an unmovable in the hand, but you can't just deploy the unmovable to get rid of the majority of the damage from that Decimator Great Axe because, of course, the first time that a card is a non-equipment card defends Decimator Great Axe, its defense is halved.
Yeah.
Do you want to resolve an unmovable for 4, Majin?
No.
No, indeed.
No, I do not. We really wanted that on Taotao's side. We really wanted that unmovable to line up with something like those red Find No Fighting Spirits we saw earlier.
Or heck, even a red Felling Swing, because then you can devote 1 card plus the unmovable.
You get the full value.
In this case, it was an inertia trap to follow up in the reaction step, so Jonah bereft of an arsenal when all is said and done.
Art of Desire Body. This is so spooky. You've already kind of gotten got by Intimate Inducement a couple of times, but you can't just block 4 every time.
And here it comes. Once again, Jonah is being induced. The cards on top are Display of Craftsmanship and a yellow Steel Blade Shunt left on the top of the deck for Jonah Overholt in favor of that blue Display of Craftsmanship, which is yet another playable blue for Taotao Chu.
Pretty good stuff. I do think Jonah's got some shunts in hand, which is going to let him kind of play around these pumps.
And once again, they come in pairs, but this time Jonah decides to pitch a red to play a red.
I do like the strategy. Something you see against new from a lot of the higher players is that they will try to weave in reds with their blues so that in the late game, you're not just going to start tearing through the top of the deck by activating new's ability blindly.
And here comes Jonah cracking in with a Look Tough. This one coming in for 7. One of those fantastic, usually popping cards from Super Slam, responded readily by Taotao Chu with the unmovable in the arsenal.
Who could not play it faster.
Yes. Very happy to throw that out, not at a Decimator Great Axe.
What is that card on the right? I can't quite see it.
That, I do believe it's an Art of Desire. Oh, it's Serpent's Kiss, a brand new card from Compendium of Wraith. Did you think that new would be the deck that we see today playing the most new cards?
No, but that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
New's playing the new cards. I love this card, Serpent's Kiss. I just didn't think about it too much because new's not available in Classic Constructed, right? This is so cool. When this attacks, create a Fang Strike or Slither in your hand. If you've transcended this turn, create both When it hits a hero, look at the top 2 cards of their deck, banish one of them. It's a blue 1 power, works for a lot of stuff.
Doing everything that New wants to be doing.
Absolutely.
Especially if, you know, playing her in Living Legend, it happens to be a juicy target for just Nick.
Yeah, just Nick. That's pretty good. I mean, even here, Serpent's Kiss, I'll choose Slither, right? So it's like, okay, are you going to block 1? No? Well, then I'm going to banish something off the top, right? It's like, this is such a spooky card to play against.
Really is. And ultimately, if you block with an action card that can be utilized by Taotao, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Absolutely. Yeah, you had Blue Fennel's Fighting Spirit in hand. Don't want to block with that one.
So we know that Jonah has a yellow Steelblade Shunt because it was left there from the Intimate Inducement.
Is that red Overpower?
It is indeed.
Oh man, that's a good card. We got a powerful hand here. I think the way this Dorinthea deck works, though, is you only have so many red power cards. Jonah really does not want to lose them.
Here we go, listening in as both players count up their deck.
17 for Taotao.
20 and like 3.
20 for Jonah.
So far, Jonah Overholt squarely in the lead, which is usually what you can expect from Decimator Great Axe, just because the incremental value gained every swing of it and every time your opponent deigns to block it is pretty overwhelming. Exactly why Dorinthea has become the de facto...
Another Blue Raging Onslaught.
Yikes. Exactly why Dorinthea has become the de facto fatigue slanted deck, even though she would much rather kill you than run you out of threats.
She's pretty good at it, too. That is what impressed me. Trying to respect Dorinthea as a fatigue deck often gets you ran over.
And here we go, Mark of the Huntsman, an interesting include in the second dagger slot here for Taotao, perhaps telegraphing to Jonah Overholt that there is something in the deck that cares about a mark.
Yep. I think this might just be a setup spot. Yep.
In this case, just leaking a couple points of damage through is Taotao. Jonah Overholt descends down to 16 to Taotao's 14. It's back over to Jonah with 4 cards in the grip. Probably that Steelblade Shunt destined for the arsenal, but you better believe that he wants to resolve the Overpower for full effect.
Absolutely. That's going to be a pretty big card. Taotao down to 14. Not in the danger zone yet, especially not with that Oasis Respite and Arsenal, but you throw a Decimator Great Axe, toss an Overpower on it, and all of a sudden things get spooky pretty quick.
Oh, and Taotao's holding one of my favorite cards from Part the Misfell, Venomous Bite. One of those premier attack reactions in the Mystic Assassin suite. For now, Jonah gets to have his say, though. Decimator Great Axe cracking in once again for 7. Could be a lot more if Overpower comes out to play, but Jonah just doesn't have the resources to pay for it.
Speaking of fun cards from Part the Misfell, Passover also in Taotao's hand. This is a card that is incredibly impactful for this new deck. Getting to pick and choose a blue to banish is big. We haven't seen Taotao transcend yet. I think with the banish zone of Jonah's so stocked now with blue cards for him to use, I think we're going to see him pretty soon start to prioritize getting these transcends going.
And a lot of the cards in Jonah's banish zone, I would say probably half don't have go again.
Yes.
So ultimately, Taotao is probably trying to set up an endgame where after he gets all the transcends off and is really flush with chi, he can just consistently every single turn send something big from Jonah's banish zone and slowly chip away at both the card economy and the life total.
I think you'll be surprised. We have Undertow Stilettos available, which can give us a Slither on demand, and that doesn't care what attack it gets.
Very true.
Right? And then also, Beckoning Mistblade is going to get pumped on the turn that you activate new, harder to block. And if that connects, which Jonah's going to try not to let it, you can give things like Raging Onslaught go again, and +1.
Undertow Stilettos and Arousing Wave blocked with here. Both cards that do not have their defense cleaved by Decimator Great Axe, and it's an Oasis Respite out of the arsenal. So Taotao, let's see, blocking 6, gaining 1 life, ultimately back where he started.
Is pitching the Passover. I was a little surprised by this. I expected him to maybe try to keep that for a future turn. But I think it's fine. You're pitching it with a lot of other blue cards that make sense. I do like blocking with the equipment. There isn't any on hits in Jonah's Dorinthea's deck. And before you block with Arousing Wave and Undertow Stilettos, on Jonah's side, you're not nearly as worried about your opponent using them because they haven't blocked with them yet. They want to get full value, right? But now they're always a threat.
I do suppose it was a slight risk for Taotao because Jonah had 2 cards left in hand at the end of that turn cycle. The only on-hit that you would ever care about, of course, is the Refraction Bolters, and because Jonah was flush with cards, maybe there was an argument for not letting that one get through so that Jonah could pop the Refraction Bolters and send a second Decimator, but as it stood, there wasn't an extra blue anyway, so the more efficient thing Jonah decided to do was keep 2 cards in hand.
That's a great point. That's a great point. And could have put one more piece of equipment in front of the axe to stop that ability. Perhaps thought, oh, there's going to be a pump anyway.
Yeah.
Mistblade's so scary here.
Some pretty good pile in
It's
there.
always scary.
Pretty good pile over there, says Taotao.
Yeah, Taotao seems to be feeling really good in this situation. He is the fatigue master, even though he is the progenitor of the very aggro-slanted Arachne Marionette dagger build, which goes anything but slow.
Yeah.
He is known in our local scene as the guy who is going to go to 3rd and 4th cycle and be very happy about it.
Oh, yeah. Taotao is going to know your pitch stack better than you are. That is pretty much what you can expect from him. And he is a, I would call him like a labber. This guy gets games in, right? He plays a matchup with a plan every time.
I've had the pleasure of interviewing him a couple times. He did tell me that the threshold for being able to pilot Arachne Marionette, the dagger build, proficiently was somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 games.
Oh my god, that's so many games. I don't know if I played 500 games of Flesh and Blood last year.
But to your point, does like to grind and understand his deck to the fullest.
One
Now,
of the poor coming out here.
this is one of the easier to resolve contract cards. Taotao is now contracted to banish his opponent's cards with cost 1 or less. Almost none left in Jonah's deck, I would imagine, because a lot of sharpened steels have been banished by Taotao Chu.
Absolutely. I think every time you see these Beckoning Mistblades hit and then send a red after, there's like a sigh of relief, right?
Gauntlets of Unity getting into the fray here. Likely, I would assume, with another card from hand for Jonah. But no blocks declared. Ultimately, Venomous Bite is in the hand.
Chooses to use it now. I guess you have the resource floating. You know, it is like, it
Just
makes
works
sense.
out.
Yep. Does have another, oh, it's the Feng Strike. Okay, you can arsenal the Feng Strike if you want.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised to not see this held for pushing over the top of a defending card on a future turn. Although, I've played quite a bit of new, and arsenaling these attack reactions can put you in really rough spots sometimes.
And apparently it's not just the Decimator Great Axe that can do some chunking. No, Jonah Overholt descends down to 8 after taking the majority of that, well, all of that damage ultimately from Plunder the Poor. Banish card off the top is a big one. Yellow Felling Swing. Jonah is going to be banishing more than resolving that mainstay quintessential card from the Dorinthea card pool. And right now, it's just a Decimator Great Axe swinging out from Jonah Overholt, which I think Taotao doesn't want to block here. But here come the Refraction Bolters on the connection, and Taotao down to 10. Another Great Axe is going to be coming swinging. Jonah really wants to resolve that red overpower, but because he kept so many cards, I think Taotao knows that the better thing to do is declare no blocks.
No block, no block.
And yes, Jonah forced to deploy a red overpower, not getting the full effect of that card. So only down to 2 goes Taotao Chu, but maybe Jonah is just fine with that.
That was gangster. Just no block. Swing it again, no block. Yeah, no, you play that overpower. Do it. That was great.
And ultimately, even though Taotao just suffered some serious bloodletting, it was definitely the more efficient thing to do.
Absolutely. No blocking, or, you could put equipment in front of it if you wanted to, but really not letting Jonah take advantage of that super powerful overpower.
And especially because Taotao is in a position where he could steal the game here. If I spied the hand correctly, there's a second copy of Venomous Strike and a Hiss in the hand.
A lot of damage, especially when combined with the +2 you'll get from Double Trouble's ability.
And also the Feng Strike in the arsenal, and an additional Feng Strike developed by the Venomous Bite.
We also have a Rousing Wave if we need another +1. This is a scary spot. It's especially scary because on Jonah's side, you could overblock this, right? You could be like, oh, this is going to get pumped really high. And then Taotao pops Understow Stiletto, Slither, and bashes you with something else.
So Jonah, between a rock and a hard place, does have a little bit of insulation. Steelblade Shunt is in the hand. Even though it's not going to be the most efficient from a card economy standpoint block, it will still allow him to wait just a little bit longer and see what Taotao's cooking before he commits.
Sides the block for 5. I mean, at this point, you're looking at the Steel Blade Shot in your hand. I believe there's a Steel Blade Shot in Arsenal as well, right? And your opponent is at 2, and you're like, please swing those daggers.
Yeah, right. But ultimately might have to deploy them just to survive. Taotao, now doing some table math, knows that he can get this double trouble up to a total of 12. Not bad for a blue card.
That is pretty strong. There's another blue card in hand. That would be pitched to give us the resources necessary for our Venomous Bite and Hiss.
But Jonah currently blocking 5 with the Helm of Unity, which means that he would survive by 1 even if Taotao commits completely, as he does here. Hiss, Venomous Bite, Fang Strike, plus an additional Fang Strike. Yes, played there, indicated by the die. So this double trouble is up to a whopping 12. Going to be banishing 2 cards off the top of the deck if it connects. Jonah helping his opponent find the proper dice to indicate this huge amount of damage.
From itself.
3, 6, 9, 11
is 9. Plus 2 is 11.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 12 for some reason.
Oh, that's still good.
Still good.
Still good. And a Slither in Arsenal is much better than a Fang Strike in Arsenal.
There we go.
Yeah,
I knew it was always going to be
is.
12. That's what it was.
12 power.
Oh, 5 blocking 12. You'd go to 1. That is a scary place to be.
Especially when Beckoning Mistblade, while it has a fearsome on hit, is not something you want to be blocking.
No, absolutely not. And the armor's getting pretty low on Jonah's side. You know, you can only put it in front of so many dagger swings. You do have the shunts, which makes dagger swings a little spookier.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I had one of these in my arsenal already. Yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well,
Making sure we got it all right. There's a lot going on.
Make
the
one
board
from
right
Venomous
now.
Bite. Make one from Resin.
Yeah, I'm just counting cards.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This was in your arsenal.
Yeah. This is a Slither that I made off of Hiss.
Oh, sorry. Off the
Yeah.
yeah, you're good.
Jonah just making sure, especially because New is just creating cards all over the place. He's like, wait a minute, there's 5 cards here, and how do you have one
How
left
do you
in hand?
keep getting cards? What is going on? Yeah, I've definitely had that feeling playing against New as well. Does decide to deploy both these Steel Blade Shunts.
A difficult decision, as you mentioned, because Steel Blade Shunt, like a reckless swing, is something that can just steal the game away from your opponent. Jonah, however, very correctly denoting that, you know, maybe the 5 value is better here.
Absolutely. Now, I think Taotao, like, we still haven't seen a Transcend happen yet. Decides to just Arsenal and pass it back. No Axe Swing. This is scary. 5 card hands. I mean, you know, 4.5 if we count Slither is half of a card. From a New. Life totals are getting low. Deck's getting a little bit low.
It's another deck count real
2,
quick.
None in here.
3, 4, 5.
Counting shunts.
One more. All right.
1 shunt left, he says.
The danger zone.
One more that he's got to deal with.
We saw it pitched earlier in the game. I don't think we're back at it quite yet, though.
No, not at turn 9. If both players were using their hands to their fullest, we would theoretically get back around to that pitch stack next turn cycle. But of course, Jonah Overholt has IP'd 1 card here and there, drawn a little inconsistently on turn 0. So I do think it's going to be turn 11 when Jonah finally gets back around to the pitch stack. And even then, the red Steel Blade Shunt was a couple turns after the beginning.
Yep, I think Jonah just said that Taotao has 9 cards left in deck.
It is definitely going in the favor of the Decimator Great Axe so far, but Taotao astutely parking the Slither generated by Hiss last turn in the arsenal. So even though he's... One of the things you can do against Assassin is just pass back and hope that they can't convert. Ultimately, Taotao insulated, at least from an action point standpoint. The second copy of Serpent's Kiss coming out now at 2 go again after the Beckoning Mistblade connects.
I actually don't have a second one.
He needs another Slither. Doesn't have one because it's in his arsenal.
Taotao not thinking that he's going to be creating so many duplicate cards. Does find an inertia token to represent it, so Serpent's Kiss is going to generate yet another Slither. So Jonah thinking, okay, is this chain going to go 2, 3 links wide? There can't possibly be enough cards for that, right?
There is definitely enough cards for that. This is, I mean, a bit scary. Now, if Taotao could pair this hand with a Chi card, this would have been an incredible turn.
But unfortunately, as it stands, no Transcend in the hand for Taotao, so not going to be able to deploy, I think, both of those Slithers on this turn.
You deploy 1 and keep the other one.
Exactly, and hold it for the arsenal, because you have the excessive blood loss in the hand, and you also have Art of Desire Mind, which can be give and go again by the first Slither.
I was surprised to not see Taotao decide, wow, which one would you like to pick here?
2 on the horizons revealed for Jonah Overholt, 1 banished on the connection of Serpent's Kiss.
Was surprised not to see a Fang Strike chosen here to push the 5-power attack over the Unity equipment plus a 3-block in hand.
can't banish the top card. If it's red, I'll banish another one.
Excessive blood loss. Here we go. 5 power. Contracted to banish Jonah's red cards, and there happens to be one on top of the deck. Jonah doesn't want to have anything to do with it, though. Plating of Unity plus hit and run are going to cover that one up completely. That is not indeed an inertia token. It is a slither generated by the Serpent's Kiss that came before. And the coup de grace of this turn is Art of Desire Mind. In this case, not going to banish a blue card off the top of the deck because it is, of course, a red on the horizon. But Taotao just happy to get rid of more and more cards off the top of the deck.
Jonah says no blocks.
Ain't no way. And on the horizon, never blocked with, unfortunately. And, you know, I was misspeaking there, Majin. I did forget about a number of cards in the deck that have been banished for Jonah, so he's actually getting to pitch deck one turn sooner.
That is true.
And on the horizon is definitely our indication that it's come back around. And finally, a red felling swing is able to be resolved here. Jonah did pitch this early on in the game, and so it's coming back around again. Jonah showing that he can also go the distance in terms of deck cycles.
Yeah, 2 power hands from the players. We have the red felling, probably the best card in this Decimator Great Axe deck, pushing a ton of damage, and Taotao draws the blue stealth attack plus Path Well Traveled. Arguably the best Transcend card.
Without a doubt, especially when he already has access to reactions still in the equipment suite. Both Prey Spotters and Undertow Stilettos are attack reactions that would power up Double Trouble, meeting the requisite 2 reactions.
How many cards do we have to block with here? We get 3 block from the equipment. The next card blocks 2. That puts us up to 5. Oh, no.
Taotao's going to have to commit a lot here.
Off.
An unfortunate situation. The silver lining, though, is that one of those cards is an inertia trap for Taotao, so he will be able to rob Jonah of his arsenal. So let's see. It is 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the Blade Beckoner plating. Decimator Great Axe with these blocks would be leaking in by 2. Taotao going to have to commit the inertia trap.
Disaster.
And there it is. Will be going down to 1 here after holding on to Prey Spotters.
Could be an inertia.
Oh, and it's an Iron Song response, pushing it over by 1.
He takes one.
Only taking one here.
On the red.
Because let's see, it was 5 from the cards, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, cool. Yeah, and then Iron Song response leaks over by 1. Sorry, folks.
Okay, at 1 life, we know there's a Steel Blade Shunt in deck. You can't be swinging daggers anymore for the rest of the game. This is, oh man, I can't believe it was 1 life point off from keeping the Path Well Traveled. Although, would have died to the Iron Song response.
Yeah, definitely. So Path Well Traveled now no longer has a blue card to pair with it because, of course, the arsenal is a created slither.
At the chain resolution?
Taotao asking a judge for a rewind here for chain link resolution. I do want to point out real quick, though, the stamp on Taotao's hand, I think mirrors one that is on yours, Mr. Majin Bae. He seems to have gone to the barcade here in San Diego last night as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty good time. We found, you know those punch machines where you punch it and it gives you a score?
I actually don't. Is it like a punching bag?
Yeah, it looks like a speed bag, but it's a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
And you punch it up into the thing.
Yeah.
So we found one, and we just punched that bag for like an hour and a half. That was like all we did. We just kept trying to rack the score higher and higher and higher.
Definitely getting out your angst at not being the one playing Kano today, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, I was very upset.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So as our players rewind to a previous game state, trying to, I think Taotao is, I honestly don't know what he is trying to ultimately take back or change about the outcome of that previous chain link.
He could be looking to play the Path Well Traveled to get it out of his hand.
Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, especially because it is simply going to be useless on his turn cycle because he doesn't have an attack to target anything with. So
and he
will
knows
be forced to keep it in hand.
He knows the Steel Blade Shunt is in his opponent's hand, so he cannot swing a dagger. So he's stuck with the card. And you're at 1. You cannot keep no blocks against your opponent's Decimator Great Axe deck.
I do have to hand it to Jonah. There was definitely a point in the mid-game where I would have given the laurel to Taotao if I were to be a betting man. But in this case, that red felling swing, the one he was able to resolve, ping huge dividends.
Yeah, I think Taotao not being able to find a Transcend card to line it up with a blue card was a pretty big thing in this game. That Banish Zone is stocked full of incredible cards.
Okay, does look like we're going to proceed back down to the feature match area. The rewind was allowed, and so yes, Path Well Traveled is resolved on the Decimator Great Axe. after, of course, in the damage step, so that, of course, Jonah Overholt would not be, before Chainlink is closed, so that Jonah wouldn't be able to swing Decimator again.
Yep. Yeah, would have drawn a second Chi card, which is a scary spot to be.
And here we go, Decimator Great Axe once again.
Ours doesn't matter.
I see an overpower.
Block
in
for
hand.
6.
Taotao says it doesn't matter. And Overpower is going to take this game. Jonah Overholt with his kiltered beanie. No, it's not a beret, ladies and gentlemen. He is not French. He is actually hailing from Phoenix, Arizona. But either way you slice it, he cleaves his way through round 9 and remains at X and 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Pitching the red felling obviously was super impactful in this game.
And also risky in a certain respect.
Yeah, risky because you need to deploy these power cards
Yeah.
and you can just lose them off the top. We saw other reds get banished off the top of the deck from things like Intimate Inducement. That was, I definitely thought in the mid game, I would have given the edge to Taotao as well.
And just because so much power was being ripped out of the deck of Jonah Overholt, and ultimately Taotao unable to enact the endgame plan, despite the fact that the blue fuel, the napalm, was there waiting and ready.
Yep, one turn off.
Yeah.
If you could have kept cards on that one turn, we would have seen a different ending. But I mean, that's what this Dorinthea deck does. It's like, it is a defensive deck, and when people think of this Dorinthea Great Axe deck, they think, oh, blocking deck. I need to be I need to play like I'm playing against the fatigue deck, and then she just whoops you. She forces you to start blocking, and that's when things go wrong.
And exactly why Dorinthea with Decimator Great Axe is kind of one of the more fun fatigue decks to watch, because she's cleaving and she's blocking.
How many times do you see her actually fatigue people?
Yeah, not many. Usually the Decimator Great Axe just, either you're in Taotao's position where you're like, it doesn't matter because I know you have the red overpower and it's going to be over. But yeah, ultimately, I do love watching me some Axe time.
That is pretty fun.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break, folks, and then we'll be back with more Silver Age action, and it's going to be yet another familiar face. Mr. Michael Feng on Briar is going to be joining us at the feature match area and fighting for his tournament life, I believe, because he started this day at X and 2.
Yeah, I think that's a classic Michael Feng thing to do, is like
honestly
lose a couple and then just go keep winning. And every time I talk to him between rounds, he goes, yeah, it's going okay. I won the last 6 in a row, but you know how it is. Like, what are you talking about?
He definitely seems more comfortable when his backup is up against the wall.
Yeah, I think he puts himself in that position on purpose.
Okay, well, we will be back with more Cinderella stories, some familiar faces, and all Silver Age after this. Don't go anywhere.
Good luck. Have fun.
Dude. You want to go again?
Another beautiful representation of what it feels like to suit up in cardboard and play against your friends at the kitchen table. What's happening behind us, something just a little more intense. We're back at Calling San Diego. Bryce Platz here with Majin Bae, of course, and we are having a grand old time. And we have finally found the Kayo versus Briar bracket, haven't we?
Yep, we have. And it's when it matters the most here. Players fighting for their spots in top 8.
And we'll take a look at our standings once more really quickly. Not a whole lot has changed from our last round except for another digit added on either side of the bracket. We are getting ever closer to our top 8 cut. Brodie Spurlock remains undefeated, and now Alexander Vore comes up in the 2nd seed to try to challenge the boy wonder. Jonah Overholt, the man who can't figure out his beanie but can sure as heck figure out fatigue states, comes in at number 3, and Iaali trails just behind.
Yep, we got a lot of 7 and 2s. I think the 8 and 1s might all be locked for top 8, but the 7 and 2s are not. Still have to fight, and there's quite a few of them. We could see a lot of these names you see in this front page here in our top 8 today.
Only 2 rounds left to be played here. This is, of course, the standings after round 9. So we get ever closer to crowning yet another Calling champion. Something that we have done several times already this year, but we are not done with by any means.
Nope, definitely not. And I think we're down to ready to head over to our game, which I am looking forward to.
Get it locked and loaded, get your rune blades, and also grab your mandible claws, ladies and gentlemen, because this is, of course, a lose and out situation for both Tommy Buljan piloting Kayo and Michael Feng. X and 2 making his first appearance at the feature match table. Honestly, looked like a bit of a squeaker based on whether he was going to get to day 1 or 2 at all.
That's just his MO,
Yeah,
honestly,
100%.
at this point. I think I see this guy start off 0-2 so often, and then I talk to him 7 rounds later, and he's still only lost 2.
And in case you have forgotten the MOs for both the heroes of Wraith that we see before us, Kayo, of course, is going to start the game with only 1 weapon zone, because if you take the gander at his heart, he's only got 1 arm to spare. Attack action cards are going to get +1 while they are in any zone other than the combat chain, which is all about fixing the difficult deck building puzzle that is the Brute class. In this case, Kayo is going to have all the 6s he needs to do random draws and discards and send efficient high-octane turns over and over again. And of course, the first time he's going to discard a card with 6 or more power during each of his action phases, he'll create a might token to carry over into the next turn.
Yep, and then Briar on the other side says the first time an attack action card you control deals damage to an opposing hero each turn, create an embodiment of Earth token, helping her block and defend in her games. While the second ability says the second time you play a non-attack action card each turn, create an embodiment of Lightning token, helping her offense. She kind of gets both sides of the coin here, both offensive help and defensive help.
And Briar, just one of the first heroes in the game of Flesh and Blood to make our game look more like a breakfast cereal, does love to run a full suite of Cheerio-looking cards because they cost 0 Majin Bae, and just send efficient 0-for-4s over and over and over and over and over and over and yeah, you guys say over
another one,
again.
yeah.
And has access to easy forms of go, again, thanks to those embodiments of Lightning tokens. So you're not going to see a whole lot of purple circles being drawn like we would with Vincent. Instead, it's just going to be big ol' attacks over and over again.
Absolutely.
And here we go, down to the match floor where both of these players are fighting for their lives. One of them, however, is sporting a Marvel form of their young hero.
Yep. I see a cold foil Starfall. I just love cold foils so much.
Cold foils are nice.
Michael Feng's starting this game. Now, I talked a little bit about how Kayo gets to start, gets to have a Might token. Briar, when she gets to start, she gets to push a little bit Arcane. But generally, in these aggro v aggro matchups, you are looking to go second. You want the tempo gain you get from being able to block out with your first hand, if you can, and then be the first to swing when it really matters.
And so one of the reasons for the consternation on the face of Michael Feng is he simply knows that in order for Kayos to build properly and race him well, they do have to have a good bit of non-blocking cards in their deck. In this case, none of them found for Tommy Buljan on this turn 0. So Michael could be a little bit punished for swinging in and allowing Tommy to filter his hand to his heart's content. And Michael is kind of disincentivized to do so because he's holding his first copy of Burn Up Shock, one of those cards that is so important to actually connect with an attack action card if you're going to get its full value.
Yeah, Michael Feng's hand actually incredibly powerful, but you do want the free arcane damage. However, you also don't want to let your opponent filter. And if I saw Tommy's hand correctly, I think there's 3 blues and a red with no go again. Really hoping to get to filter here.
Of course, that is unknown information for Mr. Feng. So could be rewarded for just passing, but ultimately, without excess sources of non-attack action cards that he wants to deploy, he can't even really set up an embodiment of lightning token for next turn. So Michael wants to maximize the amount of filtering he can do while minimizing that of his opponent.
I wouldn't be super surprised to see something like Arcanic Shockwave, Fuse, pass.
Exactly. But nevertheless, Michael wants to go a little wider here, also showing the burn-up shock to his opponent, Tommy Buljan, to pay for the fuse cost of Entwined Lightning. Does look like Michael has decided to put his foot firmly on the gas. At least try to find some information here, and this is going to tell him a lot. Tommy blocks with 2 cards here, telling Michael that he does want to be doing some filtering, but also likely that there aren't any non-blocking cards in the hand. Otherwise, Tommy might hold back that mighty windup to get maximum value out of the blocks. Arcanic Shockwave now cracks in, fused like the attack before it. 1 arcane damage does find home because there is no arcane barrier on the side of our Brute.
I'm wondering if you block with both cards here for Tommy. You play around Lightning Press, and this 1 red is not like exactly what you want to see. You want like a Wild Ride or something, right? A Bear Fangs maybe. And you don't get got by Lightning Press.
Nevertheless, Bluster buff remains in the hand for Tommy, and the draws, no go again whatsoever.
Unfortunate. We do have access to beaten trackers. Might just have to pop it.
Entirely possible. These games do go fast enough where you just got to get the value of your equipment when you can. In this case, Bear Fangs is going to come in first, and once a card is discarded here, Tommy will have the opportunity to go for the beaten trackers. Taking a minute to think about beaten trackers, taking a look at the cards in hand. It was an additional copy of Bluster Buff.
I was just going to say he did not want to discard that Bluster Buff because he could play it off the blue without popping the chess piece. Draws another one anyway. Oh, man. Okay, so beaten trackers here. You pop it. You lose the defensive value, but you are able to push more damage. Decides not to.
Oh, and a burn-up shock blocked with here. I think that means that Michael arsenaled one. Now forced to discard one of the big power cards in the Runeblade suite. Just on defense. Ravenous Rabble comes in now, revealing a snatch. Tommy's going to want to take note of that. Ravenous Rabble now coming in for 4 go again after only losing 1 of its base power. And Test of Agility blocks out perfectly. Pack Call definitely beats Snatch in this case. Agility token generated for Tommy Buljan. Doesn't need to find cards with Go again on them, but does have a second block card in the hand. Test of Might. His hand is looking very good on defense.
Very good on offense, too, with that Agility token. We know there's a Bluster buff in Arsenal, so a 2 into a 1, pretty incredibly efficient.
After generating 2 Might tokens, thanks to Test of Might, Michael Feng is drawing up his Snatch. Did not like that first draw up indeed. Already losing a burn-up shock and not able to maximize the one established in Arsenal. 2 Might tokens plus an Agility will pop here. Sirens of Safe Harbor cracking in for 8. Go again. Thank you very much.
I love these micro text box cards.
I do too.
Now, Sigil of Suffering on Michael's side does really put in some serious work on defense. You just know it's going to be 4, essentially 5 value because Tommy does not have Arcane Barrier, can't prevent the 1 ping, which buffs it up to 4 full defense.
In the game of Flesh and Blood, we sure do love value. But now Michael Feng's life total is eclipsed by that of Tommy, and there's more to be said. Bluster buff coming in for 5, even though its base power is 6. You are, of course, required to pay an additional 1 resource in order to keep it at 6. In this case, though, still a hyper-efficient turn from Tommy.
Absolutely. I'm thinking about the last turn Tommy had, where he chose to not use the beaten trackers. Obviously, the battle-worn one is nice,
yes,
but being able to send an extra 5 that turn would have meant that your boots essentially cracked for 4. What do you think we're saving beaten trackers for? Is it for Savage Feast? I've seen that be really powerful in this deck.
Yes, 100%. I think the activation is a important point of consideration. I do think that those 1 breakpoint equipments are so much more important against Briar than other heroes, especially after seeing Michael Feng block with a burn-up shock. You've got to think that another one is trying to be set up here, and you do not want to let 4 arcane damage connect out of nowhere.
That's a great point. We did see the burn-up shock fused with on turn 0, so Tommy did know that it was in hand or arsenal.
And you'd have to imagine, especially after Michael Feng's play of, like, basically Ravenous Rabble pass, that there's another one lurking. You know, like, I don't think Tommy is thinking that Michael left it in hand and then blocked with it. I think he is figuring it's in arsenal, but I'm totally wrong because here comes Nimblism and Scar for Scar. Now the arsenal laid bare.
Second strike has been really impressive. We see that in hand for Michael Feng. We know about the snatch. It was revealed on top.
That could also be what he's thinking about in terms of beaten trackers.
Absolutely, something like that. I think there are a lot of on-hits in this Briar deck. Maybe the 1 block value he decides is worth more than the damage he would get. And, I mean, I have egg on my face. He kept the 1 cost in Arsenal, and it was great the next turn. It was fantastic. Does take the 1. Gonna get punished by the second strike here. You can't, like, guess, though.
No.
This is the turn they're going to have second strike.
No. So second strike, of course, when it attacks, if Michael Feng has dealt damage this turn, it'll get +1 and go again. Exactly what Briar wants to do. Turn cycle, chain link after chain link is say 4 go again.
We know Snatch is coming next, or at least is in hand.
Yeah. Does Tommy remember, though?
Oh, that does happen to me sometimes, or I forget. I wouldn't be surprised to see Bracers of Belief activated here. Nope, I was wrong.
Snatch coming down just for his 4 base power, and of course, the all-fearsome on-hit. Tommy, happy to throw these 2 cards in front of it. Makes sense. It was nothing but blues and yellows in that hand, so might as well go on defensive duty and save your life force for when you draw the nuts.
Yeah, I get that. I was surprised to not see armor pushed here.
Sure.
Armor pushed, you send Sirens. It essentially, it attacks for 5. You gain the 1 life, it's 6. 2 card 6. Plus the armor. Really, really possibly valuing the ability to block powerful on-hits with the equipment.
Perhaps just thinking that the way that I race Briar is by resolving my red cards.
Yeah.
Not necessarily taking damage or giving away valuable resources to send my yellows. Michael Feng has drawn up the second copy of Burn Up Shock, probably going to establish it in the arsenal, one of those cards that really requires a 5-card hand in order to ensure its connection and the bonus 4 arcane that is stapled onto it. And I do like the fact that Tommy is holding back, for example, the Blade Beckoner Gauntlets. One of the fearsome things about that burn-up shock turn is not just the 5 cards that are going to, the 4 cards coming your way besides the burn-up shock, but also the fact that Blossom of Spring will just send Starfall for 2, and you've got to have a clean way to cover it up. Otherwise, those 3 other chain links are going to get you.
Absolutely. Yep. Blade Beckoner Gauntlet, really good at stuffing these Starfall turns. I'm wondering, what do we have in Tommy's hand? Does it fully convert? No.
Not at all.
It can with Beaten Trackers. Beaten Trackers plus the chess piece, it can convert. I mean, blue plus Bear Fangs, good. Especially if you get to block with double Clash of Might. That's a lot of damage you're swinging for. 9?
Yeah.
Assuming you win, which you probably do.
And here we go. Blade Beckoner Gauntlet's going to shirk away the Starfall immediately, so the chess piece from Michael Feng just buys the arm piece from Tommy Buljan. And in this case, Tommy knows that he's going to want to be blocking here. He's already seen a burn-up shock go to the graveyard, and so the damage ceiling of Michael Feng's deck is going to be a heck of a lot lower if Tommy is able to shirk every single chain link here. And even if he has to donate those might tokens to charity, because the arsenal is open, he's still got a good quote-unquote one-card play of just parking Bear Fangs in the arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you end up making 2 mites and you cannot keep a full hand to throw the Bear Fangs is a yellow, you can pitch it to Claw and still get the value.
Very true, very true. Embodiment of Lightning token generated here as Sprout Strength becomes the second non-attack action card played. this turn, and there's another Snatch in hand. Alongside an Arcanic Shockwave, but no Lightning card to fuse it. So that one is relegated to just being a 0 for 4.
Decides to pump up the Shockwave, keep the Snatch in reserve, unknown from his opponent. It could be, I mean, you have to block 7 or this Burn-Up Shock's going to hit you. This does make this Snatch like the most insane on-hit. 4 on-hit, I draw a card, you take 4 more.
But Tommy Buljan has the block of that Snatch just in equipment. Knucklehead plus Predatory Plating will be able to clean up this turn cycle and shirk away all meaningful on-hits and give Tommy the opportunity to send a whopping 9 on the next turn cycle.
Yeah, this is pretty great. I'm really loving being a caster because I say I probably would have done this and then I have been wrong every time because using these equipment to be able to block these burn-up shocks and all these on-hits has been so good for Tommy.
And here we go. Michael Feng making things difficult. Finally, Braziers of Belief are going to be popped here, giving an extra +2 damage to Snatch. So it's not just Knucklehead and Predatory Plating. It's indeed going to have to be the Pack Call from the hand, which is the way that we could have facilitated the Bear Fangs. Now, the question remains for Tommy Buljan. Do I donate these Might tokens? Let them coalesce? No, it's going to be the Mandible Claw. Cracking in for 5 here. Doesn't want to leave any value on the proverbial table.
Unfortunately, walking into a Sigil of Suffering, but unfortunately for Michael, I don't think there's an attack in this hand.
That is indeed unfortunate. The best you can hope to do in this situation is establish an embodiment of Lightning token for the next turn cycle and go next.
Is that a Sizzle that you can use to pair with Starfall?
It is, yes. So
can't
at
send
least the
5.
weapon can be swung here.
Not too bad. Decides to save the Sigil of Suffering for a following turn, it looks like.
Michael could be thinking about a potential pulping
Does
coming
Sprout Strength
in the
say
next turn
any
cycles.
attack?
I believe it does.
Oh, wow. This hand converts great. Never mind.
We're feeling all right here.
That's why he's there, and we're here.
So it is 5 + 3 is 8. Go again here on this Starfall. And most importantly, Embodiment of Lightning is not going to be consumed by a weapon attack. It's just attack action cards. Only Quicken tokens are going to be utilized to give go again to weapon attack. So Tommy now liking the hand, though. Down to 5 he goes. So Michael Feng's 10 in the fridge is mostly used. All of those defensive resources, but this is exactly why. Wild Ride coming in, drawing and randomly discarding a card from hand. And if Tommy has redundant blues here, definitely going to be able to go at least 3 chain links wide, which is exactly when Kayo looks the most fearsome.
Okay, what do we got? This is coming in for 6 with Go again. We have access to Claw plus possible. I mean, what you want to do as KO is Wild Ride, Claw, 2 cost. Right?
Exactly.
That's what you're hoping for. What do
And
we
we
got?
do have it. It's not the best 2 costs in the world, but it is a clash of might. So this can be 6, 3, 5.
It's pretty good when your opponent's at 10. Unfortunately, Sigil of Suffering in Arsenal is going to blunt a lot of this offensive push. No blocks.
Oh, wait. He could... ultimately, it would be the same math, but Tommy has the opportunity to pitch the yellow instead to send Mandible Claw and send Run Roughshod, but once again, the math is exactly the same.
He puts a Clash card back in your deck, which you're not getting there, but if you did, I mean, maybe that would be...
But it does put a yellow instead of a blue.
That's true. That's true. Decides to go with it.
I guess it's ultimately an easier card to resolve later in the game if you get there.
That's a good point.
My brute producer in my ear says ultimately it just feels better to send Run Roughshod because that's what we like to do in brute.
Because you hit the condition, you're like, nice.
Nice.
We've done it.
Nice. I do really love resolving this card.
Oh, this is an awkward spot, though. Attacking for 5, Sigil of Suffering in Michael Feng's arsenal, equipment blocked with, needs to put another card in front of this.
Not ideal indeed. Which card will be chosen, though? I
Is
do
that a
see a
Lightning Press?
Nimblism. I want to say a Sprout Strength.
It's a little blurry.
There is
That's
a
a
Lightning Press in brand new promo form. So it will be Nimblism plus the Sigil of Suffering. Perhaps thinking that Lightning Press can be the card that steals the game out from Tommy Buljan's nose.
Unfortunately, not able to get full defensive value there. Would have preferred to block that Nimblism on an earlier chain link to get the full 2. Not the biggest deal, but it could matter.
It's a Flourish, not a Sprout Strength. And now Entwine Lightning has Go again here. And this is telegraphing the Lightning Press very well for Tommy because Flourish, on its face, doesn't give any benefit to Entwine Lightning. No, it says the next time an attack would gain power this turn, instead it gains that much +3. So Tommy has got to have his ears pricked up here, thinking, oh, wait a minute, you're not just donating this card to me, right? There's got to be some way you're going to buff it in the reaction step.
There's no way. You cannot play a one-card hand that pumps a different attack. It just doesn't work with this Briar deck. So it's a bit like Flourish, 4 go again. Don't think about it too hard.
Don't think about it.
Don't worry about it.
In this case, Tommy
is worrying about it.
Oh, yeah. Which is good. Showcasing that he deserves to be in this X2 bracket, fighting against one of the world's best to stay alive. Now he checks the graveyard of Michael Feng, looking for another copy of Lightning Press. He's not going to find it, though. There's still 2 left in the deck, so he's got to be thinking about it.
Now, actually, we're wrong. This is a really interesting fork because Flourish says the next time an attack would gain power this turn. Oh, I'm sorry, we have not played a Lightning card. If we had played a Lightning card, then Starfall could get +1 using the Flourish.
That's fair. Okay, and the blocks are only 4. Lightning Press is going to get it up to 10, and that's it. Tommy doesn't find the line in order to survive. Lightning Press carries the day and gets Tommy.
I can block 3 more, and I send 7.
Yeah, but if you block
7-3
cards, basically
you go Starfall for 5?
For 4, because I didn't play a Lightning card, but...
Oh, because you can't. No, because you can't play this, right? So it comes up.
Yeah, I would just pitch it.
Oh, it doesn't get this though, right?
It doesn't get +1. It doesn't get plus.
Oh yeah.
So I screwed up.
Yeah, you were not forked.
Yeah, I should have. I forgot that it pumps this. I was like,
so Michael Feng saying that you were in a fork of a situation. I kind of had you 6 ways till Sunday, but ultimately because Flourish would not give the additional buff to Starfall, it was a little simpler of a decision there. But just showcasing exactly why Silver Age is still Flesh and Blood. It's still a very complicated game to play, even though it's a shorter format and what some people would say a lower power format, but it doesn't look like it so far at Calling San Diego.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it's so easy for us to look at the hand and be like, oh, Lightning Press. We'll obviously have to play around Lightning Press. But there's so many things going through your head when you're in this position, when you're actually playing the game. Sometimes they're a little tough to spot.
Man, Flourish in general is such an innocuous card. I completely wrote it off the first time I saw it. I believe in the Terra first strike deck, but it really forces your opponent into some difficult blocking situations.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's cute. And then people played it against me, and I was like, oh,
that's not so cute.
Less cute.
Well, folks, if you want to do some not so cute things, you can get out to the Pro Tour in Yokohama. It's going to be happening April 9th to the 12th, 2026. It's cherry blossoms and something that runs a little closer to the color of blood that will be running out there at Pro Tour Yokohama, where the best players in Flesh and Blood are going to be competing for laurels and prizes. But it's not just for them. You can get out there and get a hold of some brand new Japanese promo cards, one of which was just spoiled for my co-caster yesterday, even though it's been known information for a little while now. You going to pick up a Anime Gravy Bones?
I will not be picking up an Anime Gravy Bones. I will be looking to get those Scarfer Scars, though. There's a few promo Scarfer Scars out now. I think this one's my favorite.
This one's your favorite?
This one's my favorite.
What are the other ones?
We just saw Michael play.
We just saw Michael play that one. What is the other one besides that? I think that's it, right?
Is that the only one?
But bottom line, they all feature Ira, which is a pretty cool thing.
They do. Also, she's very beat up in this picture, which is great because you have to be lower life in order for it to get and go again.
Yeah, she has to have a scar to give a scar.
That's so true.
Right? Get yourself a souvenir package, ladies and gentlemen. It is not sold out yet. Go ahead and get online and get all of these goodies for yourself. It's a box of Compendium of Wraith, a Sidewinder deck box, and of course, all of the anime promos you could ask for. Folks, Pro Tour Yokohama is going to afford the standard loadout of a fabled playmat. In this case, it is the Master Cog, given to the participants, and also the Anime Gravy Bones and the Anime Scar for a Scar. Get yourself out to Pro Tour Yokohama, and don't let the best of the best have all of the fun. It's for you as well. Plus, Japan is just one incredible place. It's unlike anywhere else in the world.
Absolutely. My favorite trip that I've ever taken was for Worlds in Osaka. Absolutely loved every single second of
I
it.
couldn't agree more. I was able to bring my 8-month-old son as well and have him partake. It was the first time he tried sushi, and he loved it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Loved it at 8 months.
Believe it or not,
That's crazy.
he was a little voracious, actually.
Yeah.
It
Wow.
was kind of intense. He was wrestling chopsticks out of my hand trying to get more fish, and I was impressed but also a little bit annoyed.
I loved it so much that I went back home and said to my family, if we ever go to Japan again for Flesh and Blood, you have to come. And so my family is going to Yokohama drama.
Oh, that's awesome. I hope you enjoy that. And also some great games of Flesh and Blood, of course. We've got some more to be played here. The next one is going to be a win and in. Don't go anywhere. Our last round of Swiss is going to be coming up after this. Hell yeah. I love
Welcome back to round 11 of Calling San Diego. My name is Julian Pastrytime Carr. I'm joined by Bryce Platz for this round. This is our final round before top 8. Can you believe it?
I literally cannot believe it.
Even though that's how it works out, we'll have a look at the standings though, because like I mentioned, top 8 is ready to go. And the only thing you really need to know looking at the graphic on your screen is that only 8 players can make top 8. So those 9 players you see there, 1 through 9, those are the 8 players. So those are 9 players that can be in the top 8. One of them is going to miss. We just have to find out who after this round.
Because, of course, it is not a top 9 cut. It is a top 8 cut. So one does have to fall by the wayside. But you know who it's not going to be is the stalwart and undaunted 10-0 Brodie Spurlock.
Yeah, I believe 2 players are locked, so my guess is that the 10-0 and the 9-1 player, both Brodie and Alexander, are locked already for top 8. So there's 6 more slots to fight it out, but these 9 players are the ones in contention. So a lot of stuff still on the line. Very fun here, and some heroes and some names on this in the standings graphic.
Indeed so. Could not be more proud of the hero variety that we're going to see showcased inevitably in our top 8.
Yeah, again, I feel like we come into a Silver Age calling, just like London a week ago. You think, okay, these are the decks we can expect for, and all of a sudden it seems like, yes, those decks are here, but there are other decks as well. As we are going to get ourselves into a game. This is going to be quite a fun one. Not just because we have 2 great players on 2 great decks, but this is a true win and in. Jude Cornett on the left at 8-2. Jacob Clements with the same record on Kano. Kano versus Enigma Bryce is our matchup. Winner is guaranteed to be in the top 8.
And it is a technical one to boot. Kano is just one of those heroes that has the ability to blow out an opponent here, there, anywhere.
Yep.
But Enigma has tools against big arcane damage. Normally, the best you can do is block arcane damage with your arcane barrier suite, but that becomes a different equation when you are generating a constant ward board that just has prevention that can go over the top and completely blunt the arcane damage effects of Kano.
Yep, so see Kano there on your screen. Instant pay 3 resources. That seems quite expensive. But you can look at the top card of your deck. If it's a non-attack action card, you may banish it. That seems all right. If you do, you may play it this turn as though it were an instant. Yes, Kano loves doing things on any turn that isn't his own, but most notably on the hero bottom right-hand corner, that is a 15 for starting life.
And if that hero ability seems expensive, well, let's just say that the life total tells the story of how powerful it is. On the other side of the table, Enigma, her first Spectral Shield attack each turn is going to cost 1 less power to activate, and once per turn instant can pitch a chi to create a Spectral Shield token with a +1 counter. And if you're thinking, hey, wait a minute, Spectral Shields don't attack, they just block for 1. Well, her weapon is going to help you kind of piece that puzzle together. Cosmo, the Scroll of Eternity, is going to turn all of those auras with ward into weapons with base power equal to the amount of ward.
Yeah, definitely a combo champion, but the players are ready, the game is ready, so let's head on down to the feature match table. This should be an absolute banger.
Wave of Reality presented for Jude Cornett. Another one of those ward board pieces that I like to see. An AB3. So Jude ready to do some serious blocking, even though Jacob is going to try to leak damage in unconventional ways. On the other side of the table, of course, we're going to be seeing the Talismanic Lens. Jacob got into a philosophical discussion with me in between rounds about how much value Talismanic Lens really represents. Teammate Arthur Trehey thinks it's almost always 1 because you are either putting a blue or a red on top of your deck, and he thinks it's kind of a 50-50 shot what it's going to be. Jacob, however, went into a diatribe about how it can be worth the entirety of the game if you just, for example, don't want the defense reaction on top of the deck if you just need something else.
Well, we're going to start things off with pitching to Crucible, arousing Aether red on the chain, deal for arcane damage to target hero. Next card you play this turn with an effect that deals arcane damage, deals that much +1, but no follow-up there. Kind of like a mini amp effect before we head amp.
And Spectral Shield generated from the Wave of Reality, which blocks 1 of that 5 arcane damage, and it's a haymaker on the other side. Enigma Chimera buys 3 cards out of the hand from Jacob Clements, and the follow-up is Waning Vengeance. Even more ward board for Jude Cornett.
Very nicely done. Also can attack as well. Might not have to go again, but that's maybe not going to matter as Energy Potion is deployed on Jacob's side and going to pass back as players are playing quite quickly.
Neither player is equipping Quick Clip, but nevertheless, they are going at a Quick Clip.
All right, in for 1. This is the bread and butter for Enigma. Hey, what about 4?
Yeah, Astral Etchings coming in at instant speed, allowed to be played that way because Jude does control a Spectral Shield, and Jacob is hitting the Kano button, finding a blue, rousing Aether, not exactly what he wants to be seeing. Another blue into the pitch zone to play the rousing Aether. Coming in for 2 arcane damage, amping up, not necessarily, it's not the keyword amp, it's just giving an additional +1 arcane damage to the next card that has an effect that does it.
And this is the kind of unique thing, is that arcane damage, especially Kano, can deal them on your opponent's turn, and that will take out the ward if you deal enough damage. I had the displeasure of this interaction yesterday, playing Margin with my Prison versus Cecilia, but Snapback is going to do so much here.
Oh, but the response from Jude Cornett is an Oasis Respite. This is absolutely huge. There's a Photon Splicing going to pump out by an additional 1. Jude might have just had to go a little bit early because these instant speed effects are layered on the stack. Jacob able to just sneak over by 1 and get rid of that free ward board attack from Jude Cornett. He was trying to protect the president as much as he could, but Jacob Clements' bullet finds home.
That is incredible. Basically perfect cards from both players in that exchange, including Jacob banishing random cards off the top, and Kano just barely ekes out the edge there, shutting down that basically free Titan's Fist that Spectral Shield represented. So waxing Spectre instead, and this one's going to come on in with Go Again.
You know, that was a lot of fireworks for this early stage of the game, but ultimately the life totals kind of remain the same. It was the board state that Jacob Clements absolutely had to answer there. In this case, hitting the Kano button and finding a Stir the Aether wins.
Not a bad little one, if you can find something else to pair with it.
He probably really wanted to find just something that deals arcane damage rather than this non-attack that just pumps the next arcane damage, because he needs to get rid of this Waxing Spectre. He's also trying to do it before the chain link resolves to thereby rob Jude Cornett not only of the 4 power on the combat chain, but also the Go Again in his action point.
Yep, another thing that happens with Prism sometimes is, looks like we're pitching.
Aether Quickening out.
Oh, AB it looks like. So
And
no,
yes.
no, never mind. Does take it out.
Waxing Spectre does dissolve before Go Again can resolve. Jacob Clements remains at his starting 15 life. But Jude, because it's some defensive pieces and, of course, a blue, he just decides to use his cards as a little bit of extra defense, only down to 17 now.
I feel like there is no other matchup in Silver Age that has this texture. It's like
so fun.
It's, you know, it's taking out water in your opponent's turn, which usually isn't how it works, which is much better than having to attack through it. But, of course, Jude's going to keep on throwing through. That's fluid motion on the combat chain now for Jude Cornett.
If Jude is able to create a card, then he will get Go Again on fluid motion. Does have to use Drop in the Ocean to discount the power on his own attack in order to transcend here.
Seems relatively worthwhile. Going to be one Go Again, and then Spectral Shield's going to be more Go Again.
The Go Again created, of course, because, or given because Jude has now created a card in the form of a Spectral Shield.
Tokens are cards. It does say on the fluid motion reminder text. And we're going to go again with the Chi, preserve some tradition.
Now, normally the drawback of these Transcend Inner Chi cards is that they don't block. In the case against Kano, though, they are as good of a blocking card as you can possibly get.
Yeah, all your blocking equipment is right there with the Arcane Barrier 3. So any blue is a good blue. In Enigma. Can't activate Enigma again, of course. We've already done that. So instead, it's going to be second Tenet of Chi tied from the Arsenal.
What a huge swing here for Jude Cornett, putting the pressure on Jacob Clements every single turn cycle, but in very different ways. At first, it was a Spectral Shield with 3+1 counters on it. Now, it's just good old physical damage.
Yep, that one's pretty big if you transcend this turn. It does get +2. There's second Tenet of Chi tied for you all. Pretty big 3 for 7 in most good scenarios, as here comes a different 1 for 4. Scalding Rain.
This one is Scalding Rain, coming in at a not great in terms of efficiency 1 for 4 arcane damage, but if you'll notice, the majority of cards that deal arcane damage are usually below rate compared to their physical counterpart, and that is simply because you don't have convenient ways to block it in nearly every deck. And on top of that, any deck that deals arcane damage is forcing their opponent to leave important equipment pieces that otherwise help their game plan at home.
And you can hear Jude Cornett's voice there yelling, "Judge!" There's something the players need to resolve.
And judges of Wraith are flocking to the feature match table to help them do just that. Gotta love to see the fact that high-level players still need to rely on the judge system in order to resolve these more difficult game states, because that's just how card games work.
Certainly is, as players have resolved the judge call. And we can go back now to the feature match table.
Just a little dropped card from the graveyard there.
Everyone does it once.
Especially when you're playing as fast as these players are.
Yeah, it's true. Silver Age games, the time's a little lower than a classic constructed round because games are a bit faster, but players are playing at breakneck speed here. Maybe understanding that this game is probably going to be quite involved.
I think it's because both of these players are they less than 20? Bottom line, they're incredibly young. So the Valorant reflexes are still there, and you can see it in the way that they sling their cardboard.
All right, time to block.
Waning Vengeance out now. Jude finding the incredibly efficient resource lines. Something that he wasn't able to get against Chris Iaali yesterday.
Yeah, definitely hands looking pretty smooth here for Jude, as we do have some physical here for Kano as well. Want to sending a big physical attack, again, attack on a different axis, because you probably don't have blocking equipment in your equipment zone when you're trying to play up against Kano. So this one would pop Phantasm if it came up. Hey, a Phantasm block is going to move in and going to take 1 as Vengeance is going to go bye-bye. So different kind of thing, but same end result for Jacob Clements. Going to clear that board once more and do a little bit of damage.
Jacob Clements Jude Cornett has one of my favorite new cards from Compendium of Wraith. That is Shimmering Mirage. It's not going to get resolved against Jacob Clements, I don't think, but essentially it is a quick dodge flexors at home, which is extremely powerful in a format like Silver Age. It does, of course, require your opponent to keep the combat chain open, so it's likely only getting full effect against a Fi or something like that. Just wanted to shout it out because it's one of my favorites.
It's a sweet card, and one that honestly teaches you things about Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Yes, sometimes closing the chain does matter, and you should remember to do that. That is something that was not intuitive as I started picking up the game. Once I remembered, wait, what happened in my combat chain? Because I was activating an action that, even though I had go again, I did have to close the chain to do so, as deck counts are starting here. Maybe Jude's on a particular plan. 19 cards I can hear him verbally announce for Jacob Clements' deck.
And Jacob, counting on his hand, I do think that he is counting towards his pitch stack. One of the daunting tasks, or at least it feels difficult when you first learn to pitch stack, is, okay, I have to remember every single card in my pitch stack, and I also have to make it so that they line up in 4-card increments.
Yep.
Otherwise, am I setting up a combo turn? The easier way to do it, as I watch professional players over and over again, is just to remember the number of cards in your pitch stack, obviously the order, and then you count down from the top rather than kind of up from the bottom. Definitely a heuristic that helps you do this at a higher level faster.
All right, well, this usually means something spicy is about to happen, because Jacob took a ton of damage, and Cindering Foresight.
There is a red, 2 reds on top of the deck, Photon Splicing in 2 copies, and then a blue Aether Spindle. Jacob Clements is not flush with blues in the hand, as Kano usually likes to be, but he's got a copy of Snapback, which we saw deployed to maximum effect earlier on in the turn. One of the few cards that can simply be played at instant speed from the hand and not be banished from Kano in order to do so.
Yeah, it has an E-Pot as well on the table, so it can get 2 resources at basically any time, something that Kano, in every format Kano's been in, has utilized. So doing some opting here. 2 blues in the hand, as you noted. Kano does need them to fuel his turns, both for his hero ability and for the spells he wants to cast off the top of the deck after that.
1 card goes to the bottom. I would imagine it's the blue or one of those red Photon Splicings, as yes, we see 1 on top, laid out into the banish zone and quickly snapped onto the combat chain. This one is going to be coming in for 5 arcane, because it is beefed up by the Cindering Foresight that found it in the first place.
So a little bit of damage can leak on through. AB3 means 2 damage comes on through. Emeritus now going to get pitched. So again, a pretty good card in the stack. Here's Photon Splicing. Going to pop E-Pot. We're going to put that one on the chain as well. Probably Crucible coming up as well, I have to imagine.
I would have to imagine. It's got to sync all of these resources and use them efficiently. That is the reason that we run Energy Potion in Kano, and you don't have easy resource syncs like Metacarpus Node in Silver Age. One of the more difficult part. Oh my goodness, 2 Arcane Polarities out of the hand for Jude Cornett. All of a sudden up to 22?
That is nuts. Jacob took so much damage to set up that turn and just try and return some fire. And Jude's back above his starting life total.
Jacob head in hands, doing his table math once again. Jude Cornett just laughing his way to the bank, looking so comfortable in this spot.
Yeah, so that red Emeritus Scolding, I think that's one of the things Jacob's got his eye on in that pitch deck. Because when you pitch that card, that's exactly where you want to find it again later.
Emeritus Scolding is the most powerful card you can be resolving in Silver Age as far as arcane damage goes in Kano. In this case, Jacob Clements' pitch stack is always going to center around Emeritus Scolding. And the telltale sign is the fact that he has not resolved a single one this game. He pitched that one turn 0, and then the one we just saw before our eyes.
So this is Cindering from Arsenal, I believe, because you can play it as an instant when it's not your turn.
Jude is doing a little bit of counting in his own right.
Yep, it is Jude's turn, because I believe Jacob started... I'm lost now. I think the first Cindering from last turn was on Jacob's turn, because he drew up at the end of that turn, and now Jude did a bunch of AB, passed back, and now Jacob's trying to deal some damage. I can tell you we are on Jude's turn. That's where we're up to.
And Jude is attempting to pass priority is what's happening here, which is why he only has 1 card in hand, destined for the Arsenal. And this is when Kano is at its scariest. But Jude, after gaining 8 life off of 2 Arcane Polarities, this is about as comfortable as you can possibly be, especially with multiplicative Arcane effects banned out of the format.
Yes.
No Aether Flares here.
Yep. Bad news for the Kano players, good news for everyone else that they're out. As Sam O'Byrne said in a recent video they did with LSS that I will take with me forever as a wizard, I yearn for priority. And that is where Kano is up to when Jude's passing back.
Jacob I missed that. I yearn for priority.
I yearn for priority.
Aether Quickening banished here.
And now,
and sent with a Scalding Raid from hand.
hey, go again. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, you can't get go again on your opponent's turn, but the damage is still good.
Unfortunately, I do not.
Wizards continuing to use die instead of the might die to represent their arcane damage because it is different.
I appreciate that it's, just being.
Both players giving each other maximum credence here
Cool to
because
say
they
this, but,
are
like, technically
on the same team, at least for
I
the
ought
Pro Tour in Yokohama. Both these players represent Super Armory, which is the de
Or it is, I
facto
feel like
super
that's
team
intense.
in the game of Flesh and Blood, rivaled probably only by PCG and Evasion at this point.
Crucible, chest.
Wow. Wow.
Get down to 13.
And there it is. The all-important Spellfire Cloak cashed in. It is the closest thing that Kano has to Stormstriders in this format. It's when do you get that free resource, and in this case, sending a snapback when your opponent is 100% shields down makes a lot of sense to me. So that insurmountable 22 is now a slightly less insurmountable 13.
Yeah, I mean, from 22 to 19, that was a 9 damage turn that Jacob took there at the end of Jude's turn after the priority pass. So we are transcending once again. Fluid Motion looking pretty clean in this deck as a way to turn on your Transcend card. So Rising Sun, Setting Moon, going to go ahead and basically sink a card and then draw a new one. And then, of course, we are going to pop an Homage to Ancestors, another life being gained here, and yet another Chi. And again, these cards do block against the incoming arcane damage, but we are going to make a Spectral Shield here as well.
And yet another incredibly clean combo. Transcend, facilitation, and also go again facilitation from Fluid Motion, a brand new card from Compendium of Wraith. The Spectral Shield with now a +1 counter on it follows up to go again.
He's at 3, Jacob. I mean, these Spectral Shields aren't massive, but this is not a lot. An Enigma Chimera coming out. There's a popper.
Oh my goodness, Jacob finding the popper exactly when he needs it. This is a huge moment. That Enigma Chimera cracking in for 8 is now just relegated to the graveyard, and Jacob Clements surviving at 4 life. And if there's one hero in this game that you can't count out
I would
until
be
they're
terrified.
dead, it's Kano. Hold focus popped here. The next arcane damage effect is going to be amped by 1. And then here comes Voltic Bolt. Let's see, 1, 2, 7 now on the combat chain.
This time using the Might Dice, so, Wizards just mixing it up a little bit. Again, Jacob knows he has to try and push damage here. Life total is not big.
The arsenal, though, for Jude Cornett is yet another defensive silver bullet. Oasis Respite is ready to block the majority of this damage and also make a clean Arcane Barrier 2 play for Jude Cornett, but he's maybe wondering if he should be holding it off. Both players taking a moment to count cards in deck. Jacob probably just confirming the pitch stack. He did have a moment earlier today. He was telling me that he just misremembered his pitch stack and completely lost the game as a result.
Yeah, definitely don't want to do that here, especially when the win gives you entry into the top 8 guaranteed. So there's Oasis pitching away a yellow. Springboard Somersault not going to do much in this matchup. Now Siren's going to AB the rest of it. So
Voltic Bolt not finding home at all.
Yeah, committed the amp from Hold Focus too. Again, not necessarily holding it for one big turn, but trying to get Jude in range, right? That's always what we're thinking about as Kano, especially if you're setting up what we assume is an Emeritus somewhere in your pitch stack.
A nice consolation prize would have been getting rid of this pesky Spectral Shield, which just starts every one of Jude's turns with 2 go again. In this case, Jacob, smelling blood in the water, going to try to rob Jude of his action point here. Might be a boon to him that he let the Spectral Shield stick around, and the pitch stack is coming back around. It's Rousing Aether and Yellow Emeritus Sculpting already in the Banish Zone at the ready to try to snipe this Spectral Shield out from its combat chain.
Yeah, so again, a very interesting interplay here. 5 Arcane coming through. That is more than 1 with AB3. So with the Ward 1, that is going to pop that shield away and do an extra damage. And there's Emeritus out there as well. 6 from the yellow is so much damage.
Would be 5, but does get the extra bonus arcane damage from Rousing Aether, a card that, honestly, I had to completely remind myself of in coming into this weekend. It's another card from an expansion slot, but the very first one in Flesh and Blood's history, Crucible of War. A set that gave us things like, Swarming Gloomveil. Also, more innocuous, but bread and butter things like Blade Runner, which really shines in Kasai.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Jacob going to draw back up? And the life total is looking a little closer now. Remember, no more copies of Arcane Polarity. At least the red one's going to be hiding in Jude's deck. So feels like a red Emeritus could be big enough here at this point. And where are we in the stack? Jacob certainly is trying to find out, but does Jude know? And what's left? Because again, usually you just have some Spectral Shields, able to chip damage through, constantly threaten your opponent. But Wizard is just so good at picking off Ward on your turn, which is usually not what happens when you're playing Illusionist.
especially when Jude Cornett has found himself a lot of strong blue attacks, but only if you have transcended or if you have created a card that's Manifest Muscle and second Tenet of Chi tied. In this case, no Inner Chi, no Transcend cards, so unable to get the full effect of all of those cards and unable to get any action points.
Yeah, also needs to hold. I mean, a lot of blues, which is good because your block is going to be 2 blues, right? Hopefully, if you can Arcane Barrier 3 twice, that'll be a good turn for you. But you do have to send something. But Jacob's doing a lot of thinking, and that's usually a bad sign.
Well, it is definitely what Jacob needs to do, win or lose in the final moments of this game. Jude Cornett going to be able to mount at least lethal damage in the offense, and also will have shields up in the form of a Moon Chakra in the hand or Arsenal if he does pass back over to Jacob.
You can see...
Would have been funny. But
never mind. He put his graveyard down. I was going to point out that is not his hand. That is the graveyard that he's riffling through.
Has to remember what threats have been deployed.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but the coverage you made is do it for Arcano Mirror, even though that's like IMO ridiculous as well. Yeah.
Players are having a little back and forth here.
This is high-level Flesh and Blood at its best. And I love watching these kinds of games between two players that know and respect one another incredibly well, because they are much more forthwith with information, and they almost, in a certain regard, try to play both sides of the table together, and that is a really fun thing to watch.
Yeah, almost looks like Jacob there was just basically figuring out, do I do something here? Because I don't want to get attacked, right? My opponent's passing to me, so it decides instead that looks like passing is the way. So it should be Jacob's turn because Jude did Arsenal.
Talismanic Lens has been popped here. Red Emeritus and Red Voltic Bolt found on top of the deck. One bottomed and one kept on top. So the Emeritus Scolding does go to the bottom because, of course, it won't get that extra +2 arcane damage if it is not resolved on an opponent's turn.
Yep. Pretty good spell, but only when you can cast it when it's not your turn. Right now we are doing, I guess, action speed Kano.
Which is not bad, especially when
all.
Mage Master Boots is still unused for Jacob Clements.
I'm gonna send 2 Arcane.
2 arcane.
Only 2 from Blue Emeritus, and then
Boost?
here we go. The follow-up, 6 Arcane.
Down to 5.
Okay. Maybe many more times, and down to 5 now for Jude. So Jacob's going to draw back up. And again, not that many cards left in deck total for Jacob Clements.
Yeah.
Even though he's chipping away, Jude still has a Silver Billet locked and loaded in the form of Moon Chakra for when Jacob really decides to hit the button.
I fully forgot that was damage, not just physical damage. So Moon Chakra, definitely a nice one. Illusions do have some tools to maybe try and fight the Wizards, but Jacob doing, again, deep in the tank with only 8 cards left. Your time is numbered, right? You know what cards are left in your deck, but you have to deal enough damage with the cards left.
You bring up a good point. Illusionists, I think, are generally the traditional predators of Wizards, at least if we think about them in the classical sense. One of the things that LSS has done incredibly well is create some interesting interplay between these two heroes. The main representation there is, of course, Acilio versus New Prism.
Yep.
Ultimately, a very technical and fascinating matchup to watch. On the other side, Kano versus New Prism is usually a laughing stock. If you are a Prism staring down at Kano, it's usually a buy. And in this case, showing that Silver Age is still a technical format between two heroes that shouldn't really be this close in terms of a matchup.
Looks like Jude passed again. So Jacob deciding, don't want to do it on your turn. I think Jude's just like, yeah, I'm going to try and fatigue you, basically. Do you have enough damage left in your deck?
Entirely possible. Does have to mount some sort of an offense. The best way to be fatiguing, especially a Kano, is just to force them to block with their cards that would otherwise kill you. Moon Chakra #1 gets on blocking duty, and #2 is in the hand for Jude Cornett.
Only prevents 3 because no Transcend. It would prevent 5 if you're able to do that. But still, AB3 and 3 prevention is good when it costs you 0 to put that Moon Chakra up against the arcane spells. That Red Emeritus, though, is still hiding out in Jacob's deck. Time to Kano. There's that Red Emeritus. I think he got past 2 again, so this is Jude's turn now.
Discard Photon and then play this
Amp 1.
7 Arcane.
7 Arcane's a big number, but 7 minus 3 is...
4.
That's not enough. Moon
And
Chakra again.
Moon Chakra the second. Going to do some serious blocking duty here. Prevention effects are the wizard's bane, especially when, as we talked about before, arcane damage is generally hampered in a big way in terms of its rate as compared to physical damage. So any of these prevention effects that allow you to skirt around the arcane barrier limitations really hurt the wizard player.
What's left? There's 2 blues in the pitch. So they're going on the bottom. Jacob's ordering
I'll
though.
play energy potion.
Oh, energy potion gets played. I'm trying to see what he's drawn up here.
I thought Jacob still had a red Emeritus left
That's
in the
4
deck.
blues.
So it does look like
4 cards in deck. If those Emeritus are left by, and that they should be from what we understand, Jacob Clements might have navigated this perfectly. Flips it over. There's the yellow Emeritus.
here's the yellow Emeritus.
Once
the
more,
next
there's-
is the red Emeritus. So this is representing already 5 plus 6 arcane damage is 11. 12 if the Crucible gets
GG!
involved. And that's it.
Wow!
Jacob Clements takes it.
That is incredible. Jacob Clements deep in the tank for so much of this game. 2 red arcane polarities were successfully resolved for the full amount. Jude was at 22 in the middle of this game.
I love Jacob Clements so much because he is an emotive person, even though his brain works like a T84 calculator. He is so cool to watch when he wins, especially in these squeakers of games. I watched and casted as he took down a Gravy Bones on Verdance, literally got up and ran away from the table once he won that one.
And with a win, Jacob Clements is in, and we can take a look at who else is going to be in our top 8. And the rumor is it's an absolute barn burner of a top 8 here at Calling San Diego. Brodie Spurlock, our first seed in first. Jude still moving it in Enigma. We got a Kayo. We got Jacob Clements on Kano. New is in the building. Michael Feng made it on Briar. Kano and Dorinthea. That is a diverse array of heroes.
Without a doubt. Got to shout out 4th seed Evan Bridges, as he was the man who took down the Friday Gold Cold Foil event, so clearly a proficient KO player and also really solid in this brand new fangled format.
Yeah, that's 6 heroes. The only repeats being Kano and Briar. Even Dory, had a great showing a week ago at the Calling London, sneaking 1 copy through. Good to see her still around, but lots of ebb and flow still with the metagame here, and this should be an incredible top 8 to watch.
It is a who's who of Southern California, and also huge Flesh and Blood players abound. Michael Feng, Jacob Clements, and Brodie Spurlock, all from Team Super Army, Jude Cornett as well, are not from the region, but they are household names.
All right, we'll take a look at the standings now, because we are done at least for before top 8. So here we go. We saw a top 8 already.
Tommy Buljan, who we saw in the final round of Swiss, the second to last round of Swiss, squeaking in at 10th. And then Michael Clare, a player who has been coached by Michael Feng and Michael Hamilton, still just not quite finding his day, squeaking as our bubble boy into the 9th seed. Besides that, I see a high-performing Terra here. That's exciting.
Yeah, 14th for Terra. We saw another Enigma, Matt Rogers at X3, not making it there. What else we got going on here?
The insurmountable Christopher Iaali, unable to make it there, takes a lot of losses today. And then one of the 2 halves of our Valentine's happy couple, Haley Neighbors, comes in at 17th. Her best showing to date. Really proud of Haley here.
That's awesome here. We look through the top 32. We got Ira, 23rd, having his job. Bravo. Again, the Guardians a little bit absent in the top 8, but certainly around the top tables. Briar, Kano, even Fi trying to poke through at the end there. I mean, Lexi even, your girl, at 37th.
Unfortunately, not making that top 32, but the top 32 is rounded out by local Dorinthea legend Richard Trong, who does put down his Dawnblade and pick up a Rune Blade instead this time around, despite the fact that Dory seems so dominant still in Silver Age.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of things to be explored. I mean, Enigma, to me, just feels like maybe the breakout deck so far of this tournament. Didn't see a whole lot of Illusionist in general a week ago in the Calling London. Now, quite a lot of Enigma, and even some of it converting to the top tables and our top 8.
And it wasn't on display at the Calling in London, but Kano is, I would say, arguably also the breakout deck of the format, especially after the commanding performance that Jacob just put on in the face of the other breakout deck, Enigma.
Yeah, certainly been looking good. We are going to go to a break, so chat, let us know who do you want to see in the top 8. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with that.
chased, watched them fall. Young men's reign will turn to stone. This is a prophet's call.
Welcome back, everyone, to the top 8 of Calling San Diego. Silver Age has been on display on the big stage once again, and it's looking pretty spicy here, Majin Bae.
Yeah, no, it's been a really fun tournament to watch. A lot of decks that we expected to do well, doing pretty well. Some decks that people maybe didn't quite have on their radar, also doing well. What's been a big surprise for you?
I think Enigma to me is the biggest surprise. I know Kano was a deck that got quite a lot of play in London and people were tinkering with. Obviously, we know Jacob Clements actually won the next day after not making the calling, winning that showdown with Kano. So that was a deck I expected to see rise up in numbers. Certainly has been the case here. I wouldn't say it's surprisingly successful, but it's cool to see Kano be successful.
I mean, I love watching Kano be successful. I can't complain about that.
Love that there. But Enigma, yeah, to me, definitely standing out. We are going to look at the bracket and see what matchups we have in store. Because Majin Bae, you're back. You're here for top 8. You're here for, I think, all of it, actually.
All of it, yep.
So what are you excited to see here with our 8 players left?
I'm excited about the Kanos. You guys tagged me out for the one Kano game of the day.
You did, yeah, of this day so far.
So far. But it looks like I'll probably get to do at least one Kano game for this top 8. Really excited. Love seeing the Enigma. I mean, I got to shout out the new.
Oh,
Taotao Chu on new. I love new. You love new. We watched it play against the Dorinthea earlier, who was also in top 8. Didn't quite go as he planned, but I got a lot of faith in this deck and the player.
Oh, absolutely. For me, Anu was a hero that I really wanted to play in Classic Constructed, and she left before I could get my hands on her. So as soon as Sage as a format was announced, I was like, I'm going to play New. I don't really know what she does, but I'm going to figure it out. And it was really fun to especially queue into Guardians. That was, I think, the primary genesis of me wanting to play this hero. I was like, I am sick of all him queuing into my games. I'm going to do something about it. And the deck has evolved a lot. Lots of new compendium cards there as well. So if we get to see it, we'll be excited to see how Taotao Chu can navigate. But in general, I feel like this calling is continuing the narrative that we've had, where there is a best deck. There are certainly top decks that we expect to see, and those have come through, but there's other stuff here as well.
Yeah, it looks like we have all of our, I guess, quote, top decks, right? Briar, Kayo, Kano, and Dorinthea, all very strong. But there's a ton of other stuff to be played in the format. We were talking about Enigma, obviously. There's new here. One thing I was surprised about, maybe not super surprised, but surprised at the severity of it, was the drop-off of Guardians.
Yes. Yeah, you can see there are 0 Guardians in this top 8. Even looking through the top 32 just now in the standings, there were just not that many Guardians even close.
Yeah, it's been really tough for the Guardians. I know that like the Kano matchup can be very difficult, and Kano put on quite a showing in this tournament. And the aggressive decks are also just really strong. Obviously, Oldhim very good into Briar, but I've heard that some of the other Guardians don't have quite as easy of a time into Briar as Oldhim does.
Yeah, kind of makes sense. Oldhim, the de facto defensive deck in Flesh and Blood for a whole lot of time. So you know what? We can go ahead and start getting into our upcoming matches. We have a lot to cover here through this top 8. So we'll kick it off with, we got a fun one here. Taotao Chu is back on stream on new, and Michael Feng is going to be trying to take him out with current best deck in the format, Briar.
Now, a lot less blues in this matchup than we saw against the Dorinthea, so I don't think New's hero ability is going to be quite as impactful, but you can attack these aggro decks in more of a fatigue angle. I think we have Taotao's deck list. Let's go ahead and pull it up and
the
see
people
what that
have
looks like.
been
They've
screaming
been begging
for this deck list. I am people in this sentence. What do we got here?
Okay, a lot of stuff that we
so much
saw
equipment.
already. That is so much equipment. I feel like that's a classic Assassin thing, right? Arcane Polarities, and we know that there are Oasis Respites as well. Definitely prepared for the Kano matchup. What stands out to you here?
Yeah, I think for me, the new cards have been the exciting thing to see. I mean, 6 Intimate Inducement, that's kind of a thing that New really wants to do in this format. Also, number of Chi, not that many, which I think does make sense for New. You don't really need to do the thing many times. You're already naturally banishing cards with the way you play. So you're kind of just playing the 2 best ones. Passover is pretty good at taking a card that you want, or sometimes stuffing fire, which feels pretty good. And then Pathwell Traveled, I mean, it's just go again on anything. That's the best Chi you could ask for.
It's already just a good card. And I think you have to be really careful playing no blocks in this format, especially when you're playing a deck that's like not going to come out the gate super swinging, right? A lot of aggressively slanted decks here. If you just draw up a hand of 2 to 3 no blocks, you're going to die.
Yeah, and I did notice in the last match when we did have New on stream versus Dory, there is the ability to mark, which is kind of rare for New. And I was trying to find where is the payoff, and it is Mark of the Black Widow ×3, 1 red and 2 blue.
Yep, and that's good, but I am surprised to see that chosen with Mark of the Huntsman, right? I think Spider's Bite is so powerful. Beckoning Mistblade is so powerful. I honestly would have expected like a double Beckoning Mistblade setup before I would have guessed Mark of the Huntsman, but I guess when you're playing these fast games, threatening a Mark of the Black Widow against these aggressive decks in matchups like Briar is incredibly strong.
Yeah, so we're going to have a look at that deck list now as well. Screenshot that one if you want to get it. I know people want to grab it. This certainly a bit more established. Michael Feng on Briar. Having a quick look through it, looking very standard, but it's standard for a reason.
Yeah, it's standard and strong. I am seeing 2 Evergreens. We could see those at play in this matchup. Being able to constantly cycle this powerful red 7 attack could bring a little bit more lasting power for Michael Feng. But other than that, I think he's going to be playing mostly the same setup we've been seeing game after game from Briar.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the things that's been fun to see as Briar has evolved is people had Starfall alongside Reaping Blade just because, like, oh, this seems pretty good in matchups where I need to extend a bit more, and now we've just dropped Reaping Blade. We just put that one back in the maybe pile.
Yeah, I think the Starfall plus Blossomous Ring combination is so powerful, especially because it gets go again. Reaping Blade does not. It attacks for 1 more, but I think you have like a fail state where you have too many Enders, too many Snatches, too many things like that, right? Too many Arcanate Shockwaves, and Reaping Blade does not help you there.
No.
But Starfall does. Starfall lets you extend the turn. Maybe for a little bit of drop in power, you're only attacking for 2, but being able to convert your hands turn after turn is so important for this deck.
All right. We've seen the deck list. It is time to see how this matchup plays out, because my biggest question when I saw this new deck, when Taotao Chu was X&O very early on in day 1, how do you prepare for this matchup? Because this is the one you know you will play multiple times in a calling.
Absolutely. Pitching an On the Horizon and a red Intimate Inducement to swing this Beckoning Mistblade. Arcane Lantern spotted for Taotao. This is actually, like, innocuously one of my favorite cards.
Lantern?
Yeah. I think it's cool to be able to swap out a weapon for, like, something that helps you in specific matchups. I think that's nice.
I really love heroes that hold 2 objects in their hands. So I am also an Arcane Lantern enjoyer, as nimble as I'm going to get on blocks here. Beckoning Mistblade might look innocuous with only 1 damage, but you got to block it most of the time. That card is savage when it connects.
Yep, and you really don't want to just take free damage on turn 0, so Michael Feng blocking there. I think picked up a Scar for Scar, not exactly the card you're stoked to see when you're exactly the same life total. Let's see how well the hand converts here.
See a lot of reds.
There's a Fry in there. I know there's a Fry.
The one Fry making its way through. Pretty good card. Michael Feng just going to line it up. Lots of... again, Briar, very powerful. Might seem straightforward, but sequencing is of the utmost importance with decks like this. So Michael Feng, always a deliberate player, is going to certainly consider all the different lines here, trying to maximize damage turn after turn.
Absolutely. I think I was surprised to see the block card pitched away for Taotao. I mean, you expect Briar to send force. That's kind of what she does. But I do think there was a red unmovable arsenal, and probably don't want to overload on block cards, especially not red ones. You might get stuck with that unmovable if you draw too many reds.
Yep, I can tell you that is the only copy of unmovable if that is the one in the deck. Taotao only has one, so it's Seeds of Strength into Fry.
Gonna line up pretty well here into this 6-power attack.
Yeah. Feels pretty good. Again,
Unless saving it.
have a quick peek over at Taotao's hand. Blood loss, very good in this matchup. There's lots of reds to try and pick apart. Pretty good attack to send on the cheap, but going to get in front of this attack now.
Did bring in Arcane Polarity, which you're never sure that you're going to get paid off for, right? There is an Arcane Shockwave in Michael Feng's hand, but not going to be fused this turn, so you really want to put this Polarity in Arsenal. Maybe it's not an unmovable in Arsenal. Maybe I saw it wrong.
Here is that Shockwave. The other thing to note is that it is, of course, the players now have seen the deck list.
Yes, of
so
course.
Michael Feng can just say, like for a burn-up shock, for example, I'm just going to do the burn-up part.
Yeah.
I don't have to shock you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make a green guy.
So leaking one.
Close the chain and pass parity.
Get the green guy and close the chain.
yeah.
Embodiment of Earth generated.
My turn, I'll just pass.
Oh, just going to IP the Arcane Polarity. I guess gaining one not as good as gaining 4, especially if maybe you are gearing up to play a fatigue role here. You need to make sure that you're getting max value out of your cards.
You are definitely the defensive deck in this matchup.
100%. And life gain is interesting in Flesh and Blood. It's not quite the same as block value. You know, there's a lot, like, you can expect to have a certain amount of damage leak through at points in these games, in these matchups, right? And Arcane Polarity is something that we're going to see deployed this turn, probably, that is going to bail out your maximum amount of damage you can take.
This is actually going to work out reasonably. Oh, there's no blue in that hand.
No
That's
blue.
what I was trying to check for. A being 3, taking 1, and then getting a max value polarity did seem pretty nice.
I think
But going to have to do something else here for Taotao too.
Scar for a Scar? Embodiment of Lightning is so powerful in this card deck. It's so good.
Go again.
Go again.
4 and 4, go again.
And for
Yeah, so good they just gave it to Aurora as a hero,
Yeah,
really. And that was
wow.
also quite good.
Uh-huh.
So Scar for a Scar. Build your own go again here for Michael Feng.
AB2, 2 burn shots, and I'll take 2 arcane.
yeah.
And Taotao 2 doing my job for me.
Yep. Unfortunate to not have a blue here. You take 1 extra. Not the end of the world, really.
It is unmovable. You were correct. Good eyes,
it
Caleb.
is. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Here's a block for 3. Take 1. Fall down to 16. And what else is coming? Because Briar, again, wants to go as wide and or tall as possible on any given turn. Here's Arcanic Crackle over the top.
Oh, did Michael Feng forget his green guy?
Many such cases.
Not the
of
green guy.
embodiment being forgotten. There's Inertia Trap. Block that one out. Takes the 1 Arcane and then gains 4 off polarity. So all in all, if Taotao is looking to play defensively in this matchup, that is a pretty good start to the game.
Yep, not too bad. I mean, you do have to watch out. Like, if Briar's cards usually cash in for somewhere between 3 and 4. You also have a weapon, a real weapon, right, that attacks for 2. If all you do is block, you get fatigued.
Yes.
You cannot just turn your card sideways against this Briar deck as new. Something eventually will need to change.
Yeah, and this is the thing I'm excited to see, because again, when you're building this deck, you think, okay, the slower decks, the Guardians, certainly, I think I can feast on those when I'm playing new. Anyone with blues that I can kind of use. Honestly, Wizards sometimes. You just do the thing.
I heard he killed a Kano with their own Voltic Bolt this tournament.
Incredible. But again, this is the matchup you come and prepare for. So I'm curious to see what the plan is, but so far, so defensive, and Michael Feng is going to be the opposite side of the coin. Entwine Lightning going to show off a Skizik.
Ooh, Skizik.
That's the 1 copy of that card in Michael Feng's deck as well. 4, go again. A question asked to many players at this tournament.
Yeah.
Take 1.
Does
Blocking with
not look like he'll... Oh, Lightning Press coming in. We see Oasis Respite in Taotao's hand. Could possibly choose to use it here.
Got AB as... Oh, actually, no. Maybe this is the pitch and reactions. Does have a blue. Does show off blue double trouble. Going to pitch a red instead. So Oasis there going to gain a life and block out the rest of this attack.
I don't think the rest of Michael Feng's hand converts very well. This is where Starfall really comes in handy, right? Allowing you to have another chain on your turn when you don't have access to go again.
Yep, and of course this time we often see Blade Beckoner being put in front of Starfall, but I think it's usually when Blossom of Spring gets popped and or Burn Up Shock is available for that turn. So instead it's just going to be Static Shock. Have you played a Lightning card as asked? The answer is a resounding yes. And Double Trouble's going to get in the way. This card's pretty sweet. Static Shock. If it hits, it deals 1 extra, so going to block out with the equipment. Battle Worn 1 on the Prey Spotters. Going to make sure that gets covered. Again, tiny incremental on hits, but you do want to save as much life as you can.
Absolutely. And this this red defense reaction in Arsenal kind of rotting right now. A little unfortunate you didn't get to use it on the card that was Lightning Press. Since you already blocked, you would have lost value.
Briar does have a lot of front pumps, though, so maybe saving it for something like that. Again,
Absolutely.
Briar definitely a deck that goes wide but can go tall. You kind of get an interesting mix, which is one of the things that makes it so powerful. But Ravenous Rabble going to continue the wide angle here. Showing off a red, very lucky from Michael Feng.
You will get your chance to use this red unmovable.
That's true.
It will happen.
This one probably never drawing a card and getting a life out of Desire Mind. Very
No, it's
powerful
not.
card, but probably not at its best in this matchup. Look for the red one in the future as Weave Lightning can maybe encourage us. Oh, never mind. Michael Feng making it a little smaller here.
Yeah, we can expect a 7 to come after the Sigil of Suffering pitched. We got to keep that in mind. I know Taotao saw that and is definitely going to log that one.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense when you're trying to build up a nice big pump attack at the end of the game. And there's Shockwave with a big number on it with no fuse. But the number is big enough. And this may be the instance where we pull the trigger on the unmovable.
I have to imagine.
Yeah. Sounds pretty good, honestly.
It is.
Send a Double Trouble back. Have your equipment for potential reactions. Pitch a blue. There's unmovable. Cover that up.
Really don't want to be using your equipment at this point.
Yeah,
we saw
you wanna
how
block first.
important it is to be able to block out these on hits that Briar has, and she's got quite a few. We haven't blocked with them yet.
I like this, too. Servant's Kiss, new card from Compendium of Wraith. Makes a Fang Strike, so not go again, looking for a bit of extra damage.
And that Fang Strike makes it so these Blade Beckoner equipment, you can't just put one in front of this, right, and expect to block it out. You're going to need to use both of your pieces of equipment, and now you know you wouldn't have any way to block out news on hits after that easily.
Yeah, and this is a kind of a beautiful update to what New wants to do, right? A small blue stealth attack that banishes something when it hits you. Gives you a bit of extra value as two on top of it. But this one, again, it's just one, but
Is it?
so much more than one.
I think that's the other Sigil of Suffering in Michael Feng's hand
A little
here.
peek.
What else
Yes,
do we
it
have?
is.
Jack Be Nimble. I've been seeing this card more and more. Weave Lightning, Lightning Surge. Do we know what's in the arsenal?
Yeah, we might get the fun Passover versus Nimbleism
Oh.
little action that you do every now and then. It's the only thing worth banishing in the graveyard.
My guess is that Passover is not in.
Yes, that's a good guess.
Yeah.
I wonder if Pathwell traveled in, honestly. Again,
It
it's
might
not a
not
block.
be.
Yeah, it's not a block card.
When I played New back in Classic Constructed against Aurora, I would often side out all of my cheat.
That makes a lot of sense. And Briar, somewhat similar to Aurora, you could say, as that AB is going to get, the Sigil Arcane damage is going to get AB'd thanks to this red Double Trouble that got pitched. Shout out Arcane Lantern doing its job.
Yep.
And again, Taotao 2 maintaining this defensive posture. Here's Jack Be Nimble, though. Going to punt an Nimbleism out of the graveyard and put a 0/4 on the combat chain.
Yeah, no other real text than that. 0/4 go again. I do think the last turn gives us a lot of insight to how Taotao is expecting to approach this matchup. Keeping a red in your arsenal is obviously pretty strong. Taotao choosing instead to pitch it to save 1 life.
Yep.
Only 1 life. Clearly, he's expecting to take a very, very defensive posture in this game.
Yep. As you noted, though, can't block forever. All your cards are pretty much all of them block for 3, which is very good. But many of the attacks, or almost all of them, come in for 4. So you're going to run out of life eventually, but Taotao going to continue blocking. This time, taking some damage. Has the Prey Spotters already worn, so got that value out of it. And I do spot a Black Widow in the hand. The only relevant Mark ability for this new deck is 3 copies of Mark of the Black Widow, and there's a red one in hand right now.
Yeah, I love this spot because you send 3, you have Prey Spotters active. Now, New, not like Marionette, does not get the +1 when your opponent is marked, but Taotao playing, I believe, all 6 copies of Intimate Inducement. If I'm
Yes,
Michael
that is
Feng,
correct.
that's on my brain.
Yep.
I think I have to block 4, right?
Yep, not playing Razor's Edge, which is a card every now and then you see them play, but again, adopting a much more defensive style. This one's pretty good. I'm sure people have been hit by this one in CC a number of times. When this hits a marked hero, they banish a card from their hand. This is a 0 for 3 with no go again. And you may be wondering, how on earth is New going to mark Briar? And that is, of course, answered by the head slot there. Prey Spotters from, I guess, the Arcanic and also Compendium of Raid.
Yep.
Being an interesting little slot. But also the fact that this blocks one. Just a really nifty piece of equipment. This is technology that I'm glad to see being utilized, because not something that's obvious when you're building a Mystic hero that you want to maybe get this kind of effect in, but very good in this matchup.
Seems very powerful here. I mean, there's this interesting thing with aggressive decks against decks with attack reactions and disruption, where you're not really worried about your life total here. You're worried about fatigue. Yeah, Michael Feng. So if you block here and get blown out, you lose 2 cards and some life, which you don't care about. If you just don't block at all, you can't get blown out. You say, I just won't block, and I'll just banish a card from my hand, and it's kind of the same as blocking.
Yeah.
So if Michael Feng's hand does convert here, I would expect to see a no block.
Have a little peek and see if it does. Got some pumps. Got an attack. Looks good enough. Gonna look through the graveyard. There, again, defense reactions, of course, things that can blunt this Prey Spotters. But there's only 2, I believe, in Michael Feng's deck. I think it's just both copies of Sigil of Suffering. Reduced to Rune Tent is a card that exists, but not really a card that Briar plays. Doesn't have a lot of Rune Tent sitting on the table. Doesn't really want to pay 1 for it. So Michael Feng has, I think, made the same decision you have. Blocking and taking this damage are about the same. So I'll make you commit your equipment. I will be marked. I will be unmarked. I will banish a card, and I will continue with my 3-card hand that still converts for a ton of damage.
Yep. It's just not worth putting a card in front of this and getting hit with Intimate Inducement, and it would just put you in such a bad spot.
I believe the last card in Taotao Chu's hand, though, is Oasis Respite number 2. So that's going to head nice on handily to the arsenal. Again, New does have a lot of incremental life gain with many of her cards. So, again, kind of emphasizing how grindy she wants to be as a deck, right? Slowly but surely banishing your cards, chipping away at your life total, gaining some life, and trying to stay afloat for long enough to hopefully exhaust this Briar deck.
Yep. Now, I'm so Vure spilled, I saw Flourish get banished, and I was like, ooh, the Felling. The next Felling, it comes in for 8.
Yeah, there is I think there's a card with Felling in the name in this format, but it is not of the ground.
No, it is not. But I have learned that all cards named Felling are good.
Pretty true. Sizzle plus Seeds of Strength. Oh, sorry, Sprout Strength, excuse me.
Yep, I love this play because you're getting to take advantage of both the pumps while also getting to bank the Embodiment of Lightning, and you're pitching Ravenous Rabble, which is unconditional go again for the later turns when maybe your hands don't work out quite as well.
Yep, I like that here. And again, Taotao Chu blocking out with 3 cards.
Can I get a deck size count?
And ask for a deck size count here.
It's important.
14. 20.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
That is a big difference.
Serpent's Kiss. I'll make a Feng Strike.
Feng Strike is so back.
This might be the spot to use your Blade Beckoner equipment.
That's good enough.
Yep.
That's good.
Michael agrees.
You're good at this game.
Not quite as good as Mr. Michael Feng.
All right, so Feng Strike. Did it get held? No, did get used.
He played it. You just don't want it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that.
That's not what you want stuck in your hand.
Sometimes you put it in Arsenal.
That's true.
The other one also Slither quite a bit better in Arsenal, but
I loved having Fang Strike in my arsenal and playing Command and Conquer and just looking at them and being like, what are you going to do?
hey, those iron numbers, that's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
All right, well, decent mix of cards here. I see a very powerful card in Taotao Chu's hand, Art of Desire Body, but we are going to have to contend with what's happening over here. 3 more reds, and ooh, this is where the fun begins.
Luckily for Taotao, this is going to work out really well. So Michael wants the Burn Up Shock second strike kind of combo where you don't want to pitch to Arcane Barrier because you need your cards to block the Burn Up path. But Taotao has access to Oasis Respite in Arsenal, already wants to pitch, gets to deny the go again from this second strike.
And conveniently pitches a yellow, which is exactly the amount of resource needed. Not even a blue required, and likely no other AB needed this turn. Again, Briar sends some, but not a lot of arcane damage throughout the course of the game. So
I prefer to just like not take damage in general. So
it's hard to say. I prefer not to take damage in general, which I mean, same. I can definitely align with that. Certainly when I'm playing against Briar, I feel that way. And Michael Feng is like, I'm not out of cards yet, but I could run out. Yeah, I could run out. Here's Braces, really trying to turn on.
never yellow.
Never yellow, never lucky.
I did.
All right, so this one's going to be a little extra pump, so the next thing is going to be 2 bigger. Pretty good for just a piece of equipment you can equip and pop for free.
Not too bad, especially with all these on-hits.
Yeah.
Like bracers, static shock,
This
match.
is basically the turn where you see Braces popped, on a turn where you want to try and connect with a burn up. And Taotao Chu, again, with the way he's been playing this game, You never want burn up the trigger. This is definitely a turn where you're like, I'm using everything I have.
Absolutely.
All my equipment, plenty of things
Yep,
here.
block.
Here's instantly the blade beckon or snap off on the Starfall. Again, when you see the Blossom get popped and the Starfall come in, use your blade beckon piece. That's an easy heuristic for you all to remember at home. Here's Static Shock, though. Static.
Put this away.
Yeah, Static Shock.
Static Shock. I think this is going to unlock the inertia trap in Taotao's hand. I don't think that's exactly what's, the benefit of the inertia trap here. I don't know what's in Michael Feng's arsenal. If it is a non-attack, which I feel like it isn't, it fully unlocks this hand. If it's not, his hand is not unlocked, and he will lose cards to this inertia trap. No, what was it? Oh,
Fucking card.
he flipped
Okay,
it for a
let me
second.
think.
Check it again, Michael. It could be
Yellow,
anything.
press left. Nope.
Triple check.
Taotao looking for Lightning Press.
in case.
We are looking for Michael Feng's arsenal.
This game, not so much.
This would be an incredible turn to have Lightning Press. I don't think he has it. I don't think I've seen Lightning Press in his hand.
He is stoic, not flipping that arsenal up for a second.
I check mine all the time.
Michael Feng, I need you to check your arsenal right. He's got to put his hand
He's
down.
thinking about it. Yes.
This is just 4.
Snatch!
Snatch. Okay. Hand is not unlocked. We don't have enough going
Yeah.
in here.
Up front, anything in the reaction step.
Does not use this inertia trap.
Gain a life off Oasis. Yeah.
Wow.
How does our buddy put as a block, by the way? So not going to have access to that here. Very powerful card, but basically Snatch for new, especially against these redline decks, but successfully blocks out, uses all the resources, gets the AB, gets the Oasis, gains a bit of life. Going to go ahead and put inertia trap in the arsenal and pass it back.
Yep. That's a pretty
And you don't get
powerful
that
card to be able to
the-
arsenal. I mean, I think, like,
The Blossom.
really would have... He didn't know, but the inertia would have been incredible here.
Yep. Certainly would have.
Sizzle.
Here comes Sizzle, Lightning Surge, getting some bonus go again from the arsenal. Pretty good start to the turn.
Yeah, it is unfortunate for Michael Feng. He used the Blossom. Definitely thought he was going to get access to that second strike go again.
And there's 6 once again, taking 1, back down to 10. Embodiment of Earth does get made.
Green guy.
The green guy's back. What do we got left? I see red cards. I see Nimblism, Scar for Scar, and Second Strike. And now Second Strike is back online for Go Again.
Yep. I'm wondering at this point if you're going to start seeing Michael aggressively looking to activate Starfall turn after turn.
Yeah, again, try and keep cards in deck.
Behind on cards in deck. Now, you are up on life, and that's the thing. Is like once you run out of cards in deck, New struggles to actually do things that matter to you. So they have to kill you. And they're not quite the fastest at it. And if you're able to stretch the value of your deck longer by swinging your weapon, right? Using the Nimblism, I think, that's in his hand is 3 value. Swinging Starfall and using Nimblism on a future turn is 5 deck value. You have to start thinking like this when you're playing against a deck that could possibly fatigue you.
Yep, and there's Bonds. Gonna block 1 more. But,
This is exactly what Michael Feng wants to do. Did not activate Starfall. I'm a bit surprised by that. But he wants to keep Taotao from ever doing anything that matters while leaking a little bit of damage every single turn.
Yeah, again, if when assassins can keep cards in hand, bad things can happen to you.
Yeah. Oh, this is an incredible turn. Wow. We have Bramble Spark and Michael Feng showing why he's better than me. Keeping the Nimblism, allowing him to get the embodiment of lightning here.
Makes sense. You do have to play 2 non-attack actions to get the embodiment there, and that is something that unbricks so many hands as Briar. So there's also a Lightning Press hanging out, the second copy, I believe. And we are once again counting
1,
deck.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. It is going quick. Taotao's got a little bit more than 7.
Counting
9 for
again.
me.
9.
Wow.
Okay.
That is the gap has narrowed.
Yep.
It's now much closer between the two in terms of deck size.
Much closer.
And
I
again-
do think this is going to be a crazy turn, though. I mean, if he wants it, he has access to Lightning Surge. Not Lightning Surge. Entwine Lightning. Play your non-attacks. Pump Snatch to the moon. Get the embodiment. Have Go again. Lightning Press it. And then possibly play anything you draw after. And even if you don't draw, like if you draw a non-attack, you just swing Starfall for 2.
Seems pretty good.
Assuming your Snatch hits, which I think there's a halfway decent chance.
Tough to block out Snatch.
That's a lot
against
of
Nimblism and
damage,
Lightning
yeah.
Press.
Well,
all these cards cost 0, by the way. It's
All
pretty
these
good.
cards. Wow, that's so strong.
I mean, 2 block on the equipment for Taotao Chu, still to think about. So, effective life feels closer to 10. Inertia Trap in the arsenal. There's good things happening here, but
Absolutely.
I don't think Michael Feng is going to have an arsenal and just showing the Lightning
What are you
Press off
gonna
into
do?
Entwine
Yeah.
Lightning, which is one of my favorite plays.
Yeah, it's so awkward to see it.
All right, take 1. Block 3, in for 4. 1 goes over. Embodiment of Earth made. Again, likely. I don't think it's mattered. Maybe once this game, if I recall correctly. Maybe not at all just yet. But nimbleism from the Arsenal.
I don't remember if Michael's put a blocking card in front of something.
And Snatch would go again with 7 power with a lightning press in the hand. I will remind everyone, 7 is the current life total.
Yep.
Of
Now,
Taotao Chu.
this is huge that Taotao has a defense reaction in Arsenal because he can just cover up this Snatch and then, doesn't get the +3 on Bramble Spark. I guess it is in Earth Fuse.
Yes,
We
you
don't
have to
access
Earth Fuse.
that.
This is 7.
I take the arcane. I'm at 6.
Yep.
Okay.
Decides to cash in Bramble Spark just for 1 Arcane and threaten the go again on Snatch. I think no, because then I was thinking Starfall, but you had to use the Lightning Press already in this turn, and clearly we want to threaten it on Snatch. This trap though in Arsenal is like such a big deal for Taotao.
Yep, real good. Will not be left with a card in Arsenal that's going to get stranded though, because again can still go into Starfall off this press if the press gets committed. But
I want to see him pitch to Starfall.
yeah, Michael Feng's kind of priced in though. I feel like to this lightning press, and that's the trap, right? Because there's a defense reaction in Arsenal.
Absolutely. And deck sizes are getting so low, getting to essentially free value out of your deck by attacking with your weapon is how you pull ahead.
Yep, because the thing is, Starfall, it's 2 a lot of the time. It's not 2 all the time.
That's true. It's not, and it's going to get harder and harder to make it 2 every turn.
Yes, because you run out of lightning cards.
People tend to play them and not block with them.
Yeah. All right, it's a lot of counting, a lot of back and forth. Again.
Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting. We haven't played a lightning card. Entwine Lightning says lightning. Looks lightning.
Elemental
not
card.
lightning.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've made that mistake many times playing Lexi.
I keep thinking, oh, we have press. That turns on Starfall. Not how it works in this instance. The dream for Michael Feng is that Taotao is just completely disrespecting this lightning press, which is obviously not going to happen. But like if you lightning press Snatch, draw a card, you could pitch that card to Starfall. That's the dream. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not where we're at. Michael Feng tapping the table. I have this card in hand. You know I have this card in hand.
Oh, love this.
I'll
love
say
this
okay.
play.
Arsenal to press for another turn. Draw a card. Again, 6 life. You need to take that life away. As a Rousing Wave has a resource counter on it.
Is that our Desire Body?
Ooh.
Huge card.
That's an absolute heater of a card to have here. I was going to say, like, Assassin doesn't have that many 1-card plays. This is a good 1-card play.
This is the one. This I think it's the best.
Oh, yeah. This card's absolute heat. Has Stealth, which is relevant for News hero attacks. When it hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. Whenever this banishes a red card, draw a card and gain 1 life. Of note, News' other passive text will banish red cards when the combat chain closes. That will, A, draw you more cards, which is kind of fun, but will gain you more life.
Yep, that's the big part. Gaining life is huge here. Gain a life, lose a card off the top of your deck. You're going to lose a card here as Michael Feng, right? Do you want to lose from hand or do you want to lose from the top of the deck? If he thinks he can make a big push here, you want to lose from the top of your deck, but you still have to give your opponent a life.
I see Burn Up Shock in the hand. This hand looks very deadly for Michael
Takes
Feng.
it? Takes it.
Skizzik. See you later. Draw a card, gain a life.
7 to 16. I can't use anything with it, obviously, so yeah.
Oh, IP1, hold a card in the hand, little intellect penalty. Ooh, I see it on the horizon. We're back to the stack.
Yeah.
You're going to need the block 4 on this turn, that's for sure. Burn Up Shock is the threat in Briar. And again, when you only have 7 life, 4 extra damage is quite a lot.
Taking 1, unlocking second strike.
Have we seen both second strikes?
We have now.
What else is going on here? Michael Feng again, trying to stitch this together. 6 points of life doesn't seem like that many for Briar to work through, but it's getting kind of annoying.
And you have 2 cards in deck. Now, what is funny is, like, if he'd attacked with Starfall a couple more times this game, I think he would have a little bit better shot at this. But you can still just attack with Starfall for 1 at endgame, and eventually Taotao has to block it.
Yep. Certainly can't do it forever. And 16 is a lot of dagger swings to potentially move through.
Absolutely. This Flourish Lightning Press combo we saw earlier in the tournament. It's so spooky because instead of having a +3 that is a known quantity, you have access to a sneak +6.
Okay, well, this probably isn't going to do much good, so
Let's do the arcane from the shockwave first.
Let me actually just think about
This is such a tough spot for Taotao. I'm really interested to see how he navigates this turn.
It's going to be 7. How do I block 7?
Great question.
And second strike is on with the go again. I think Taotao also knows that the Arsenal is lightning press, right?
It does. It was shown. He is not the kind of player to lose track of those things.
No. All right, takes the one arcane down to 5.
Here.
Press. Trap.
No, but this would go to 9.
This goes to 9? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm probably dead.
Didn't know about the flourish trick.
Oh, no.
Didn't know.
Oh, no. So Flourish says the first time you would gain, it would gain might. Instead, it gains that much +3.
Yeah.
So it's huge. And Taotao thought he was covering it all up. Gives it inertia. Is there anything left?
No.
6 covering 9. Go take 3 and then just
And then
explode.
burn up.
Oh, of course. Wow. Yeah, burn up just triggers. That's it.
Oh
Taotao
my
Jude
God.
forgetting the flourish pump. And Michael Feng finds a way through with 2 cards left in his Briar deck.
We've seen him win 2 rounds in a row off the back of Flourish Lightning Press. Players are going to have that on the brain moving into future tournaments.
Yeah, Flourish is a new card. Oh, it's not a new card. Sorry.
No.
It's paired with the Earth Pump.
Yes.
Which doesn't do the maximum thing, the funny thing you think of, but
No.
it is quite efficient.
It is.
But it's much easier to navigate the pumps when they play the flourish and they play
It's already
another
pumped.
pump.
Yeah.
Nimblism, great. That I could figure out.
And it's so terrifying because it's like flourish, you send 3 with go again, and then if you overblock it, he goes, another attack. What are you going to do? I still have Lightning Press. I can still give +6 whenever I want to.
And-
Terrifying.
And of course, if you don't, you just do the next attack, right?
Yeah. Or you swing the sword and it gets +3.
That's very good as we're going to take a look at the updated bracket. Very assassin-esque ending to that game for Briar with the Lightning Press. Taotao 2 had the block in hand, but just did not figure out the interaction. So here we are in semifinals. We got some absolutely heat matchups coming through. Kano did make it, Majin Bae.
2 of them.
Both Kanos made it, Majin Bae.
We get a rematch in the semifinals. Jude versus Jacob. Michael Feng versus Alexander Vore on the other side. I have a hard time rooting against Jude and Michael Feng, but I would love to see a Kano finals. That would be so exciting. I think we will be able to watch both of these games.
Yep.
Thank you so much, everyone, for giving me Kano games to cast. I really appreciate that.
That's true.
Good
You're
looking out.
going to be here, so you
I
will
am gonna
get
be
a
here,
lot
yeah.
of Kano. So both semifinals will be brought to you, and then, of course, the finals after that. There is a lot of exciting stuff online. That game already was
That was
a
so
lot
good.
of excitement
That was
for
so
a
fun to
quarterfinal
watch.
game.
Yeah. I would love to see, if I could get a couple more games, not even entirely that good.
Yeah.
Half that good.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd be happy. That was really fun to try to navigate all these turns.
Yeah, that was really fun. So we have a look at something we've been talking about quite a lot over the course of the weekend. Not yet. In just a moment we will. But how have you been finding the format so far, Mr. Majin Bae?
Really
How much did
fun.
you play before this call?
A good chunk because I wrote an article for LSS on Kano.
On Kano.
On Kano. Yeah, so I played a good amount of Kano. I'm going to be honest, before Compendium, I was skeptical, but I like to give LSS a lot of credit. They've come up with some things that I very, very much enjoyed. So when they said, hey, give it some time, I went, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Compendium came out, and I went, okay, I don't know if this is going to change enough for me. And then I watched the first couple Silver Age things. I've played Silver Age, and I go, yeah, this is great.
Yep, turns out the promise of the format being complete, or at least really beginning when Compendium came out, is perhaps true, as we are going to look at some Compendium of Wraith goodness. This is such a fun set to play with, to open, to look at. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. So much fun. So many new cards for so many decks. I mean, we saw even New getting some new tools there.
Quite a few new tools, in fact. There are a lot of Compendium of Wraith cards in Taotao 2's deck list, which you can obviously check out. But not only is there a bunch of stuff for Silver Age, you can open some pretty sweet reprints as well. I know players definitely want to get their hands on these cards, and now they're a little bit easier to grab.
Players is me.
Yeah. You still looking for a Bounce of Justice?
I have one. I think I'll probably keep that one, but I want those shelters. Those are pretty.
Well, if you want those shelters, how about these shelters from the storms?
Man. Those look like they probably prevent 4 damage. They're so pretty.
They do certainly prevent 3 and block for 4 as a very powerful defense reaction. And of course, each box of Compendium of Wraith comes with an Antiquity pack. We can, in fact, open shiny Antiquity cards. These are 2 of the bigger hits, we can say, but there's more where that came from. This may be the biggest, as we've discussed.
Oh, yeah.
One of your favorite cards. In fact, maybe your favorite card.
It is not my favorite card. It is one of my favorite cards. My favorite card of all time is Gaze the Ages.
That's a very good card and a very Kano-y answer.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, not legal in Silver Age.
No.
And Lion Strike, they can get hands on that copy, potentially an Antiquity pack. Riches of Trouble, Dani. Beautiful reprint, beautiful looking extended Antiquity border card. And of course, something for you and everyone else.
Oh, Eye of
The
Ophidia.
Eye of
My
Ophidia.
favorite gem ever. I have pitched this once or twice in my time.
Once or twice in your time. How many opponents have perished after you pitched I have a video?
So many.
I think the conversion rate on you pitching I and your opponent dying when you
that
pick it
turn
is pretty high.
It's very high, yes.
Yeah, Cody Wraith, just such a sweet set. So many things for all heroes, basically, across Flesh and Blood. I mean, there's Shyana cards in this set.
Yes, there is.
And she's only currently legal in Blitz.
Yep.
So-
which means she might not be. She might be on the bench for a little bit.
Yeah, something for everyone, and then some in Compendium of Wraith, not just for Silver Age, but for Classic Constructed as well. Very excited that there's some CC callings coming up, because as much as I love Silver Age, and I certainly do, I cannot wait to see what CC looks like with these new cards added.
Oh, yeah, and players have had a little bit of time now since the release of Compendium, right? They've had some time to work with these new cards, find out what's good, what's not, and what makes the cut.
And of course, if you want to go celebrate Pen, you can do so. Release Celebration starts right now. In fact, it's already started. You can get yourself a Pursuit of Knowledge, something you've told many times on coverage that you have cast this card before, because you cannot resist +1 intellect.
I cannot. I actually cannot. Have you sent this into a Gravy Bones ally?
No.
You
but
know what
would
that feels like?
That feel great.
It feels so
I
good.
sent Whirling Mist Blossom into a Gravy Bones ally.
That probably feels better.
It was just pretty good. I had it tap it against me too as Prism. I
Yeah?
was like, man, what's happening with Ari? He's attacking my allies. Oh, that's
no.
right.
Oh, no.
Everything hits. Everything works. Yeah. It feels, it felt good for them. Felt bad for me, but
Yeah.
it was okay. Still figured it out. At the end of all, have you tried Lyeth then, if you're an intellect fiend?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I put a lot of time into Lyeth. I really wanted to bring Lyeth for the LL portion of Worlds, actually.
Ooh.
I worked really hard on that deck.
Interesting. Yeah, I've seen some creative builds of Lyeth floating around.
Yes, me too. That deck is fun. Have you played it? Have you played Lyeth?
Yeah, I played a little bit.
Yeah. The 5th card, for whatever reason, just breaks my brain. Like, everything's
you're
fine.
cheating every
yeah.
time.
And then I have 5 cards in an arsenal, and like all the normal heuristics that I have when I play Flesh and Blood no longer work. So I just look at my hand and go, for like
What do I
so
do?
long.
Well, Compendium Wraith out now. Certainly highly recommend getting yourself a pack or 24 and opening them. It's such a fun set to open.
Yeah.
So much fun. But you know what else is fun? More games of Silver Age at this calling. There are 2 semifinals here, and we're going to bring you both of them after the break.
Across the hazy moon, through the ocean vast, the ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon loved the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of war, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the north, the name will numb the foes. mystery untold.
Good luck. Have fun.
Dude.
You want to go again?
You know, some people like to eat their flourish with a spoon, but Michael Feng likes to eat it with a fork. I love making you laugh so much. It's my favorite part of the day, dude. We're back at Calling San Diego. Bryce Platz making dumb jokes here and there, and also bringing you in the analysis is Majin Bae. Caleb Van Patten, you having fun or what in this topic?
I am having so much fun. That last line was so crazy. I was trying to decide what the I have full information, and trying to decide the optimal blocks was impossible.
And without known information, unfortunately, Michael Feng's opponent descends down and away from the feature match table forevermore, because we're in top 8, which means that everybody that loses goes home, but not without prizes, ladies and gentlemen. They do go home with gold cold foils and a little bit of scratch for their cash. Jude Cornett does dethrone Brodie Spurlock. This has become a legend in the Flesh and Blood community. Going into top 8 with an undefeated record is 100% the best way to lose out in the top 8.
You are going to lose. An 8 seed wins a lot more than you would think.
Without a doubt. And I think at some point, maybe we should convince Pastrytime to get in his esports garage and tell the story of the curse of the undefeateds. But for now, we are just going to enter the next chapter. Jude Cornett versus Jacob Clements. A rematch from Swiss is going to be happening on the semifinals. And then, of course, Michael Feng, after putting his opponent Taotao into a flourish fork, takes on Alexander Vore. Kano definitely being the talk of the town here in San Diego.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you talk to me a little bit about how this game went before?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Okay, so unfortunately for Jude Cornett, he just could not mount enough of an offense to prevent Jacob from getting himself to a red emeritus scolding and a yellow emeritus scolding pitch stack to put the nail in his coffin. And although I definitely would have thought that Enigma was in the driver's seat, because at one point, Majin, a double arcane polarity was resolved to get Enigma back to 22 life.
That is how it goes, yes. I think this matchup is such a skill check on the Kano player. If you are not competent at setting up a strong pitch stack, if you're not very talented at understanding what threats you have left in your deck, the Enigma player is going to prevent enough damage that you will not be able to kill them.
Couldn't agree more that at lower tiers of competition, it's definitely Kano's game to lose. But in the case of Jacob Clements, who is no stranger to pitch stack and now big swaths of arcane damage, I think the skill check now turns to the other side of the table.
Absolutely.
It's Jude Cornett who's got to figure out a way to win this match. And I definitely think that while he probably knew that Kano was a known quantity coming into this tournament, the deck is not exactly optimized. Of course, he is forced to bring in a yellow springboard somersault from the sideboard just to have enough cards to present a legal deck.
Yep, that's tough. I definitely think that he lost that game and immediately started thinking, how do I approach this the next
100%.
What do I do when I run into Kano next? He might not have known that he was going to run into Kano so soon.
But we'll see if the preparation, short as it might have been, will be enough for Mr. Cornett. We'll get back down to the feature match area for the first of 2 semifinals matches. That's right, it'll be a double feature here before we move on to our finals. But for the second time today, Jude Cornett takes on the boy wonder Jacob Clements, a second place in the Player of the Year race last year, but he's coming out swinging this year. This man is going to pop up anywhere there is a competitive level Flesh and Blood event, and he's going to do awfully well.
Absolutely. Now, I wonder if we can call Jacob Clements the boy wonder in this matchup, considering Jude Cornett also very, very young.
Incidentally, I think younger than Jacob
by
Clements.
a few years.
Which you wouldn't expect based on the number of beard years that Jude is representing here.
I don't know if I've grown that much beard over the course of my life, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, Jude Cornett looking pretty masculine in his player portrait there. Enigma, however, is anything but. Much more graceful in her affect. I will go ahead and take that hero card because I know you're itching to talk about Kano. In this case, Jude Cornett's 52, I'm so used to saying 80, is presented before your very eyes. I draw my attention immediately to the 2 yellow springboard somersaults that are in the list and sometimes forced to be brought in even against mounting arcane damage. We got to look at tech pieces specifically for Kano because we know the context of the matchup before our eyes. I see the 2 arcane polarities. I see the 2 moon chakras, the 2 oasis respites, all of which, by the way, Majin, were resolved against Jacob Clements for maximum value. But unfortunately, just wasn't enough.
Yep, I mean, those are obviously very, very powerful. I think some other cards that bear mentioning are things like Waning Vengeance and Waxing Spectre, which, while not blues, they do represent a tough hurdle for Kano to get over. If you can develop these pieces of ward, if you can protect them for a turn, things get really tough for Kano.
Without a doubt, and when you mount a significant offense as well, that is what can put Kano in his place. Jacob Clements, in that match in Swiss, came up with a popper exactly when he needed it. Blew up an 8-power Enigma Chimera in the final turn cycles of the game. But, you know, Jude's draw sequences were ever so good compared to that earlier game against Chris Iaali that we saw in Swiss. He was doing things like Sirens of Safe Harbor into Waning Vengeance. It was pretty fearsome to behold, and nevertheless, Jacob came out on top.
That is pretty powerful. I mean, the poppers in Kano are really strong, obviously on defense like you saw, but the poppers that we see in this list, 2 copies of Fennel Fighting Spirit, I believe that is it, are also very strong offensively against the Enigma decks because they want to protect their ward. Sometimes they have a Protect the Queen type strategy. You can send 7 and then maybe even continue your turn by activating Kano's hero ability, which costs 3 and says, look at the top card of your deck. If it's a non-attack action card, you may banish it. If you do, you may play it this turn as though it were an instant. So you can send a Fendel's Fighting Spirit, force cards out of their hand to block, activate Kano, push more damage through Arcane, and then Kano again on their turn to make sure that you get their board cleared.
And you know, we know all about the tale of Aether Wildfire and Blazing Aether, but the power cards in Silver Age look a lot different, and they are entitled Emeritus Scolding, which is exactly why they come in at 6 copies. All legal allowed to be played are in the deck. Can you tell me why?
They do a lot of damage. That is the main reason. They also line up really nicely cost-wise with Crucible of Aetherweave. Now, quick question. Did you see Absorb in Aether in the previous game against Jude?
We did not. It was not included in the 52, I want to say, or excuse me, the 40.
The 40.
And I think Jacob might think twice about it, but also that is the one card in this deck that could really clunk up the combo turn, right?
2. Fendel's Fighting Spirit is
Fair
also a miss, and you don't want to overload on them. I think it's totally reasonable to not play Absorb in Aether. I could also see playing it, but Jacob now has quite a bit of experience in this matchup, and I think I agree with not playing them here.
And I would imagine that Jude has a little bit of experience. He's definitely gotten a lesson in lava, even though that's not viable in this format from Jacob Clements. Let's see what he was able to learn, to glean from the incredible offensive overlap on his own turn from Jacob Clements. Looks like Jacob is on the play here, which is probably where Kano wants to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, especially if you can land an energy potion, that is pretty perfect. It can be
huge.
a little awkward if you go first, don't really do anything, and your opponent gets to develop some kind of ward and then go into their turn. That can be disastrous.
Jacob is using his action point, though. It is rousing Aether. Jude throws out a Moon Chakra onto the board, covering up 3 of 4 of that damage. I imagine that a pitch card is going to join in the fray to cover it all up entirely.
Oh, wow. Pitches the red Enigma Chimera. I expected to see that card stay in hand to guarantee some kind of large offense here. Maybe digging really deeply for ward cards. Does find one in the form of Waxing Spectre.
Or perhaps Jude reached through the Aether and into the mind of Jacob Clements, because Jacob has found himself a popper in the hand. Nevertheless, it is, I think, making its way into the arsenal. Right now, Jacob is considering the pitch stack. Which 2 cards are going to go to the bottom of the deck? Viendel's Fighting Spirit was there and does seem to be in the arsenal now.
Now, players always talk about pitch stacking in Kano, and I'm going to be honest with you, most of the time, it does not matter. This matchup is the matchup that it matters. So let's try to keep track at least a little bit. I think it's blue Aether Quickening into red Stir. Stir does a ton for you in the late game, letting you play a card from hand at instant speed and giving +3.
And here's another fearsome card, Cindering Foresight. We have seen played to maximum effect over and over again. In this case, opting 3, finding a Photon Splicing and Aether Quickening in the red, and a Voltic Bolt in the blue. 15 plays 20 here.
This Cindering Foresight will also give AMP 1, essentially AMP 1, which is going to help push over any kind of defense Jude has. This is really important that when the ward cards are developed, there aren't a ton in this list, when they are developed, that you can get through them. Disaster happens when you go for it, trying to kill them on your opponent's turn and can't get there. That's when things get out of your control.
This is another technical aspect of the matchup. We saw happen time and time again in their previous match. Jude Cornett is swinging in with a Waxing Spectre, which is now a weapon with power equal to its ward. It's 4 go again, but if Jacob Clements is able to remove that ward from the board at instant speed with this Photon Splicing, Jude Cornett will be robbed of his action point. I think Jude has planned for it and won't necessarily need that extra action point, but it still hurts nonetheless not to get that offensive value.
Does get the ward from Wave of Reality. I'm trying to see what was bottomed from the Cindering Foresight.
There was a blue Voltic Bolt, a red Photon Splicing, and of course, the red Aether Quickening. I think the Photon Splicing was the one resolved.
Yeah, so we need to see what is drawn on the following turn.
Viendel's Fighting Spirit comes in for Jacob Clements. Incidental life gain because he does start 5 life behind.
Incidental life gain for both players here, getting the homage to ancestors. Now, this is why you like sending Fennel's Fighting Spirit sometimes, is because blocking, Enigma brings in a lot of cards that don't actually block. Arcane Polarity, Oasis Respite, all these cheat cards, the Waxing Specters and things. And so sometimes 7 physical is just really awkward.
Now, Rising Sun, Setting Moon is going to resolve. One of the powerful aspects of this Transcend card is that when you pair it with another Transcend card, you can get rid of that oftentimes superfluous chi out of the hand, but nevertheless, Jude is thumbing the Waxing Spectre in the hand. Perhaps trying to set up a pitch stack of his own. Does have some juice down there in the form of the red Enigma Chimera, and now the final copy of Waxing Spectre. What do you think about the efficacy of late game establishing some ward on the board and swinging it in against Jacob Clements, having a little bit of insulation as you go for offense?
Yeah, I really like that. What I think, the spots where I've played Kano and gotten into a lot of trouble is when my opponent keeps their life total very high. And then on one turn, with something like a Waxing Spectre, Waning Vengeance, they keep a lot of cards. They keep a prevention card, they keep their ward card, and they keep blues. So they can develop their ward, push it, and make things really tough for you.
Scalding Rain banished off the top for Jacob Clements.
Okay, Scalding Rain, blue Voltic Bolt. Looks like that blue Voltic Bolt was kept on top instead of putting it
back off the top of the deck.
Wow.
All of a sudden, there is 7 arcane damage at Jacob's beck and call. Plenty of blues in the hand as well. And with this Spectral Shield swinging in once again, Jude could very well be robbed of the remainder of his turn.
Another red. Wow.
And now the final blue in hand can crack in with arcane damage. Rousing Aether is the first. 4 arcane damage. Goodbye Spectral Shield. Goodbye action point for Jude Cornett once again. Snap back to follow. Now coming in for 4 arcane damage. Buffed up by the Rousing Aether that came before. Spellfire Cloak going to cash in for the Scalding Rain. An additional 4 sneaks on through. Jude Cornett now eclipsed in life by Jacob Clements. 16 plays 13. All of this at the end of Jude's turn.
What an incredibly powerful push here.
This is a completely different terrain than what we faced before. In the Swiss game, both of these players went back and forth for about 3 turn cycles and almost no damage came across. Jacob had to mount an impressive defense by sending a lot of arcane damage to kill a Spectral Shield with just 1 point pushed over by a discard of a Photon Splicing in order to take out Mr. Jude's President and thereby all of his offensive capability. This, however, is Jude on the back foot with, however, yet another red Enigma Chimera headed to the bottom of the deck. Jude wants to go the distance.
Yeah, and sending Sirens of Safe Harbor over Enigma Chimera, possibly worried about the second popper in the list, but I imagine more interested in gaining the life than dealing the extra damage here.
Jacob finally finding a copy of Emeritus Scolding in the hand. Not exactly where you usually want to be playing it from. No blues whatsoever. It's just a yellow in the hand. But there is a snapback as well. So Jacob is going to be able to go 1 spell wide here. It's going to be a big bad 6 arcane damage, not without bite. Jude only able to block with a Manifest Muscle in the pitch zone, but then there's Arcane Polarity the first. Back up to 16 goes Jude, 15 goes Jude Cornett.
I know that this is a really impactful moment in Jacob's pitch deck because right before it, he has quad blue. Now he's setting up quad blue, very powerful Emeritus Scolding, and another red. I think if he gets his way, he'll put another red with them, and this will be his turn.
Now, can we talk about the finer points of pitch stacking here, Mont? Jacob has set up quad blue, but it's not a guarantee that the quad blue is going to come around all at the same time, right?
That is so true. Yep. Now, you don't need all of them, generally, but you definitely don't want to be drawing 2 in 2 reds twice in a row. That would be pretty disastrous. Now, I imagine Jacob's keeping track, and it's maybe a little bit likely that if he keeps his life total up, he can put himself in a spot where he can IP a card to fix his stack the way he wants it to go.
Jude Cornett mounting a significant offense, gaining a little bit of life from the Sirens of Safe Harbor once the combat chain closes, of course, and also setting up important defensive tools at the same time. Jude playing the mid-range style, send a little, block a little, and in this case, second copy of Moon Chakra does hit the arsenal, threatening to stymie the efforts of Jacob Clements. And here comes Crucible of Aetherweave plus Emeritus Scolding in the red, but unfortunately, it's only 5 arcane because Emeritus Scolding, of course, requires you to be playing it on your opponent's turn in order to get the +2 arcane effect.
Oh, darn, 5 arcane. What are we going to do?
I guess we're not upset by that.
No, it's still pretty good. It functions as a just like pretty powerful red more often than people think. We do know that Jacob has Snapback in Arsenal, which is Kano's main way of having like additional reach for free. It's one of the only cards, that Incinerating Foresight, that you can place in your arsenal and then play on your like go off turn.
So this is definitely a big difference between the Swiss game. Jude Cornett sending huge amounts of power to the bottom of the deck. Joining those 2 red Enigma Chimeras now is a red Astral Etchings, which is now paired with a Chi card, Drop in the Ocean.
Now, I think if Jacob didn't have energy potions in hand, this would be... I would expect to activate Kano here. Yeah, I think you're supposed to activate Kano before you declare blocks, just in case. You want the most options. But yeah, you know that Jude's down to 1 card. You have a bunch of blues. This is a good time to push.
It's 3 blues found from the Cindering Foresight. Is there a world where Jacob wants to put all of these on the bottom, or does that make the pitch deck a little hinky?
It's possible. We have quite a few damaging cards, not as many as we would probably like in a row after our 4 blues, just the 2, the Scalding Rain and the Emeritus Scolding. There is a blue Emeritus Scolding in this Cindering Foresight, which has base 4 damage. That's not bad at all.
So could still activate Kano after putting Emeritus Scolding on top. And then send, that would be 5 Arcane, 6 if he activates Crucible of Aetherweave, which you would imagine he would because it just fits into the cost curve.
I think the issue, he was really hoping for a 1 cost 4 damage because then he could use Crucible, do the 1 for 4, and Snapback, and then play the Energy Potion in his turn. The Emeritus Scolding isn't quite the most efficient hit here.
In my playline, doesn't even work because one of the cards in hand is a yellow Emeritus Scolding.
Oh, is it really? I thought it was a blue. Wow.
Sorry, you can count. I'm doing like a non-counting thing
Yes,
where I
good.
just
I will
like,
tell you.
Yeah.
10, 15. It's 20 cards.
Okay.
20 cards left in the deck
Yeah, the
of
way I
Jacob
do the
Clements.
stack is like
Only half expunged so far.
The amount of cards I pitched, and then I just
Wait.
when the amount of cards I pitched is equal to the amount of cards in my deck, I'm like, I'm there.
Yeah.
That's one way to do it. A lot of players have their own way to try to set up pitch decks. Everybody finds a way that works for them and then sticks with it.
Yeah. I still haven't found the way that works for me, Majin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think almost always pitch stacking is overrated. I think that's like such a weird thing to say for like a quotation mark pro player, especially for a
And
wizard
for a guy
player.
who does it probably better than anybody else.
I don't know about better than anybody else, but it's like not something you need to do. It's mostly, oh yeah, I put these reds with these blues. These 2 cards are good together. Let's put these. Oh, I have a lot of blues in a row. We need to make sure we put a red. Red. That's like the most pitch stacking you generally need. But I did say Kano versus Enigma is the matchup where it is the most important. Period.
And so if somebody is watching at home thinking, yeah, I could pick up Kano and figure this whole pitch stacking thing out, where would you recommend that they start? What are the heuristics that you employ for a beginning player?
Oh, man, there's a really good article written by Julian Sniffen on how to Memory Palace. Or Mind Palace. I can't remember which one it's called. But I read that article and practiced it. It was really fun, actually.
And do you still employ that strategy today?
I do, when I need to, which isn't very often. I do love this play. Centering Foresight does actually enable Snapback to be played.
Impressive stuff, of course, because Snapback just requires you to have played a wizard non-attack action card this turn, not to have dealt arcane damage. Enigma Chimera in the blue coming out of the hand of Jude Cornett. I do tend to think that those red Enigma Chimeras are at the bottom of the deck because Jude wants to see if he can run Jacob Clements out of poppers, either by forcing him to send them or block with them on lower power Phantasm attacks like this blue before us.
It's also, this is really important, super efficient to send an Enigma Chimera and keep up Oasis Respite. So if you have, like, blue plus the blue that you pitched for Enigma Chimera, you send now lethal, right? Jacob Clements is at 8. You keep up Oasis Respite, and you keep up AB3. Because you're going to try to send lethal and then not die. That is your plan in the late game. I believe Jacob's pitch deck is around 14 cards. Jude said that there was 20 cards in Jacob's deck.
And that was before he drew up and passed back.
But
so now
we
it
put
should
cards,
be 16 deck.
We put cards on the bottom.
You're right about that.
Pitch.
Pitch 2 cards, right? So deck should be 18 cards, I believe.
Something like that. I'm not going to try to have it exactly right, I'm going to be honest. But I do not see the beginning card of the pitch deck, which is blue Aether Quickening. That's what we're going to be looking out for.
Jacob in the tank once again, working with Fistful of Blues besides, of course, red Photon Splicing and red Aether Quickening.
Now, what I want to see is I want to see Jacob put a powerful red in the arsenal because Stir the Aether Winds is coming up in the pitch deck. And if you banish Stir the Aether Winds off the top, you can play a red from your arsenal at instant speed.
Effectively giving you a Storm Striders that costs 1 more on a stick, right?
Yep. 4 more because you have to Kano it, but yes.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Stir's a card that I actually love, but it's been so awkward in so many different builds. It's really cost intensive.
Yeah, very much so, especially for the only 3 extra arcane that it actually gives you. But arcane damage is something that is so strange in the game of Flesh and Blood. The numbers aren't what they are on the face, mainly because you force your opponents to bring in equipment pieces that don't help their game plan. They just try to stymie yours, and also because ultimately the best you can possibly be blocking arcane damage is with AB5, and even that cannot be enough when you're coming in for numbers more than that.
Absolutely. I do think Jacob needs to, I think he's really tanking on both Hold Focus and Mage Master boots here. Could have gone double red. I like just sending the 1. I do think we need to be looking to activate Hold Focus this turn or the next turn, though.
Doesn't seem to have activated it here. Aether Quickening does, of course, have a surge effect. Will gain Go again if it deals more arcane damage than its base, which, of course, is 4. Would require Jude Cornett to completely disrespect, which I don't think is going to be the case here.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot because Jude wants to take arcane damage to unlock this polarity. Also, there's Oasis, so we could cleanly cover this up. Okay, decides to take 2. I think we're just going to see a pass back here, and I do really like this play. You go polarity, gain life. My turn, go. I have double Oasis plus blue.
Which does then allow you to find those 2-card hands like Red Enigma Chimera to still threaten lethal and keep back a hefty defense. And the last copy of a Popper is in the hand for Jacob Clements. Once again, Fandol's Fighting Spirit.
I believe that's the blue quickening that signals our pitch deck. Next card should be Stir the Aether Winds into, I think, red Aether Quickening. This could be a huge turn here. Jude's sitting with double Oasis, but double Oasis, 1 blue, only stops so much. Yeah, I love the pass, love the pass.
Hold focus,
Hold
popped
focus.
here. Amp 1. Is Jacob about to pop off here? If my co-caster is correct,
Mage Master Boots.
we are going to send the Fandol's Fighting Spirit, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's going to send the Fendal's Fighting Spirit. You don't actually want to draw Stir the Aether Winds, so he's going to send it, Kano, find Stir, boom you.
There you go.
Push a ton. Oh, is that Waning Vengeance? Yellow, no, the yellow coming at the worst possible time for Jude. Oh, no.
There is an Oasis Respite in the hand still, and of course 1 blue.
This is what I'm talking about with making the attacks can be so awkward to block.
There's a second Oasis in the arsenal, as foretold by my co-caster, and so 3 plus an effective 7 equals 7. So no damage converted there. Spectral Shield bot, but really those Oasis Respites want to be devoted to arcane damage, and there it is, the Stir the Aether Winds, as foretold. Off the top, played now by another blue from hand. And then it is Photon Splicing out of the arsenal, able to be played at instant speed thanks to the Stir the Aether Winds. And all of a sudden, you see the value of Tall Arcane. Even though Stir the Aether Winds is an effective 2 for 3, ultimately it is the Tall Arcane spells that are worth even more as they climb in power.
Jacob's got to do 11. I'm not quite sure if he can get there. I think the next cards are something like a blue, a red, and then the quad blue hand that we were talking about.
There is still 1 red Emeritus Scolding, so there's at least a hefty amount of damage.
No, wait, hold on. Let me think about it. I do think if he knows it, I think he can get there, because I believe he can Talismanic Lens through the last 2 block of blue, getting us to the yellow Emeritus Scolding and the red 1 for 4, which would be 10. No.
10, but Crucible of Aetherweave, right?
Oh, that is the 10th.
He would be able to activate Crucible, right?
5 plus 4. Yeah. 5 plus 4 plus 1. 10.
Oh, no.
Now, that's pretty darn good. I will put my Enigma opponent to 1 with a Kano ability, you know, while I'm playing Kano anytime I can.
Oh, no.
Oh, is there... Oh, he takes it? Is there
Jacob
an
says
extra
go.
red?
But here we go. It's Mage Master Boost, not employed during the Swiss round. Voltic Bolt going to have go again here. 5 Arcane is the way that Jacob is starting off this turn. Aether Quickening in the hand with another blue to pair.
Crucible, 5 Arcane.
This is a powerful turn.
5 more Arcane here with 1 floating. Does have access to the Energy Potion, but there's not a whole lot of 0-cost Arcane in these Kano builds.
No, and I mean, they do 1 even when you have them. This is not what you want to be doing. You draw up here, and I imagine you're firing.
Activate Kano.
Yep.
And here we go.
Yellow Emeritus.
Yellow
Next
Emeritus
one's a red
is
1 for 4.
fantastic.
That's crazy.
That is crazy, he says. Wow, who put that there?
Activating Kano once again. There is the Scalding Rain. Majin, you can still do it, my friend.
It's not quite.
6 plays 7.
You
Jacob says it's not quite, though.
That's my bad.
Sorry.
Yeah,
no. Is what I should say.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
It is 2 blues in the hand for Jacob.
I'll send 5.
So it is going to be 5 Arcane.
Jude with just a blue and a yellow. Those springboard somersaults really coming back at the worst possible time.
Just need 1 more sideboard slot to devote to Kano.
And then I'll send...
Crucible plus Scalding Rain. Pitches a blue, or excuse me, a yellow.
Okay,
down
I think
to 2.
the next card is blue
right now?
Voltic Bolt? No. It's oh man. Yeah, it's blue Voltic Bolt and then another yellow Emeritus Scolding, both of which cost 2, and then underneath that is an E-Pot, so I don't even think you can Talismanic Lens to a card that you could play here. Because a 1 for 2, a blue Quickening, a blue Scalding would get you there. I don't think there's one that he can reach here. I think he's one card away if he uses the Talismanic Lens,
Jacob,
if I remember correctly.
He's taking a look at his graveyard to cross his T's and dot his I's. Just check which threats he's already used out of the deck. He has been able to resolve a lot of the red ones, honestly.
Oh, yeah, like almost all of them.
Which is kind of the quandary that Mr. Clements is in at this point. There is still an energy potion in the stack as well. So what is the consideration here? Is he thinking about activating Kano one more time with the energy potion?
He's probably thinking about, yes. He's probably thinking about, like, okay, do I have a 1-cost? Any 1-cost wins the game here. And he has Talismanic Lens. So he needs one to be in the top 3. I think he doesn't remember exactly what's in the top 3. Because if he did, I don't believe he would have to think about it.
Jacob Clements with victory in his sights.
There is one in the stack, and it's coming up. It's just, I think, the 4th
Too
card.
deep?
I think it's 1 card off. I think. We'll see if I'm right.
4 is, of course, too deep because Talismanic Lens is going to allow Jacob Clements to opt to. There's a blue Emeritus Scolding. Yes, not enough resources for him, and he confirms what he thinks he already knew with the Talismanic Lens, leaves them on top, and passes back to Jude Cornett, who is staring defeat in the eye, has not been able to reach his own pitch deck and resolve his powerful attacks like Enigma Chimera.
Good draw. Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, Waning Vengeance drawn. That gives him a little bit of prevention. Really important since he's at 2 with only Arcane Barrier 3.
And now the priority is back on Jude Cornett as Jacob attempts to pass back. Even though Enigma is not a wizard, she does have access to instant speed effects. So Jude wondering if he wants to go ahead and throw out that Waning Vengeance now, but ultimately you'd be donating 2 resources to charity, right?
Yep.
Which could otherwise be used to mount a defense with Arcane Barrier.
2 Aether Opening. 2 Photon Splicing.
Both of these players at the height of their Flesh and Blood careers. The tension in the room is mounting.
I think current height. I think Jude's going to reach quite a bit higher heights. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, totally. Not saying they've peaked. Saying they're on their way up.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, it's blue, 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 Waning Vengeance for Jude.
Who is thinking about deploying it now? So thankful to all 3,000 of you joining us for the first Silver Age calling on U.S. soil. London was great, but our home, US of A, has been anything but a disappointment. We have a plethora of heroes in our top 8. No, it's not just Decimator Great Axes and Briars running rampant here. It's a Kano world.
Does decide to deploy the Waning Vengeance. Says, you know what, I'm just going to get this out before you can stop me.
What do you think about that? Because, of course, Wizards do love to hold their priority, and if Jude were to go for that Waning Vengeance at the wrong time, Jacob could respond and snipe out the ward defenses before they're able to be established.
Yep, and this is a lot. Yellow Emeritus Scolding. I think this is the last big power card we have in the deck, if I remember correctly. Photon Splicing as well. What Jacob needs is to deal 4 somewhere before the Emeritus Scolding comes out.
Energy Potion off the top of the deck. No, it's not more damage, but it is more juice in terms of resources. Could still help Jacob Clements cross the finish line. Oftentimes, Kano math is just 1 activation of Crucible of Aetherweave away.
That's not it.
Photon Splicing. Yes, a 1-cost arcane spell.
Oh, can we use the 5 arcane?
It's 5 arcane first. 3 is already blocked out by the Waning Vengeance. And if Jude decides to pitch to Arcane Barrier, we'll get a Spectral Shield left behind by that Waning Vengeance.
Now, there is 2 energy potions. We have an extra Kano activation and the ability to play anything that's found off the top here. I imagine this Spectral Shield is going to be responded to.
I'll let that resolve.
Oh,
and then I'll
resolve.
put the 2 arcane at you.
2 arcane from blue Photon Splicing. 1 is still in the pitch zone for Jude Cornett. He throws another blue.
2? Yep.
Okay.
Blocks the 2 arcane barrier. Has himself 2 resources to work with. Sends the Spectral Shield. Jacob Clements descends down to 5.
Okay, this is big. There's Emeritus Scolding Blues. I think we have both of them still in the deck. These are the Emeritus Scolding Blues and Blue Voltic Bolts are big because it gets us over the 3 arcane barrier threshold that we need to. However, it's going to be going back to Jude again. There's the Enigma Chimera, and the rest is blues. No prevention, no ward.
Except for, of course, the Spectral Shield that is on the board. Oasis Respites have been used. Arcane Polarities have been used. And Jude Cornett sits at a measly 2 life. Finally, a red Enigma Chimera can be sent. But Jacob Clements is anything but out of this game. Just needs to leak 2 instances of 1 arcane damage through the defenses of Jude Cornett. And he can get 1 step closer to being another calling champion.
Now, Jude can stop 8. A total of 8, including the Spectral Shield. Jacob probably not going to go super tall with it. I mean, maybe it's a blue Emeritus into blue Emeritus. But there's so many resources. Quad blue. Wait, we have quickening. Do we have another way to pump? Is there a photon splicing as well, or is it just 1?
I did think I spied 1 photon splicing. I could be wrong about that.
The double amp from that would be huge.
There is 1 in the graveyard
I think we
already.
pitched the other blue photon splicing last turn.
Certainly not in the hand here.
Yep, goes to block. Says the cards I want are not the ones that are on top.
We'll have to block 9 here. And Jude's game plan is looking awfully nice because Enigma Chimera, while it looks like an incredibly overrate attack, you would be right, of course, has the keyword Phantasm. And now that he has run Jacob Clements out of cards that could pop these illusionist attacks, it's nothing but overrate damage.
Yep. The issue is Jude does not have a way to put extra prevention on the board. That's what he really wants to find here.
And I don't think he has a Waxing Spectre still
He's got
left.
a Waxing Spectre left in the deck.
Arsenal for Jude Cornett, passing back over to Jacob Clements.
Red, chi. We have prevention. A lot of reds though.
Overflow the Aetherwell. Just 1 arcane damage coming Jude Cornett's way. Not even an activation of Crucible of Aetherweave. Jacob holding back that last blue in hand.
Kind of like pitching the Astral Etchings here. Oh, going to develop the Waxing Spectre after. Okay. Develops the ward. Only 4 resources available on his own turn.
Really huge
ward,
here, though.
but
Has
still,
4 ward on the board.
I don't think this is going to be enough to stop it. Just passes.
It's an activation of Voltic Boat. Emeritus Scolding found on top. Another activation of Kano. Rousing Aether found on top. Another one. Emeritus Scolding in the blue a second time. There are plenty of resources. There's 7, including the energy potions. And here comes Jacob cracking in like a thunderbolt, rousing Aether first, dealing 2 arcane damage plus an additional 1 on the next one. Emeritus Scolding now cracking in for 5, burning the face off of Jude Cornett, threatening that ward board that is the only thing that stands between him and utter defeat here. It's Arcane Barrier 1 plus 4 on the board. Energy Potion, the second. Emeritus Scolding for 5, and that is it! The red Astral Etchings is just not enough, and Jacob Clements gets a bear hug from his teammate Michael Feng and gets himself into the finals here at Calling San Diego.
I love Kano so much. It's just so, these games are so interesting to me. Man, it was so close. He was running out of threats. If it was a blue instead of a red, Jude lives through this turn. He lives through this turn. Could he win the game? I don't know, but he lives through this turn. It was, man, that was so fun to watch.
Incredible stuff. And if you are motivated to be the latest disciple of the Wizard Academy, I could not think of a better person to have in the booth to show off exactly the power of Kano.
Yep. Oh, man, just so fun.
So fun indeed. I'm actually even inspired to maybe pick it up, but that was some difficult, fancy footwork that you were doing right there, my friend.
Oh yeah,
really impressive stuff.
It's a tough one. I mean, I'm always impressed when people can do it in the booth, right? Not in our booth, but in their games. You have to think so much about all these things. I just have to talk sometimes while watching what they're doing. I have perfect information. A lot easier for me to do. Much harder when you're battling for your tournament life in top 8 of a calling.
Now, we entered this semifinals round with 2 questions, Majin. The first of those 2 has been answered. Jude Cornett, even though he's got that 8th seed buff, does not make it into the final round here at Calling San Diego. Instead, it is the Brit, the UK invasion, Jacob Clements, who gets there in the end. The other question is Michael Feng versus Alexander Vore. Would you be excited to see a Kano mirror in the finals, my friend?
I would be excited to see a Kano mirror in the finals. They're pretty quick in this format, but it is fun. They're fast. It's blasting. People have to random off the top and see what they hit. I think it's a good time. I do think, however, that Michael Feng came prepared with a plan for Kano.
You better believe it, especially because Michael Feng and Jacob Clements are teammates. Jacob has been a huge disciple of Kano since he won the first ever showdown at the world premiere in London. So I definitely think that Michael Feng, like Kano is a known quantity for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, most of them were planning to play Kano in this calling, and then I think the only one that stuck with it was Jacob Clements. As you see, both Brodie and Michael Feng switched to Briar.
Turns out flourishes and lightning presses are awfully good, and I can't begrudge them for wanting to resolve them. So let's go ahead and get to our second semifinal. We are going to be taking mere moments, and then we will answer that second of 2 questions. I do wonder, can we glean anything from the fact that Michael Feng was in Jacob Clements' player cam, giving him a big hug at the end of that game? Do you think that means he made it to the finals or not?
I don't know. He's just a supportive guy.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. He at least has the eye of the tiger and is really excited to be playing his own match before your very eyes. And we will get down to the feature match in short order. Now, I would imagine that even though Briar was touted as the big bad of the metagame in Silver Age, that Kano has some play into her.
Yeah. Absolutely has.
Would you say it's a favored match?
Okay, it depends on how much the Briars want to respect Kano. Kano does a lot of damage. It's very hard for Briar to prevent any of the damage, especially in the standard build. You see like AB0, maybe like Spell Void 1, right? And all reds, so it's not like they can do much. However, Briars can play Arcane Barrier if they want to. They can play Prevention if they want to. They can play Arcane Polarity if they want to. And if you have these tools, every single one you add, it gets more and more difficult for Kano.
And I have heard tell of extra blues kind of finding their way into the sideboard, mainly to handle Icelander. What do you think about the efficacy of bringing them into Kano, though? Because don't you just want to kill him as fast as possible?
Yeah, you would, except those blues that were added, I believe, are usually Trip the Light Fantastic, which is incredible into Kano. You know, you force Kano to pull the trigger fast. This is not Kano versus Enigma, right? You're gonna put them super dead and say, have it. And then if they have to fire into your prevention, they're going to lose the game. And that's what you're trying to do with things like Trip the Light Fantastic. That's what you're trying to do with your Arcane Barrier or Spell Void that you bring in.
Okay, well, we're going to see if Michael Feng can blast through the defenses, or if Jacob Clements is going to be the one burning the face off of his opponent in the final. Alexander Vore is going to be burning the face off of his opponent. Alexander Vore, of course, representing the AGE Pro Team versus the Super Team, Team Super Armory, who has just poached one of AGE Pro Team's players, Christopher Iaali, for the upcoming Pro Tour in Yokohama.
You trying to say all Kano players look the same?
Yeah,
on camera?
Ultimately. You know, Jacob Clements did look a lot different when he was playing new, but all of a sudden he's looking a lot like Alexander Vore. Kind of sounds like him, too, if I'm being real.
He doesn't say based enough. based. Based.
We're having a lot of fun with Alex because he is kindred spirit with both of us. We love watching him play, and we love hearing him yap even a little bit more, I think.
If you spend any time with Alexander Vore, you are very familiar with the Vore yap.
Oh, yeah. And it doesn't go all ways, though. His brother is a bit more of a quiet soul. Still an absolute killer in Flesh and Blood. Wasn't able to make it out to San Diego this weekend, though. But that's neither here or there. It has been foretold by my co-caster, and yes, one copy of Trip the Light Fantastic is in the blue pitch for Michael Feng here. But it's only one, accompanied by 2 copies of Flourish, rounding out the resource base, at least in the blue. What else do you see that entices you here?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to bring in the other blues, but I do see some Null-Rune boots here, giving us AB1 plus the Helm of Might and Magic. So we do have some ways to defend against the Kano onslaught of Arcane, where Briar of last week didn't.
And these equipment choices definitely make a lot of sense. You don't want to leave any equity on the table in terms of your equipment choices, I guess, unless you're Chris Iaali at Calling Seattle, who brought Valiant Dynamos into his Kano opponent in the finals. But bottom line, the point I'm trying to make here is that Blade Beckoner Helm does next to nothing against Kano, especially because I don't expect Jacob to be bringing in Fendel's Fighting Spirit.
No, I will not be attacking my Briar opponents with Fendel's Fighting Spirit.
Exactly. Okay, cool. Glad we're on the same page there. I also see 2 copies of Evergreen that are likely not going to be making their way into the deck, but what will be is a 1 copy of Arcane Polarity. We saw it used to great effect for Jude Cornett, even though he wasn't able to carry the day.
Yep, yeah. Arcane Polarity, any kind of Kano hate is amplified based on how aggressive you are. The faster you force Kano to have it, the more impactful any kind of reduction in damage will be. So an Arcane Polarity on a deck that is going to kill you in probably about 2 to 3 turns is so impactful because it is so difficult to recoup that loss of 4 life.
Now you said, will the Kano have it? Let's see what is in the 52 for Alexander Vore and see if we can figure out exactly what he will have. So far, it is looking pretty stock. 2 copies of Cindering Foresight, 6 of Emeritus Scolding. Is there anything that surprises you here?
No, I think this is looking all pretty standard. We don't see any frontline plating, nothing like that. Just going to be playing most of the same stuff. Interested to see if we see Blade Beckoner plating in over the Spellfire Cloak.
Now, if we can think into the future, Aetherstorm Wellingtons are in the sideboard there. So, Alex, definitely coming prepared for the Kano Mirror as well, which is something that he's incredibly passionate about. He's a wizard aficionado, both in Acilio and Kano, and is always loving the way he can tech for the Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, I expect to see Aetherstorm Wellington in pretty much every single Kano list. You have a lot of extra slots with this deck. I think this is going to be this is a pretty stock list. I really have to think. Who's going first? Do we know who has the die roll? It's Vore. Vore gets to choose. Will he? And he chose first, probably to pair with his Mage Master Boots. Now, the AB1 from Michael Feng, really impactful here. If your Kano opponent goes first, mitigating any damage is huge. Such a big deal.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the game is ready. The 55s have been seen, and we proceed down to the match area. Alexander Vore is going to be on the play, trying to punch his ticket to the finals here at Calling San Diego. Not exactly his home turf. He hails, like Jonah Overholt, from Phoenix, Arizona. But Michael Feng is even further from home, an East Coaster from the United States. Bottom line, we're going to see if it's the hometown hero or the man from the other coast that's going to take this one away. 15 plays 20. And once again, Alex is on the play.
Yep, no Mage Master Boots from Alex. He decided to go with the Blade Beckoner suite, which I do like. When I go first, I prefer the Mage Master Boots, but blocking 2 is really, really good when you die so fast. What I do see in Michael Feng's hand is that Trip the Light Fantastic. That 2 prevention and possibly gaining 1 life from Arcane Scene's life could buy him a lot of space in this matchup.
Okay, Alex banishes 2 from Kano off the top. Aether Quickening in the blue, not ideal, but what is ideal is definitely the snapback that came after.
Definitely better here. Could push through a little bit of damage. He expects to get 1 damage through from the Aether Quickening and 3 damage through from the Snapback. Gonna have a bit of a rude awakening with this Trip the Light Fantastic.
Do you think that particularly disappoints him, or maybe it's nice to not have to play around Trip the Light Fantastic?
Could be. I don't think much disappoints Alex for him, I'm going to be honest with you.
I don't think so
seems
either.
To be having a great time.
He really does, and that's one of the things that endears me to him so much, besides his really unique voice.
Unique is such a great word to be using there. Yes, love that guy so much.
Trip to Light Fantastic discarded there, preventing 2 of this 4, and then an additional red joins the Weave Lightning in the pitch zone. Michael Feng takes 2 damage there.
This turn 1, if he couldn't go first, went pretty much perfectly for Michael Feng. He's only taking 1 total damage.
And a curious choice from Michael Feng as well, playing out an Arcane Seed's life at the end of Alex's turn, just gaining a little bit of a life buffer, back up to 19. Alex unable to chip a meaningful amount of damage.
Unfortunately, I think that's double Scar for a Scar here. Not quite going to work. Still gets to convert the whole hand, just arsenals the other Scar.
Arcane Seed's life going to generate 2 Rune Chant tokens in addition to the life gain here. Michael Feng back up to 20 life.
Back up to 20. Alexander Vore, I see Reverberate in his hand. That is a fun card. Can do some really crazy stuff with that one. When you deal arcane damage with it, you can banish a card from your hand. A wizard non-attack action card from your hand with cost less than or equal to the amount of damage dealt by Reverberate. Then you can play that as though it were an instant. So fun to banish this off the top, hit, banish Red Emeritus Scolding from your hand.
Huge stuff, of course, because it would fit nicely into just an additional blue to play both the Reverberate and the Emeritus Scolding. In this case, the follow-up for Michael Feng is Scar for a Scar. Definitely doesn't have Go again. One of the silver lining advantages of starting 5 life under.
Yep. Vore is at 13. He does not actually have any Arcane Barrier, which is so funny for a wizard.
Very true, but the arcane damage being sent by a Rune Blade is laughable compared to the 8 arcane that we saw coming out of the hand of Jacob Clements at times during the last game.
Yeah, we already saw the other Arcane Seed's life, so not a ton of arcane damage to really worry about. This Lightning Press definitely bailing out Michael Feng, letting him fully convert 3 of the 4 cards. Arseling another Scar. I have to imagine he's hoping to pull a bunch of non-attacks to give himself an embodiment of lightning on the following turn.
Also could be thinking that at this point, with his prevention effect done away with and now no longer on turn 0 where he can willy-nilly pitch reds, it's entirely possible that Alex sends enough Arcane to get him below in life.
Absolutely, especially if we see the equipment pushed early. You do want to use the first part of the Blade Beckoner blocking equipment like as soon as possible. That way you can use the second part on the Starfall for both of them without losing any value.
Now let's take a moment to talk about the caliber of these players. Michael Feng, at this point, is probably a household name unless you're living under a rock. He is 6th in terms of earnings in the entire world for Flesh and Blood. He has 21 gold foils to his name, 42 total top 8s, 1 Pro Tour top 8, the one he won, mind you.
Wow, well done.
9 calling top 8s, and 24 battle-hardened top 8s. It's absolutely massive, the accomplishments that this man has achieved in our game. On the other side of the table, Alexander Vore is a little bit less in terms of stature, but does have himself 14 total top 8s. Just calling to attention the incredible players that we have here competing at Calling San Diego.
He also top 8'd the first ever Pro Tour on Kano.
Which
was the OG Kano.
Which was the breakout moment for Kano, the deck that nobody expected. And then all of a sudden, at the end of Pro Tour New Jersey, it was a known quantity until his Living Legend Ascension.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was treated as almost a meme in the community up until that point. I know, because I played him and everyone
Alex was treated as a meme?
Well, he still is.
Or Kano.
Definitely Kano. And I played him anyway, and I got endless crap for it. And then PT1 happened, and I was vindicated.
Heck yeah, and you can thank Alexander Vore for that.
I did.
10 plays 20 here. Alexander Vore with a snapback, a red Voltic Bolt, and a blue. Aether Quickening in the arsenal.
Yep, great hand for converting, which is really important. You cannot have an off turn. If you draw blues, banish blues, like you just don't have time to make up for that.
And these big arcane spells are almost assuredly going straight face now.
You wouldn't.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't have snapback again.
Alex says, I might.
Fun Vore story from PT1.
Tell me.
Ragamuffin's hat was discovered in PT1. Right? Everyone played Talismanic Lens before that. Vore was the only Kano that still played Talismanic Lens at PT1. When people asked him, why didn't you switch to Ragamuffin's hat? He said, don't you want to opt too? What are you, stupid?
In testing, I have seen this man opt literally 8, bottom them all, and say, unlucky, unlucky.
Based.
Base. Snap back to follow the Voltic Bolt. All of it's finding home, but no, Michael is not descended below in life total, so that Scar for a Scar will need an embodiment of lightning in order to give it go again. Embodiment of Earth going by the wayside.
Yeah, unlucky didn't get any value on that embodiment.
Dude, unlucky. Burn Up Shock coming out. This is exactly the card that Michael Feng needs to close the proverbial door on Alexander Vore before a combo can happen. Shock finds home. Alex down to 9 now.
Terrifying card for Kano. Terrifying. It's so hard to block these breakpoints. And with Blossom of Spring, Starfall, Braces of Belief, this turn is going to go wide.
And, you know, we do have to call to attention at this point the little bit of tech piece that Alex brought to the party. Unyielding Grip is a fantastic new card from Compendium of Wraith, helping these non-blocking decks kind of go the distance when it comes to defending out a Burn-Up Shock. That one will gain +3 defense as long as Alex doesn't have any cards in hand. Now, you might be wondering, how the heck is he going to get that energy potion out of his hand? You can always activate Kano.
Yep, that's not what you want to do.
Of course
right?
not.
It's not what you want to do. You could, I mean, he doesn't have the blues to go like full send everything, block with my equipment. And unfortunately, he's basically turning that, if he makes that play, he's basically turning the energy potion and the Unyielding Grip into a 3-block. It's not great value, but dying is worse value. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that line taken.
12 plays 9 here, and second strike now given +1 and go again, thanks to the fact that the shock portion of Burn Up Shock did connect with Alexander Vore's life total.
Now, I want to point out that Vore, assuming the combat chain isn't closed, which I believe Blossom of Spring is an action, so it would close. I expect to see this Blade Beckoner being put on the combat chain here, because you really want to use both the second defense of both of your Blade Beckoners to put in front of a pumped Starfall. Currently, he wouldn't be able to do that.
Starfall, of course, will get +1 and go again if a lightning card has preceded it. At this point, 2 lightning cards have preceded it. And there it goes. Blade Beckoner plating plus red Emeritus Scolding blocks out this second strike. And here comes Starfall. Unfortunately, Michael Feng sniffs that cheeky block out and doesn't close the combat chain. Instead, elects to pitch a red to send Starfall, which is not all bad for Alex. Sure, he didn't get the combat chain closed so he could snap block with both of his copies of Blade Beckoner, but instead knows that there's one less 0 for 4 coming for his face.
Yeah, what I'm reading into this, if I'm Alex, is your hand doesn't convert. Because you would just send 4s if you could.
Now, the Scar for a Scar in Michael Feng's arsenal is not a known quantity to Alex. But this man also is no stranger to the way that these Briar turns are structured. I would have to imagine he's taken out quite a few to find himself in the semifinals.
Absolutely. Now, Michael doesn't know it, but the no block in Alexander's hand makes it so that going 2 into 4 is super uncomfortable to block out this burn-up shock. But if I see a card placed here, and then do I pop Bracers of Belief to try to push more damage? Maybe not. Even so, your 4 is difficult to block out for him because you only have 1 blocking card left.
Bracers of Belief. I would call it a Ravenous Rabble for the arm slot in a way.
It is.
At action speed, it'll reveal the top card of the activator's deck. If it's red, the next attack played this turn will get +2, yellow +1, blue +0. And now that Michael Feng has used what we think is the only blue in his deck, can activate that arm piece with impunity.
Yeah, this is going to be a really awkward spot for Alex. I expect him to take a ton of damage here. Bracers of Belief also can activate Flourish on its own.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
Flourish really quite doing a lot.
Flourish is a pretty dope card.
Stream.
The Flourish Fork is the most fearsome thing I think I've seen in Sage as of yet.
The Feng Flourish Fork?
What? Blade Beckoner boots.
Really wish he'd had that plating available.
Blocking with the Blade Beckoner boots here does indicate perhaps that Alex is going to accept his fate of taking 4 arcane damage from the burn up. So it's 5 total that's going to confer damage to the life total. Down to 4 he should be going. Ouch kabibbles.
Ouch kabibbles indeed. I was just going to say that.
You and me both, apparently.
I do like this play from Vore, really deducing, no, I'm not going to be able to block out the entire turn. I have to take damage. Not committing a full card, you have to get your full block value when you can, because he's going to need to commit offense. It's not so much about living against Briar, it's about doing as much damage as you can before you die. That way, when you have to pull the trigger, they're in range. 12 is not in range. Unless.
And now the final attack here for Michael Feng is a promo version of Scar for a Scar, only coming in for 4 here. Unless, Michael says, Alex would be able to banish a crazy amount of arcane damage and, I don't know, cheat resources out of nowhere in order to send it.
Yep. Do you think Michael Feng will switch to the new Yokohama preview promo Scar for Scar?
Man, if it were me, that thing would probably be a white border. In Michael Feng's hand, I do want to say he's like a mid-plus rarity gamer.
Okay.
From what little I know about him.
We're lensing.
Oh, my goodness. Talismanic Lens. Alex looking further into the deck. It is a blue Emeritus Scolding and a red Voltic Bolt.
Red Voltic Bolt, probably the second best hit. Red Emeritus Scolding being the best. Probably thinking, you know what, I got to maybe use this Unyielding Grip this turn.
Would be an additional 3 block value. Alex perhaps just thinking, doesn't want to devote the cards here. Because his hand doesn't convert all too perfectly on offense. That red Scalding Rain is only a 1 cost. You'd be pitching an entire blue to resolve it. Doesn't feel good as a Kano player.
Yep. Alex wishes that he could survive this, so he could go Kano, pitching 1 blue. Use another blue to send the red Voltic Bolt. Go to my own turn, play the 1 for 4 in Arsenal. Look to kill on the following turn. That's what he wishes he could do. However, he is at 4. Scar for Scar, attacks for 4. Has to get rid of all cards for Unyielding Grip to be active. So he wouldn't be able to keep a card to pitch for his own turn.
Are these even useful?
I don't think it's Unyielding Grip time. I mean, unless you think you're going to be walking into the second lightning press.
All right. I block 3.
Yep, I have no reaction.
I take 1.
I end up doing this so often, where you block with Unyielding Grip as insurance.
Yeah. Okay. It is. Boom.
So if Lightning Press is played, you get rid of the rest of your hands, and it gets the +3. But you don't have to.
Wait,
now,
hold on. Somebody dropped base, and it wasn't Alexander Vore. That was Michael Feng who dropped base first.
Yeah.
Dropped what?
He said base when,
oh my
when
goodness.
Alex explained the play line.
Decided to keep. Oh, okay, I like this a lot. Yeah, going for Aether Quickening into the Kano red Voltic, pushing tons of damage on your own turn, and then you know you're drawing at least 1 blue for a go-off.
Yeah, take 4.
Not bad at all. Yeah, take 4, says Michael Feng. Down to 8 he goes. It's an activation of Kano, finding, of course, the red Voltic Bolt that was on top. 5 more arcane damage, and all of a sudden that kill turn looks so much closer in range.
Oh, Polarity! Polarity drawn by Michael Feng.
Uh-oh.
Disastrous. I think you... Oh, man. Do you still pitch to this?
Okay, I'll take 5.
Decides not to. You could always pitch later. No, stop, says Alexander. We're please not like this. We've seen both the tech cards really come in clutch here.
And in the top 20 of the deck, mind you.
Yeah. Starting with the Blossom of Spring, might just use it for Arcane Barrier.
Honestly, yeah.
You're going to go? Go now, maybe? But then you walk into all these cards in my hand.
And you know, in a perfect world, 7 is definitely within range for Kano. There's only 1 red in the hand, and it's a Photon Splicing, which can be discarded for an extra little bit of amp 1.
Yep, 7 is in the range. The issue is you have Arcane Barrier 1 and Spell Void 1. You cannot, even with the Photon Splicing discard, you cannot get there with 1 source. Red Emeritus Scolding plus Crucible plus Photon Splicing, that's 8. 1 Arcane Barrier plus 1 Spell Void means you have to present another source of arcane damage. Walking into the Arcane Barrier again.
Helm of Might and Magic looking awfully good here. And honestly, the typical Kano thing of try to wait until lethal is presented is way more complicated here because Michael Feng, every card held is not necessarily a scary blue that's going to blunten your pop-off, but it is one that is going to be near impossible to block.
Yeah, I really like this line because I believe we have a 0-4 in Michael Feng's arsenal. So he pops Blossom, and if Vore pushes to try to deny him the resource, Feng can pitch his whole hand and still kill Alexander.
As you do, you know.
I still feel lucky.
We're saying he has good RNG.
This was the 4th card I drew, so my fate could be very different.
Should have riffled it one more time, gosh darn it.
Alex showing exactly why we love him so much. Should have riffle shuffled one more time, he says. Has been having incredible RNG all weekend long. I watched in his quarterfinal against Jonah Overholt blindly go for a Cindering Foresight, find himself, a Red Emeritus plus Snapback on top of the deck. I think you can figure out how it went from there.
Yeah, I don't think Vore's ever missed a Kano activation.
Oh, I've witnessed it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But he does what he does it 70 times in testing, and then he goes to the event and somehow hits, every single time.
There's like a spectrum of Kano players where it's like you have the ones that are more aggressive and you have the ones that are more patient. I think I'm the furthest on the patient end.
Yeah.
And I think Vore and Peter Budensic are the furthest on the aggressive push the Kano button end.
Well, they're from Phoenix and Las Vegas, so what do you know? It is 6-go again here. Lightning Surge does come straight out of the arsenal from Michael Feng. I will respond, says Alexander Vore. He finds Blue Emeritus Scalding.
That's some damage.
Cool.
Blue Emeritus Scolding. Are there any hits that win us the game here? Red Emeritus Scolding.
Notice the body language from Michael Feng.
Blue Emeritus Scolding. How much
he
is that?
riffling his cards so fast because he's getting nervous here. The RNG might be on full display here for Alexander Vore. It is not enough as of yet. There's 2 blues in the hand.
AB1, Spell Void 1 would put Feng at 1. It needed to be Red Emeritus Scolding.
It's not like I can't not hit you, so. I mean. Let's see. We do 2 in a single source. 3 total. 10. I mean...
He needed a blue in hand.
Yeah.
A 4th blue would have won the game here. A yellow would have won the game.
I think it is the
Spellfire
same.
Cloak would have won the game.
By the way.
Does look like Yellow Emeritus Scolding is being resolved here. 1 left in the pitch. We know there's only 1 left in the hand. It's a red photon splicing, unfortunately. Can resolve both of these Emeritus Scoldings. Michael Feng immediately reaches for the Helm of Might and Magic. Goes down to 4 here to Alexander's 3, and it's the blue Emeritus Scolding being sent, even though Alex knows that is it. The fist bump is extended. Michael Feng ascends to the finals to take on his teammate, Jacob Clements, and you can see it was anything but known until the very end there. Michael Feng knows what it means to have your dreams completely crushed by an Aether Wildfire, and Silver Age is no different.
Yeah, wow, so close, especially after the blue Emeritus Scolding flip. I saw the other Emeritus Scolding flip, and my brain was like trying to do the math, got too excited. Trying to do the math, got too excited. Oh, man. The Arcane Barrier, the Triptolite Fantastic, the Arcane Polarity, every single tech piece that was brought in mattered so much because he ended the game at 1.
Now, you say that Kano players run the gamut on a spectrum of patient or aggressive. Did you think that final play by Alex was on the more aggressive end, or was there equity in trying to block that turnout?
No, you're never blocking this turnout. I think going for it is your only option here, and he almost got it.
He did say his RNG has been pretty darn good this weekend, and that was no exception. But, you know, Michael Feng said he was sitting pretty because he found both Triptolite Fantastic and Arcane Polarity in those first, 4 and only turns of that game?
Yeah, I don't even know if it was 4 turns.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But the next game might be a little bit longer. Our final bracket is before your very eyes. So many games of Flesh and Blood have been played this weekend, but it all comes down to one. Jacob Clements versus Michael Feng, both of which are no strangers to calling top 8s. But neither of them do have a copy of Marvel Cold Gold Foil Quick Dodge Flexors, which is the prize, the crown for winning a calling in the year of 2026.
Plus a bunch of other stuff. But I think that's like, if I was in the finals of a calling, I'd be thinking of those Quick Dodge Flexors. Those are like such a cool trophy that you could play.
And if you want a cool trophy that you can play, you can stick around and stay active in chat because we want to give away one of these gorgeous reduxes of the Young Hero cards from the game of Flesh and Blood in full art Marvel, of course. Majin, I think you're going to go for the Kano, except you already have one.
I got one immediately.
You've also mentioned that you are interested in Lexi. What's your third choice?
Oh, man. That is really far down the list.
3 is far down. We got 15 represented here.
Yeah, but I'm always going to play the Kano. And the Lexi, I think, looks the coolest. I'll probably ult him. I just love the Arya color schemes.
Fair enough. I'm at that point, I think, going for Rhinar, because if there's any format that could tempt me into the OG Brute, it's probably Silver Age. Ravenous Meat Axe is a heck of a drug when it comes down to tacking on intimidation.
Yeah, I know.
If you are thinking that you want one of those young full art Marvels, stay active in chat during our final round here, and we will draw one of you to not just get any of those young Marvels, the one that you want. So stay active, and we will pull that drawing after our final round. We've got only one more game of Flesh and Blood left, but it is going to be a lot of laughs and a lot of really high-level play. More Flesh and Blood, of course, coming after this.
Good luck. Have fun.
Dude.
You want to go again?
Welcome everyone to the finals of Calling San Diego. I'm Julian Pastrytime Carr. Majin Bae is still here beside me because Kano apparently can't stop winning.
Yeah, I mean, there are worse problems.
Certainly. Well, how we got here is a fun question. We'll take a look at the bracket in a moment because it has been quite the journey to get us here. We have had 6 different heroes in this top 8, 2 repeats, and those repeats, in fact, I guess by probability, have made it to the finals. It's Kano versus Briar.
Yep, we just saw this same matchup played out, but we're going to see it played out again, and it was so close the first time. So unbelievably close. I can't wait to see it again.
Yeah, Jacob Clements has done a lot of work, especially against Enigma, really grinding on some of his games, lots of pitch stacking. That's not this matchup. This matchup is much faster.
You will not get there.
And of course, Briar, the deck that won the last calling, potentially going to be a repeat winner here in the hands of Michael Feng. We'll see in just a moment who's going to take it here. But as a reminder, if you're here watching in chat, first of all, welcome. Thank you so much for coming to my first Flesh and Blood calling, at least online. But we're also giving something back to you. If you stay active in chat and are present at the end when the giveaway happens, that is a very important piece of information. One of the young Cold Foil Marvels could be yours. You, in fact, get to pick. You can pick which one you like of the 15 available.
Like Kano.
Like Kano. Which you might want. And we do have the game ready, so let's get down and have a look at our players and their decks in just a moment. It is 2 heavy hitters of competitive Flesh and Blood. Michael Feng on Briar versus Jacob Clements on Kano. Teammates from 2 different countries squaring up in the finals.
Love to see it. I think Jacob Clements is going first. Now, when Alex Vore went first, he did not use Mage Master Boots, which is one of Kano's best ways to push damage when going first. However, knowing that Michael Feng is on AB1 might make him use Blade Beckoner instead in that slot. Me personally, I love my Mage Master Boots. I think it's fun. I want to sling red spells, right? But being able to block a little bit more breakpoints would have been, it's obviously really good against cards like Burn Up Shock, against Static Shock, against Snatch. We'll see what he goes with.
Well, we'll have to see. Let's have a look at Michael's deck list here. We've seen it already, but the things to note, there's a bunch of 0-for-4s, there's a bunch of powerful lightning cards. Burn Up Shock is maybe the best aggro card in the format. But in this matchup, that 1 Arcane Polarity, that 1 Triple Line Fantastic, and a couple of equipment choices are going to be the difference, because they were in the semis.
Oh, every single point was the difference. It was so crazy that he has basically 3 tech cards. 1 piece of Arcane Barrier equipment that he used once. Well, twice. 1 piece of Arcane Polarity that he drew. 1 Triple Light Fantastic that he drew and lived it 1. Any less Arcane hate, he doesn't get there.
The margins are slim. Let's have a look at his opponent. It is Jacob Clements on Kano. This deck, you're going to start to see it a lot more often, folks. And Jacob has already won a tournament with this deck. I don't know if it's this exact list, but he won a showdown already after calling London. You're going to try and do one better with a...
Beating Arthur Trehay, who was also playing Kano. Another
That's
Pro
true.
Tour
It was
champion.
a Kano mirror, which we could have had here. Anything standing out for this match, or is it just get him dead?
Oh, it's just get him dead. You saw it in the last game. You're going to see it here again. I think it's going to be pretty similar. I do think Clements has 2 more blues available. Will that matter? Not really sure. I like my big blues, but it's mostly just what comes off the top in this one.
Yeah, well, one of the fun facts is that you're, of course, a well-known Kano player, but before I played Prism, the deck I started learning Flesh and Blood with was a deck recommended by the person to my right. Majin Bae told me about Kano. It sounded so sweet. It's exactly the kind of thing I want to do in card games. That was a lot to learn as I was learning
I told
the
you.
game.
I warned you.
You did warn me. And now we have it here in the finals of this calling. So let's get down to the feature match area and have ourselves some fun. There is only 1 game of Silver Age left to play between 2 teammates, 2 friends, and 2 very explosive decks.
Now, Blade Beckoner Boots and Spellfire Cloak chosen here. Gets the Arcane Barrier 1, pitches a red Aether Spindle, one of the best Kano cards of all time. I do think there is a Absorb into Aether in Jacob Clements' hand heading to the arsenal.
And on turn 0, happy to spell Void 1 and AB1.
Oh, yeah.
Try and make that spindle a little less effective, but still opt happens up 3. Leaking 3 on turn 1 has to feel pretty good. So no Mage Master Boots, but as you mentioned, that Spellfire Cloak, which would have been the difference in the semis.
Absolutely. Yeah, it would have won him the game. Absorbent Aether, pretty cool. Not only does it stop a breakpoint because it defends 4. Love Absorbent Aether with Spellfire Cloak, by the way, because you could always sack it and play it in an emergency. But then does get the +2 damage on the next Arcane Source you deal.
Well, this is a pretty classic Briar thing at this point. Nimblism plus Sprout Strength, 2 3-pumps that both cost 0, make an Embodiment of Lightning, and put an attack on the combat chain. Michael Feng gonna go with...
Snatch. Yep.
It is Snatch. With Go Again. That one's pretty good.
Big Snatch with Go Again. Another Absorbent Aether in hand. I want to crack the hat here.
You're cracking the hat already?
I want to crack the hat.
That's... You could say early, but again, this matchup does not play very many turns. Have a quick peek at Jacob Clements' hand. Again, you always make the decisions with Wizard. Am I blocking or am I trying to kill you?
Yep. Oh, wow. Yes, crack the hat. Crack the hat.
Hey, the Wizard in the booth says crack the hat. The hat will be cracked. Jacob Clements going to have a peek at 2
Not
blues.
The best. Emeritus Scolding's okay. It's 1 extra resource, which you don't love here because it doesn't work out. You're paying 1 for the defense reaction, 1 for the defense reaction. You have 1 floating. You really want to see a 1 for 4 here.
I will say, as far as views go in a game, this is a good view for Jacob Clements because he looks at stuff in his on top of his deck, in his hand, in his graveyard a lot. He has done so much thinking this weekend. Just needs to use the brain a little bit longer to see if he can't take out Michael Feng.
Little bit more of a push. I wonder if he's going to keep... Like, do you say this is good enough, and do you keep it?
2/3 of Jacob's life being threatened, by the way, with his Snatch for 10 with Go Again. There's more to come, potentially, after this. We'll have to see. But obviously, on hit draw a card, when you have Go Again, seems pretty good. Kano does start at 15 life for many reasons we've now seen, I think, over the course of the weekend. If you weren't familiar with why Kano has his life total nerfed, I think this is a pretty good demonstration.
Absolutely. I think you could bottom and peel here if you really wanted to. I think your expected value is a little bit higher than the cards you could put on top.
Double Absorb.
1 float, you topped.
Spellfire Cloak, again, also available for an extra resource. I'm going to press.
Yep.
Wow, that's a good hand.
Yeah, 11 block, I believe, being presented between the 2 D-Reacts and the Voltic Bolt, and still the Snatch is going to hit.
Although Jacob's sending back a lot of damage here.
Again,
a lot of damage, but then on his turn, won't have anything.
Just so you know, this is turn 1, folks.
Yeah.
This is turn 1. Pitch. There's the blue Emeritus. Did keep
go
it.
for the Emeritus. Okay.
8.
8's a big number, but it is not Michael Feng's life total, but down to 9 already. Has used his Spell Void already. Does have AB still available.
Now we know 9 is reachable.
That is true. A little more in reach now, thanks to the Spell Void of Helm of Might and Magic being gone. But we're going to clean up this chain, and Michael Feng going to draw an Arsenal. Had the Lightning Press, so draws a card of Snatch. Maybe considering. Yeah.
Considering Blossom of Springing the Starfall here.
That would also make a lot of sense. It's ready to go.
This game might end next turn.
Yeah. Look, many Kanos have done this to people across many formats. I mean, Kano, pretty good in Blitz when that was in that format. Yeah. Pretty good in CC at various times in various iterations, and pretty good in Silver Age, as it turns out.
I love Jacob's spot here.
Yep.
Yep. As a Kano player, I'm very happy to be in this spot. You have the Blade Beckoner Boots. You have Unyielding Grip. Your opponent's at 9. A reachable life total, not the best. What you want here, you don't want to have to go off next turn. What you want is to give 2 cards, go to your turn. You can either give 2 cards, go to your turn, play a red, or you could give 2 cards blocking, Kano, and play another card and use Unyielding Grip to block even more, and then go off the following turn. You want to do a little bit more. 9 is really high.
Yeah, so send more, get him in range, and then see what's on the top of the deck. Blade back in the boots, immediately stepping in front of the unsleeved equipment. This is something we haven't mentioned yet, but Jacob Clements, good thing it doesn't stay around too long in Silver Age, because that man does not want to sleeve equipment of any rarity.
Interested.
This is not a Silver Age exclusive, but Starfall going to eat the requisite block that we've seen, and Michael Feng going to have his turn now.
Hand of blues and a red. I really think he's going to be looking to give to... Oh, Burn Up Shock, terrifying card.
As soon as Briar puts the cards sideways, you should be terrified. So no AB left, of course. Spellfire Cloak had that option. And I feel like Michael Feng especially, but Briar in general, there's almost always a second strike hiding out when Burn Up Shock is put up the first spell.
It always lines up that way, doesn't it?
Not this time. It's Sizzle the Earth Pump and Ravenous Rabble, I believe.
Yep. Looks like it. Strong hand. And I think there's a non-attack in Arsenal. Not sure.
Yeah, I didn't catch what
No.
what Snatch drew, but given that it didn't come across the combat chain, seems
Yeah.
pretty reasonable
I
to
think
think
you
that it's
send
not an attack.
every 0 for 4 there that you draw. Yeah, bracers, you just activate this as soon as it does anything.
Again, I think if you're newer to Flesh and Blood, a good heuristic when playing with or against Briar, when you put burn up shock there.
no.
Oh,
Only +1.
never lucky. Lucky one time for Jacob Clements. Only one pump. Michael Feng, you see that leaning back in the chair.
Man. I would choke every time they flipped a red. I'd be like, wow, oh, so lucky. But there are non-reds in the deck.
Yeah, and there's at least one blue we know. Triptolite Fantastic is there. That would have been the worst hit to find.
That'd been terrible.
But there are some yellows, and that is not a good one to hit. A rough time
Yes.
to hit that card off the top of your deck. In some ways, both players playing off the top. Kano certainly more than others. But Michael Feng a little unlucky with the braces. Still some extra damage is good. Again, you want to present breakpoints here for this burn-up shot because it is so much extra damage if you can hit them.
Absolutely.
Only one. You only need to hit them once.
Yeah, you just got to touch them.
1 point's going to be enough. Is Jacob Clements, I think it's Michael Feng still considering. I don't believe Jacob Clements wants priority here. He does not yearn for priority in this particular instance.
No, not interested.
And, Michael Feng keeping it close. We'll stay here because I'm sure he's going to flip it up again.
It is an Earth non-attack. I have seen it. I don't know which one, but it is an Earth non-attack.
So best guess would be Sprout Strength. That's an Earth non-attack that happened. But there's one more as well that they play. Oh, Arcane Seeds, and there's one more too. There's one that gives Arcane, and then you fuse it, it pumps up the attack as well. So lots of options here. Bramble Spark, I believe that one's called.
Yeah. That's a very powerful card.
I like how my brain just reaches for names of things because it did for so long. Just reaching for random pieces of information. Flourish as well, also available, which is in Michael Feng's hand. In fact, all right, okay, we're not going to miss it again. Michael Feng. Ooh.
Blue?
Blue Flourish?
Blue Flourish. Okay,
Okay.
he did bring in the blues. I'm shocked to hear that he brought in the blues.
Yeah, you only have AB1, right? So not a lot of extra AB you can really do.
They matter if it's in your hand when your opponent has to go off and kill you, because you can AB multiple sources. But other than that, they're just less efficient.
Well, wasn't hit off Braces of Belief, so have that.
That's so true.
But Embodiment of Lightning does get made. And which attack are we going to send? We only have one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just all the pumps?
Yep, although Burn Up Shock has been played, so Starfall is active.
True. And likely wanting to send that one here. Here's a Sizzle. Here's a Pitch. And here's Starfall. Using the yellow here. Has one over for AB.
+3, +2, not plus on this.
So 7?
Oh, Braces of
+2,
Belief
yeah,
does
7.
not pump the Starfall.
Yeah,
7
one
is
is
a
fine.
great number to send here. With Blade Beckoner already committed, Unyielding Grip harder to get value out of, the 7th point is such a big deal. That 7th point of damage isn't worth 1 here. It's worth 5.
Yep. Worth a lot extra with the burn-up shock, and there's still more to come, which Jacob Clements has to know is true, or at least has to very heavily suspect. Again, you have to be careful. I mean, 9, as you said, not really in range, but that's always the tension when playing against Kano. If you commit too much too early and they know you're empty, they can just try and kill you, right? Because they have no defenses.
However, what I'm thinking here,
Okay.
you commit 6, right? You
Yep.
commit 6. You take 5. And then
Ooh.
Jacob disagrees. But you could take 6, or you could block 6, take 5. The next thing is coming in for 5 max, right? You go to 2, you keep your red, your blue, you send 5, you go for it on the next turn. You could do that. The other option is full block here. Block with your last card and Unyielding Grip. Oh, nope, just passes.
Interesting. So what does Clements have here? It's going to pop into the arsenal right before I can get a peek at it.
Oh, I do like this pass from Michael Feng. It's so easy for Jacob Clements to just give him a card and give him Unyielding Grip. So easy to stuff the rest of that burn-up shock turn. But he keeps it. He has an Embodiment of Lightning, Ravenous Rabble, and Arsenal. Can go wide with any turn here.
And we're going to start things off with Entwine Lightning.
Who needs to
Trying to get a
fuse?
peek at Michael Feng's hand. He's devious, but does give go again. Does reveal a lightning card.
1 Emeritus Scolding Red gone.
Boom, boom. Never seeing that one again in second
Yeah,
cycle.
that is not coming back. E-Pot, a no block. Probably just kept to send that red 1 for 4 in Arsenal. Jacob's got a lot of life to work with here.
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of the spot that we saw. It was like at 13 before, now leaking 1. Here's the Rabble that got Arsenal. That
Does flip a red.
Feng decided good. Gets lucky this time. Flips her red.
Mm-hmm. Would love to have that snatch in his hand, I imagine, here.
I think so. Pretty powerful card all the way back from Welcome to Wraith.
3 cards available to him.
But like
Now-
you said, a lot of life to work with here for Jacob.
A lot of life to work with for Jacob, but every turn we go is 1 turn closer to Arcane Polarity and Triptolite Fantastic for Michael Feng.
That is also true.
And when you're playing Kano, you think about that.
Yeah, again, players know the deck list, so Jacob knows exactly what outs there are, but You never know when they're in the hand. Arcane Seed's life and one more attack, I believe. I think it's the yellow. Yeah, it's the yellow shockwave we saw already.
Unfortunately, Michael not able to do enough damage to force out some awkward blocks here. He needs like 3 more damage, and he can't get it.
I wonder how valuable this E-Pod is if Jacob is able to save it. Oh, because
less valuable than sending
you
a
also,
5.
I forgot you don't have go again. So
Yeah,
unless it's quickening, you can't do that one. So Arcane Seed's life, gain 1.
Gain 1. That part's important.
Certainly is, and 2 rune chants go over.
Forcing the 3 block here, which Jacob is completely fine with. So it's a yellow.
It is a yellow. Not big enough, but we'll get blocked out. Now at 4, Briar presents that number a lot as we have a look at Michael Feng's hand.
No hate, but there is a blue. However, if he wants to unlock his hand, he has to play both his resource cards to get the embodiment of lightning. Nothing else has go again.
Funnily enough, it actually was the quickening, which maybe could have got going in, but again, you have to block there. I think going to too low life doesn't feel all that good.
It's not classic constructed. E-Pod is not as good.
Yeah. Certainly in these games, again, they're fast. You don't have to get your opponent that low. So 6-4 as Michael Feng going to try and end this game, just sending a snatch here.
The flourishes don't activate
they don't
themselves.
work.
They do nothing.
That's really bad news for Michael Feng. Because it's just, you just give 1 card and then you can just send some damage.
Yeah, no, wow. This is such a great spot for Jacob.
Oh, is he thinking about press?
You do think about press. You're not dying.
True. Feels pretty good when you get that lightning press. You have to block with 2 cards here then, or just 1?
You could block, if you really wanted to, you could put 1 in Unyielding Grip in front of it and do the trick I talked about earlier.
Yes. It will break the grip, but does give you the option of emptying the rest of your hand as we have a quick peek.
I saw reds. I saw reds. We need to know blues. There needs to be at least 1, or this gets a little uncomfortable.
He's going to pick up his hand again. I guarantee it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Michael Feng's graveyard being thumbed through once again. These are the great moments in Flesh and Blood. Players are both low. You can't afford to keep all your cards. You need to calculate how much damage can I deal, how much damage can they deal. And with Kano in the mix, it's even more complicated because there's information on the top of your deck that you will find out when you find out.
You do not know. And the damage numbers vary quite a lot. I mean, if I'm in Jacob's spot, I'm thinking, okay, what's my lose condition? Double lightning press or press plus shock. I don't want to lose to that. Let's put enough stuff. I mean, there's 1 press in the graveyard. There's 1 shock in the graveyard. So just block enough to not die to press and shock. Keep some damage for your turn. I would be interested if he has like a blue and a red, possibly putting the Unyielding Grip in front of it too, just in case you don't have to worry about it. If it is press plus shock, you can Kano and send something.
Pick up your hand. No, move it forward.
Oh, I see reds.
Take
I see reds.
A blue? Just barely looking at the edges of the cards.
Oh, it's too fast.
Well, those sounds of the cards you hear is Jacob Clements thinking in deep thought against this snatch.
As he's flicking the cards, do they sound like reds or do they sound like blues?
This is what you have to really lock in as a pro player. Figure out what they sound like.
I'm seeing a lot of reds. Okay, if one of those reds is snapback, I'm also down to just block an Arsenal snapback.
That is good. That is a way to get extra work out of him. Those are 2 reds going to join blocking duty, and Michael Feng will not be presenting a press right now. I'm just going to say, okay, no reactions. That's good news for Jacob Clements. What has he got on the crackback here? I think Scalding Rain, and there is the
4.
snapback.
Send a 4. Pitching it to send 4, much better than arsenaling a snapback, because then you're forced to keep it red as well. You don't really want to do that.
And again, I believe there's no... Ooh, there's one piece.
Trip the Light.
Trip the Light, fantastic. Picked up now by Michael Feng. This hand is...
It's a hand.
It sends damage.
It does send damage. The thing is, like, you don't need to send infinite damage, but oh man, Jacob's at 4.
And the flourish in the bin too. The attack's gonna be, it's gonna be 1 attack, but it's gonna be a very tall attack.
Yes.
But I mean, Kano always, the Kano special is to just take you out when the attack is on the chain.
Yep. Michael Feng's route to victory here is for Jacob to draw almost all reds next turn.
Yes, that is always the way with Kano.
Double quad red hand in a row is a tough ask.
Okay, so we're gonna pop trip here.
Yep.
And not going to AB or going to AB?
Not going to AB.
Not going to AB. So 2 instead of 1 makes sense.
Yep. I kind of like that because, you know, his opponent needs to deal at least 5 in one source.
Blue, red.
Snapback! Oh, my goodness.
4 is not a big number against Kano.
No, it is not. AB, but that's a lot of damage.
So then the question... Okay, never mind. The attack's massive. We've committed 2 bumps. Michael Feng is holding 1 card in hand, I believe, to AB with. So we're going to banish. What's the first card? Banish a blue Scalding Rain.
Not ideal. Yellow Emeritus Scolding.
Did Jacob just go,
Yeah.
And the tapping begins. Activate Crucible. Feels
it's still gonna kill him.
The line is there. Activate Crucible after the Scalding Rain. Pump up the Snapback.
Snapback for 4. Snapback for 4.
That's your life total. And Scalding Rain, that's it! Jacob Clements once again on Kano.
And he's gone.
The calling San Diego champion leaps out of his chair, runs through the exhibition hall, and where he's gone we'll never know. He's into the ether alongside his arcane spells.
I want to talk really quickly about that last play. He plays Aether Quickening, holds priority, Crucibles, and Snapback setting for 4.
Yep.
That's because Michael Feng has 1 card in his hand left. The only card that makes things really awkward is Arcane Polarity. If he does damage first, then Arcane Polarity gains 4, and he's going to lose the game. So he plays the spell, holds priority, sends Snapback for exactly 4, because that Arcane Polarity can only either gain 1 or pitch for 1 life, so he wins even if it's Polarity. Just wanted to make sure that we pointed that out.
Yep. Again, use the Spell Void.
Yes.
Use the AB the entire game. Obviously, came equipped with it. Use the Trip to Life Fantastic.
Yes.
Didn't have the polarity.
No.
But even if he did, Jacob Clements found the line.
Yep.
That is such wonderful play. Kano going to become a deck that even more people are going to look at as we take a look at our final bracket. You may not remember how we got here, but we certainly remember how it ended. Jacob Clements going to end your champion in what's been an incredible top 8. 6 different heroes, Briar and Kano meeting at the end, and Kano this time winning at the end of it all.
Wow, Jacob Clements winning on Kano back-to-back Silver Age events. Really impressive stuff.
Yep.
I was so impressed with this play this tournament.
Oh, yeah, it's been incredible. I think it's, now that I've seen, especially the semifinals and this finals, obviously, Passage of Play has been excellent all weekend long.
Of course.
But seeing navigate a very grindy matchup where you are pitch stacking against an Illusionist, you have so much to remember. You need to set up these massive, massive turns to try and win, versus this where you are under the gun from turn 0.
Oh yeah, fast. Yeah, such a fun finals.
Really fun finals. I think definitely indicative of where Silver Age is at currently. There are lots of different decks. If you look at this top 8, there are lots of different heroes you can register. No one had knew as a playable Silver Age hero,
absolutely
let
not.
alone making the top 8 of the calling. But I think if we look, we thought about Dorinthea, she was still here, but not in the same numbers.
Yes.
The format is now Briar, Kano, and probably some block decks. You know, Guardians, Warriors, those kinds of things.
100%. I do think Guardians stock is down.
Yes.
Especially if Kano's stock is up.
Also,
I
yes.
do not want to be playing Bravo Flattering Showman into a field full of Kanos. I assure you.
Yeah, certainly don't want to be doing that. But look, Kano doing it again. 20 life format. Only has 15 left. Sometimes it's all right.
He's good at 20 life formats, turns out. Who'd have thought?
All right, well, we do have a giveaway coming up, and I believe I have to give a countdown to our folks at production. Let us know who won, because somebody out there is winning their choice of a cold foil young hero in the Marvel treatment. It is beautiful, so we'll find out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Drumroll, please, production. Tim Barbarian is our winner. The instructions are in chat. Please, please, please follow them. Reach out and get the young Marvel hero of your choice. Here are the options available. Tim the Barbarian, choose wisely. What would you think a name like that would get?
Tim the Barbarian's a Reinhardt player.
It's
got to be a Reinhardt player, right? There's no way.
Very few other heroes embody the Barbarian spirit, unlike Reinhardt. Oh, so wonderful. You know what? I've looked at the slide a number of times over this weekend, and I've had some different answers. Dromeister was on my mind. Lex was on my mind. Honestly, I kind of want to play Benji. I just want to send Blue Snatch for fun.
Okay.
I saw a Benji in the Calling London. Some fun things were happening.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily certainly not the best deck. It might not even be good enough to top 8 at Calling, but it certainly seems so fun to explore.
Cool. It is cool. I tried to play Benji a lot when we could draft him.
Oh, okay.
And really enjoyed it. I mean, the same 20 life format, right? It was a lot of the same cards. He was definitely a good time, but man, you walk into heroes with decent armor and it feels so bad.
Yep. So as a reminder, we are going to go to a break, but we are not done with the tournament. We have an interview coming up with our winner, Jacob Clements, in just a moment. Don't go too far.
All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage. I'm here with Jacob Clements, calling champion on Kano. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. I don't know. It's just like so relieving. Kano's so like stressful to play.
It's so stressful. Oh wow. I originally was not supposed to be the one doing the winners interview, but when you won with Kano, they're like, you know what, you get in there. You get in there. Talk to me a bit about picking Kano in the Silver Age format.
So like in the week before London, we were playing with different things. We're trying Kayo, we're trying like Briar, obviously, and I at some point in the process was just like, I think Kano could be cool. He's pretty good in these low health formats, and so started playing him, and I was having some pretty good results. But we also like I was playing it a lot into like undeveloped lists that we had. So despite it performing pretty well, like the rest of my group were like, it doesn't quite feel there.
Sure.
You never quite be sure. And so we all were going to play Reinar, and then we could only find 7 blue Clash of Mites before the cooling in London. And so I was like, guys, I was never that. Like, Reinar, how good was he really? I'll just play Kano. I'll take one for the team.
It'll be fine. Yeah, you guys play the good deck, I'll play Kano.
You play the good deck. I'm generous like that. And then I went 4-3 in the cooling, and I was like, am I allowed to swear on this?
Maybe not.
Okay, well, I was like, shoot.
Yes.
Shoot. Friggin' damn it.
Kano again.
Friggin' damn it. Played Kano, took one for the team. Fool I am, went 4-3, didn't make day 2. I'm going to play the Reinar deck tomorrow. And then we don't get the cards again. There's some miscommunications. The cards we were missing before we have, and then there are new cards that we now don't have because they're in someone's hotel room. So then I was like, at like 8:58, I'm like trying to find the Fabry for the Kano list, trying to add a Cindering Foresight in because I didn't play any and I decided that was wrong. Trying to find a Cindering Foresight. And
they're hard. They're hard to find.
Yeah.
We've been passing them around all weekend.
Yeah, well, I think Chris Ali at one point was bringing like 6 down with him when he drove down on Saturday morning. And so I'm like, I guess I'll play Kano again. And Michael felt bad that this has happened, but then I win the showdown, and I'm like, yeah! So really, it's just really, if we'd found more blue Clash of Mites, none of this would have happened, because Kano was just like on the back burner, where I'm like, pretty sure he's solid, but not necessarily planning on playing him. And then after I won the showdown, I was like, I guess
Kano's good.
I guess Kano's good. I guess I was right all along. Shouldn't have been persuaded to be a Reinar man.
He's been pretty impressive. Obviously, you won the showdown. You came here. We talked about it on Friday.
Yeah.
We talked about Kano. We've been swapping some cards around, talking about some builds. What cards impressed you in the deck?
So I really liked how at London I felt like I didn't have a good way to use my slots in the sideboard. Like I just was like I felt like I had a good idea of what the main 40 should be, but I just like had no idea how to use the sideboard to improve matchups. So I was really happy. I talked to like Evan Herndon. He messaged me asking some questions. I talked to him before this, and I was like really happy to actually feel like I was using the sideboard now.
Yeah.
So it didn't actually come out this weekend, but I like I was playing like 2 Blade Beckoners and Chest and Boots to help with DGA. I was like playing some more armor to block against Briar and just being a bit less afraid they'll instantly murder you every game if you do that. But no, I've been really impressed by. Well, I've just played a bunch of fatigue matchups, so it's like the Emerituses are just the main thing.
They're so good. Oh man, and Snapback.
Yeah, well, I've had a bit of a love-hate with Snapback. On Friday, I was playing Yellow Absorb instead of Snapback.
Wow, I love the Snapback. I think the ability to arsenal it.
Yeah, having arsenal targets is so powerful.
You only have like a couple. You have the Absorbinathers, the Cindering Foresights, and the Snapbacks, and they're so cutting one of them.
Well, I was swapping it for another arsenal target because Yellow absorbs. But then on Friday, I just kept playing an absorb and then Kanoing and then seeing another absorb, and I was like, Snapback's like many points worse mathematically, but you can Kano it.
Yeah, and I think that's good enough.
And just the consistencies, the consistency is just too important. Like being able to Kano. Yeah, just having a function deck, because it's so strange when Kano's winning, because you're like, I really did nothing above rate all game, but my opponent's deck just was even lower rate because I didn't let them block and I took an extra. I mean, taking an extra turn's good, but
it's pretty good. Sometimes you even get to take an extra turn twice.
Yeah, that's the best.
Pretty powerful stuff. So you are the owner of a brand new Quick Dodge Flexors.
Yeah.
Let's show that off. I am so incredibly jealous.
Oh my god, it's so pretty.
It's so pretty. Tell me, are you going to play it?
Well,
if one of your decks has Quick Dodge Flexors.
Well, it's tricky because I've got a reputation to maintain with the sleeves.
Oh, play it on sleeve. Do it.
Play it on sleeve. So we'll have to see. Maybe someone will intervene. I feel like someone might actually intervene. I got some comments being like, Sage is your format because your equipment's on sleeve and it's reasonable. And I was like,
CC with that?
CC with that, maybe.
I mean, Speaking, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was say the highest, like the most criminal thing I've played on sleeve so far has been I have a gold foil Northern Hood from PQ season, and I've been playing that unsleeved in my gravy. So this would be a step up.
That's pretty funny. I can't even touch cards without sleeves. It makes me feel so weird. Speaking of CC though, we just had this new set come out. Support for a ton of heroes. What has caught your eye in CC?
So I was jamming a bit with Acilio before the new set, and he's gotten a lot of. I mean, yeah, it was. I felt like. Acilio is such an interesting puzzle. Wizards are so interesting, man. Like
you're so right.
There's so many like conceptual questions with Wizards that you got to like work out. All these like life total threshold, lethal lines. I feel like one of my blind spots that Wizards been helping me address is that I don't like look for lethal. And like in my game against Jude in the top cut, I literally just like didn't look for lethal and I had it the turns before because I don't know, I'm just like focused on doing good value stuff, and I play Oldham, and you just like slowly fatigue people. You like play Iceland, and you're just slowly like getting more and more crushingly ahead. And so playing Wizards, you have to like, and other decks have this, and like Mario has also been good for teaching me this, but like actually like looking for lethal lines and then executing on them. So it's so interesting.
I agree. I think playing Wizard teaches you things.
Yeah.
Maybe not all good things, but some of them are.
The rush, it's almost like playing LL Marlin sometimes, where you're like, I need it. I need the top card of my deck to bail me out.
I got it. I had a teammate that was playing Nia Tran was playing LL Marlin, and he was doing way better than me. And I was like, bro, how are you so good at this deck? And he says, you need to be degenerate.
Yeah. Oh my god, you're like pump, 3 of a kind, no harpoon, crack gold. No harpoon, crack gold, no harpoon, and then you're like, we have the last chance saloon, quiver, and it hits, and it's like 20 damage, and you're just like,
never worried,
not for a second
worried. So next week, Montreal, are you going to be there?
So next week is
2 weeks, sorry,
PQs,
2 weeks.
and then,
yes.
But yes, I'm going to be at Montreal.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
I really wanted to go. I can't quite make it work. I'm really excited about both the Silver Age and CC formats, so I am pretty sad. Luckily, starting next week, I do get to play in ProQuest. Silver Age ProQuest.
Silver Age ProQuests, yeah. Well, I think the people at my PQs have a hint about what I'm going to be playing.
Yeah,
Reinar, yeah. It's going to... Well, I actually, I lost the round 1 in the cooling, and I said I would play Leviah in the showdown if I ended up in it.
Oh, wow.
Based off a conversation with Ethan, just to put me in the right mental frame to stop losing.
Yeah.
I was like, if I threaten myself with playing Leviah, it'll like give me the right focus to like stop losing. And then if I end up playing Leviah, like if I went back-to-back showdowns on different heroes, that would also be cool. So I was like, there's a lot of cool timelines that can come out of this commitment. And then there's also the timeline where I like just lose playing Leviah, which wouldn't be as cool. But
the likely timeline.
Well, you gotta play. As all good Wizard players know, you gotta play to the highs.
You do.
To your routes.
You do. And you hit some highs.
You do hit some highs.
Lots of fun.
Lots of fun. I love the technical matchups, the like fatigue, where they try and fatigue you, and if you memorize your stack. The aggro matchups, they're like a different rush.
Yeah, it's
where
like
you just gotta
jump off a cliff rush.
Yeah,
like if you ever done any kind of cliff diving, it's like oh man, but the fatigue ones, it's so fun. And then when the plan comes together at the end.
Oh my god.
I like to banish the top card that I know is there because I pitch decked and I go, oh wow, that's so lucky. Red Emeritus, wow.
I like flip it without looking because I'm just like I can't handle looking, and then like I can't even imagine that it could be not what I think it's gonna be. I just have to has to be banished now. I can't be dealing with this.
Can't be dealing with it. All right. You had a tremendous tournament. Do you think you can keep this up? 2 in a row? 3 in a row?
3 in a row, yeah.
3 in a row?
BH and Rio showdown. Well, I've decided that 2026 is going to be the year of winning.
That's
2025, I got a lot of
thing.
seconds, but this year is going to be a lot of wins.
Okay.
So
starting off strong.
I just want to let people know because I feel like 2025, you get to finals against Jacob, you're like, might as well start celebrating now.
Yeah.
2026, you get to finals against Jacob, it's like, commiserate now.
Yep.
So that's what I'm thinking.
That's great. What are you going to play for ProQuest?
Well, I might have to play Leviah.
Yeah.
I made a commitment. I said to myself, next stage event, we're playing Leviah. I really am in the showdown, but if Ethan will give me... Well, I also was going to have to beg Ethan for cards if I was going to play Leviah in the showdown.
Oh, because you don't have them. That's so weird that you don't own Leviah cards and keep them with you all the time.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to start, I guess, if this is my new motivational tactic.
True. That's true. All right. Thank you, everybody, so much for coming out to the stream. We hit huge numbers of viewers. Lots of people really excited about Silver Age. Make sure to check out ProQuest at your local game stores over the next few weeks. We got Living Legend for a couple of weeks, CC for a couple of weeks. Go to Pro Tour Vegas.
Yeah.
I am excited about that. I love Vegas. Not as
Vegas,
much as Yokohama,
yeah.
to be honest. But
well, it's going to be cool to go to Vegas.
All right. Thank you, everybody, so much for coming. Thank you, Jacob, for making it very entertaining.
I'm glad.
Such a fun finals, semifinals, everything. And we will see you all at Montreal.
And don't forget, check out him on, what's your show called? I didn't watch it enough. I don't know what it's called, but I've heard you have a show.
I do. World Tour Weekly
World
is what
Tour
it's called.
Weekly. That's so cool. You should check him out on
that.
that.
Yeah, thank you so much.